Kang Jin-hyuk operated as a hunter, though he was not one to capture media attention or achieve celebrity status. Holding a modest D-rank classification, his opportunities were limited to minor tasks and the leftovers overlooked by major guilds. He had accepted the grim reality of his environment long ago. Influence determined one's fate, and those lacking it, even hunters, were vulnerable to being crushed. Consequently, upon hearing an unusual noise emanating from his apartment, he investigated and was stunned by the discovery. He found a glimmering, pulsating gateway that opened into an alternate dimension populated by monsters. While the creatures were unaware of him, he realized he could traverse the portal safely. To an individual with no remaining prospects, this phenomenon represented more than just a bizarre and frightening occurrence. It was an opportunity for solitary advancement in a private dungeon. All the monsters and treasures within were available exclusively to him. Without competitors to seize the spoils, Kang Jin-hyuk had at last found a potential path to ascend the ranks. Recognizing he has no prospects to forfeit, he gathers his resolve and crosses the threshold, emerging on the initial level of a dungeon labyrinth. He has minimal time to assess his surroundings before a goblin attacks him from the left. He just manages to avoid a club aimed at his head and quickly retreats back into his attic. The creature appears bewildered, glancing around and striking at nothing. It becomes apparent that the monsters cannot perceive the portal, which also means they are unable to cross over to his location. This realization dismisses his fear. He arms himself with a baseball bat and re-enters the portal to confront the goblin directly. He strikes the goblin's cheek with the bat, launching the beast backward, and immediately follows with a thrust to its torso. After the goblin is down, he lifts his bat and brings it down on the creature's face, finishing it off. This marked his first experience hunting monsters solo. Because he was not required to divide the experience points with a party, he received the full amount. Upon the goblin's defeat, his level, which had remained static for 3 years, increased instantly. The goblin's carcass was also his to claim, possessing a potential value of up to 3 million won if sold at the appropriate venues. The following day, he transports it to a hunter's market, attempting to sell it to a vendor. The merchant discerns Jin-hyuk's lack of dungeon experience, noting that his handling of the corpse had substantially lowered its market price. Nonetheless, Jin-hyuk successfully secured an offer exceeding the 3 million won he had anticipated. To receive the payment instantly, he only needed to disclose the location where the goblin was hunted. This was information Jin-hyuk could not share. If the dungeon in his attic were discovered, his potential earnings would evaporate. As he contemplates a solution to the predicament, a team of hunters belonging to the Black Dragon Guild aggressively enters the vicinity. They are agitated because an unauthorized individual poached a kill within their designated territory. Initially, they suspect Jin-hyuk is the culprit and move to challenge him. However, the merchant diverts their focus toward a blonde-haired hunter who seems unaware of the developing conflict. The hunters approach the blonde man to challenge him, proceeding to assault him until he is severely injured and almost immobile. He had infiltrated their domain and attempted to hunt creatures without authorization. They speculate he might even be the serial killer they were seeking. The man, scarcely capable of speech, is then hauled out of the establishment for further questioning. Jin-hyuk realizes that the individual who was violently beaten could very well have been him. Witnessing this altercation and understanding that he cannot plausibly fabricate the origin of his goblin, he reconsiders selling his spoils at that location. He recognizes the necessity of finding an alternative method to liquidate his items, one that avoids confrontations with enforcers from larger guilds and does not endanger his life. Immediately upon returning home, Jin-hyuk resolves to re-enter the dungeon to focus on enhancing his strength. Prior to entering, he must equip himself sufficiently to endure an excursion into such a hazardous environment. He prepares a teleportation stone, enabling an escape from peril back to his apartment, and a monster tracking compass, which identifies any creatures within a 50-meter radius. Equipped with these items and his reliable baseball bat, he enters the dungeon for a session dedicated to gaining levels. He engages in a continuous hunt, with every monster defeated raising his level by 1. The dungeon, aptly named the Goblin Labyrinth, is teeming with goblins. For an individual of his low level, it serves as the ideal location to hunt and cultivate his power. Following an extended period of hunting, his inventory storage is nearly full. He has adequate space remaining for only one more goblin. Given that it is his last catch, he hopes for a larger specimen that would yield a greater profit. His compass indicates a goblin moving toward his position, which is opportune timing. His plan is to conceal himself and launch a surprise attack before the creature notices him. He positions himself around a corner, awaiting the precise moment to strike, then swings his bat toward the target's face. However, the target is not a goblin. He has struck an exceptionally short man. The individual yells at Jinyuk in an unfamiliar dialect that he cannot comprehend. Jinyuk quickly bows as a gesture of apology, an action that appears to somewhat appease the man. The man retrieves 2 necklaces from a pouch and offers one to Jinyuk. The moment Jinyuk wears it, he finds he can understand the man's speech, leading him to 2 realizations. The first realization is that this person is furious with him, which is understandable given that Jinyuk just struck him in the face with a bat. The second realization is that the individual is not a man, but a dwarf, a mythological being he had previously only encountered in works of fantasy. The irate dwarf persists in shouting at Jinyuk as Jinyuk assists in gathering the items that were scattered during the encounter. All the retrieved items appear to be of exceptionally high quality, yet Jinyuk has little opportunity to appreciate them while being berated. The dwarf observes Jinyuk's bat and retrieves it. He insists on knowing its origin, a question that puzzles the young man. The item possesses no remarkable qualities in Jinyuk's view, yet the dwarf is exceptionally persistent in his inquiry. While it is merely a standard aluminum baseball bat, the dwarf appears convinced it is composed of an extremely valuable material known as orichalcum. This common bat holds such immense worth in the dwarf's estimation that he considers it priceless. He proposes an exchange, several of his unique items for the bat. Jinyuk, finding no grounds to decline the offer, accompanies the dwarf back to his workspace. The dwarf carries the bat into the rear of the workshop as Jinyuk surveys the surroundings. Jinyuk observes the various weapons displayed in the area, contemplating which he might choose. However, the dwarf re-emerges shortly thereafter, holding Jinyuk's newly enhanced baseball bat. Inexplicably, the bat is now shining a vivid red and emitting a faint glow. Jinyuk questions if it is truly his original weapon, but the dwarf affirms that this is merely a characteristic of orichalcum. The material begins as a pliable and fragile metal, gradually transforming into a resilient and sturdy substance through successive enchantments. That specific term catches Jinyuk's attention. It appears the dwarf has, by some method, imbued his weapon with an enchantment. Such items are exceedingly scarce, typically only obtained from elite, high-level monsters ranked A-grade or higher. Executing a few experimental swings with the modified bat confirms it feels entirely distinct from his memory of it. He finds it difficult to accept that an object of this caliber could be crafted artificially. This dwarf, and indeed the entire dungeon, might represent the significant opportunity he has been seeking this whole time. Jinyuk examines the item's properties via a status menu. The bat has been transformed into a legendary baseball bat, possessing S-grade durability and an automatic retrieval feature. His previously mundane aluminum bat is now a legendary and exceptionally rare piece of equipment. He recognizes that selling the item would yield a massive profit, but the bat has become bound to him, rendering it untradeable. The dwarf included the automatic retrieval enchantment, ensuring that Jinyuk is the only individual capable of wielding it. Ultimately, he cannot profit financially from the bat, though it remains a legendary artifact. Despite this, other avenues for earning income are available to him. His inventory is filled with goblin carcasses ready to be sold. The primary obstacle is the lack of a suitable marketplace where he can sell them without attracting undesirable notice from the major guilds. His remaining alternative is the hunter industry's clandestine black market. These dealers operate discreetly, ask no questions, and handle the processing of monster corpses effectively. Furthermore, contacting them is straightforward. They frequently distribute business cards to lower-ranked hunters in need of funds, meaning Jinyuk already possesses numerous contacts. He returns to his residence and utilizes one of the cards to locate the address for one of these illicit markets. The business card appeared extremely disreputable, yet at that moment he possessed no alternative. As Jinyuk scanned the area for evidence of the market's existence, an individual called out to him from a higher location. The man identified himself as Deputy Cho Hyung-il and extended an invitation for Jinyuk to visit their office and meet the proprietor. There, Jinyuk was introduced to Lee Jun-chul, a predatory lender operating under the guise of a loan agent, who was also involved in the illicit trade of monster remains. They requested an examination of the carcasses prior to any discussion of compensation, prompting Jinyuk to retrieve them from his inventory for display. Both men were astonished by the sheer quantity of remains Jinyuk produced. Although Jinyuk was obviously inexperienced, He had successfully acquired 20 goblin carcasses. Furthermore, the specimens were in exceptional shape. While the heads showed damage consistent with blows from a baseball bat, the rest of the bodies were pristine. The quality was so high that Deputy Cho struggled to conceal his enthusiasm about acquiring them. The trio commenced price negotiations, but their discussion was abruptly halted when other black market personnel rushed in, reporting the appearance of a monster nearby. A slight possibility exists for monster remains to lure other creatures, and it appeared that displaying 20 fresh goblin carcasses had served as a potent signal to nearby monsters. Compounding the situation, the creatures that arrived were a pair of orcs, adversaries far beyond Jinyuk's current capabilities. Given the circumstances, his only viable option for survival seemed to be retrieving his carcasses and fleeing immediately. Unfortunately, that opportunity had passed. The initial orc had reached their position and appeared prepared to attack them viciously. As Jinyuk was the sole hunter present, he was the only one with the power to confront the beasts. This did not, however, guarantee he could defeat them. The orc rushed at him, brandishing its battle axe. He evaded the first strike, but the follow-up attack descended directly toward his head. At that proximity, evasion was impossible. It felt as if his end had arrived, fated to be a pathetic demise. This changed when his recently enhanced bat materialized from his inventory, intercepting the blow fractions of a second before impact. The block was so forceful that it knocked the orc backward momentarily. This seemed to indicate another of the bat's enchantments, a presence detection capability. If his new weapon possessed such abilities, he might have a possibility of success. The orc advanced once more, but Jinyuk, now more assured, was prepared. He tightened his grip on the bat and struck downward at the orc's knee, destabilizing the creature. With the monster unbalanced, he delivered a subsequent blow to its face, fracturing its neck and dispatching it instantly. Defeating just one orc resulted in his level rapidly ascending from 24 to 36. He had no time to acknowledge this achievement, as the second orc located them and initiated its own attack. This time, however, he was prepared. He sidestepped the assault, moved to the creature's rear, and struck its back forcefully with the bat. He then shifted his position and delivered a final lethal strike to its head, terminating it immediately. In this manner, Jinyuk successfully dispatched 2 orcs with ease in just a few moments. This feat highlighted the true potency of his enchanted weapon. With the confrontation resolved, he confidently advised the men to restart their negotiations, stipulating that the carcasses of the 2 defeated orcs must now be included in the transaction. That day, he departed with a sense of accomplishment. He had effectively negotiated a payment 15% higher than the prevailing market price from the dealers. The sum of money now in his bank account felt almost surreal. Having finally managed the sale of the goblin corpses, his complete attention could return to hunting. Because he had protected the black market dealer and his associates, they agreed to a continued business arrangement. This meant Jinyuk would no longer need to worry about finding a venue to sell his monster remains. This decision was likely made because the dealer recognized Jinyuk was not a simple, low-level thief selling stolen goods. Instead, he was clearly a high-caliber hunter, capable of eliminating 2 orcs with minimal effort. However, even with his enchanted bat and his newfound prowess, his current set of equipment was inadequate for hunting higher-grade monsters. Only one option remained for him to obtain an upgrade, and if he managed the situation adeptly, he might even acquire the equipment at no cost. The following day, he acquired a large case filled with beer cans and other alcohol as an offering for the dwarf. Given the dwarf's intense appreciation for aluminum, which he mistook for orichalcum, this gift was comparable to a chest of treasure. The dwarf was incredulous that the entire crate contained what he perceived as auriculacum. He tasted the beer, but immediately spat it out, finding the flavor disgusting. To pacify the dwarf and avert another tirade, Jinyuk offered him some soju instead. This beverage was different, and its taste proved sufficient to satisfy the dwarf temporarily, though it still seemed to be missing the potency he sought. Seeing an opening, the dwarf assigned a task to Jinyuk. He required a specific material to be mined. He tasked Jinyuk with a quest to excavate mithril ore. The relationship between this ore and the alcohol was not apparent. However, Jinyuk desired free gear and recognized he was not in a position to choose his assignments. If this was the required method to get the equipment, he would comply. He ventured deeper into the labyrinth and eventually entered a clearing within a forest. This new area was considerably larger than he had imagined. A system menu appeared before him, indicating he had successfully reached the second level of the labyrinth. He was then offered the chance to register his location as a warp point. Unfamiliar with the concept, he nonetheless accepted the prompt. This action caused a new portal to open nearby. This gateway enabled him to move between the first and second floors conveniently, similar to a mechanic in a video game. With this new transport system established, Jinyuk pressed further into the labyrinth to search for the mithril ore he had been sent to retrieve. The second level was designated Dogs and Skeletons. In the same manner that the first floor was populated with goblins, this area was filled with feral monster dogs leaping toward him. These creatures were considerably weaker than the orcs Jinyuk had faced a few days prior, which meant they represented an easy source of experience points. He readied his bat and charged directly into an advancing pack of the dogs. By the conclusion of this engagement, he had successfully killed 25 orcs and gathered their remains. According to current market valuations, these corpses were projected to earn him a substantial 200 million won. However, he could not permit the excitement over the potential money to divert his attention. He still had an objective to complete: mining mithril ore. Jinyuk ventured deeper into the dungeon and was subsequently confronted by skeletons. The floor was, after all, named Dogs and Skeletons, and skeletons proved to be a vexing category of monster. Their bodies held no monetary value, and the sole method of defeating them was to shatter their core. This requirement made the combat all the more grueling, particularly given the large quantity of them approaching him. Despite the difficulty, his existing skills and current level ensured he was capable of eliminating them. By the end of the protracted fight, he was exhausted. He came to the realization that the dwarf had likely sent him to this location specifically to avoid dealing with these troublesome monsters himself. Still, a significant benefit resulted from this ordeal. The act of destroying these skeletons had advanced his level to 100, which signified he was now eligible to receive a class change. His class would be determined automatically, based on his previous patterns of action. Given the substantial amount of fighting he had undertaken recently, he fully expected to be classified as a berserker or a warrior. Instead, the system designated him as a cleric. He pressed onward and eventually succeeded in mining the mithril ore that the dwarf had requested. This outcome was surprising, as the dwarf had not anticipated Jinyuk would survive the experience. Jinyuk was indeed alive, but he was depleted from the continuous combat he had endured. Even so, he did not depart from the encounter without securing something for himself. He managed to covertly take a portion of the mithril ore, having noted its expensive appearance, and then delivered the rest to the dwarf. Since Jinyuk had successfully acquired the ore, the dwarf agreed to use some of the material to fabricate any item Jinyuk desired. As he already possessed an excellent weapon, his next requirement was a form of armor that could resist heavy attacks from monsters. He specified a preference for something lightweight and of high quality. The dwarf consented and began the work immediately. The crafting process required more time than Jinyuk could wait. Consequently, he returned to his home to sleep for a few hours. He awoke approximately 6 hours later and went back to the workshop to see the dwarf's progress. By that time, the dwarf had finished crafting the armor and appeared satisfied with his creation. It was a mithril chainmail armor designed to be worn discreetly under his shirt and hoodie. Jinyuk put the armor on, and without warning, the dwarf struck him squarely in the chest with a hammer. The dwarf seemingly believed that a practical demonstration was the most effective method of explanation. An attack of that force would normally have inflicted broken ribs at the very least. However, thanks to the new armor, Jinyuk felt almost nothing. With protective gear this resilient, combined with his legendary baseball bat, his combat effectiveness had risen exponentially. His encounter with the dwarf was undeniably the fortunate event he needed to transform his life. The dwarf had more prepared, however. Next, he presented Jinyuk with a large barrel. It contained the soju Jinyuk had provided earlier. Jinyuk returned to his apartment to sample the beverage. He discovered the dwarf was correct. Merely storing the soju in a cask constructed from mithril ore had altered the drink into something entirely different. This remarkable outcome gave Jinyuk an idea. He contacted the black market dealer again, proposing another business deal. This time, he offered to sell kobold corpses and the exceptional quality liquor. In a different section of the city, the Titan Guild had just completed their training near some newly activated gates. Their exercise should have been finished, but a sudden new wave of lizard men began flooding through the portals. It appeared to be an anomaly gate, disgorging 3 times the number of enemies they had just vanquished. One of the guild members recommended requesting assistance from another guild. However, Doyon, the deputy guild master, possessed too much pride to call others for help. He insisted his subordinates maintain their formation and fight. Jin-hyuk, conversely, was experiencing a much less stressful time. He had just officially registered his class as a cleric, and furthermore, he had been promoted from D rank to C rank. Clerics are a rare healing class, and it is widely known that premier guilds actively recruit them. This implied he might finally be eligible for recruitment by a guild. Suddenly, an injured, blood-covered hunter burst through the doors, desperately searching for a cleric. Jin-hyuk raised his hand, volunteering his services. The man immediately escorted him to the site, where the Titan Guild members were engaged with the Lizardmen hordes. Jin-hyuk was instructed to stay in the rear line with the other clerics and heal as many combatants as possible. He wished to contribute in other ways, but the guild member reiterated that his only duty was to heal from the back, promising he would be compensated accordingly once the battle concluded. The presence of the healers in the area was sufficient to bolster the guild members, giving them a surge of endurance to continue fighting. Nevertheless, the waves of monsters were simply too numerous for them to manage, leading another cleric to suggest calling in a support guild to help dispatch the enemies more quickly. It was clear that if no action was taken, the entire group faced annihilation. Just as Jin-hyuk was considering what to do, he detected a hostile presence approaching from his rear. His bat had just intercepted a lethal strike from one of the lizardmen. The creature had somehow infiltrated past all the hunters and was attempting to eliminate the healers, targeting him first. This meant the rear defenses had been compromised. Only clerics were stationed at the back line. If these monsters managed to get through them, they would overwhelm the guild members in an instant. Left with no alternative, Jin-hyuk gripped his bat and swung it at the lizard man that had attacked him, sending the creature flying with a single impact. He notified the other clerics about the breach, stating that he was the only one who could stop the monsters. The creatures had reached the back line by using a concealment technique and were now attempting an ambush. Jin-hyuk instructed the clerics to maintain their focus on healing and to leave the lizardmen to him. It would be a difficult task, but he was the only one present who could stop their assault. The other clerics were concerned for him, as they believed he was just a conventional healer like themselves. Jin-hyuk, conversely, rushed forward to engage the enemies head-on, assuring the others not to worry. He would not have made such statements if he lacked at least some confidence in his abilities. Of course, despite his assurances, he was still apprehensive about the situation. In the end, however, he successfully held his ground against the rampaging creatures. One of them managed to slip past him while his guard was down and made its way directly toward another cleric. Jin-hyuk gave chase, then leaped through the air, managing to stop the monster just in time to prevent it from attacking the healer. His hurried attack left him vulnerable to a stab from behind, but thanks to the dwarf's chain armor, the blow barely affected him. The monster was stunned that its attack had been ineffective, and Jin-hyuk used that opportunity to counter with a swing of his bat to its face. He was somehow managing to hold them off all by himself. Because of his efforts, the other healers could focus on their duties without fearing a sneak attack. But that was not the only factor shifting in their favor. The lizardmen froze as a new combatant entered the battle. Suddenly, a powerful man joined the fight and eliminated one of the monsters with a single hit. This newcomer was Seo Sang-ho, the guild master of the Titan Guild. He acknowledged Jin-hyuk and inquired if he was the one who had dispatched all the monsters in that area. The C-rank hunter admitted that he was responsible for defeating the creatures, though he was more confused about the identity of this powerful new man. The other clerics were surprised that Jin-hyuk did not recognize the S-rank hunter, Sang-ho. He was so formidable that his presence alone signaled that the battle was likely approaching its end. With no time to spare, Sang-ho rushed off to join his subordinates on the front line, but not before promising to reward Jin-hyuk properly for his assistance later. Even from a brief observation, it was apparent to everyone, Jin-hyuk included, that S-rank hunters operated in a completely separate category. When Sang-ho was present, he became the most formidable force in the engagement. He landed directly in the center of the conflict, and his very presence instantly elevated everyone's spirits. This was true for all except Endoyan, who appeared visibly annoyed that the guildmaster had arrived. There was nothing improper about a fellow guild member intervening to provide support, but Endoyan's pride would not allow him to accept the situation gracefully. Sang-ho immediately took command. He issued orders to the combatants, instantly capturing the attention of everyone around him. With that accomplished, he did not wait for the guild members to evacuate the immediate vicinity before he unleashed a powerful attack on the ground. The strike generated a massive shockwave, sending all the lizardmen flying. His single blow was sufficient to eliminate a large number of them in one action. In a matter of minutes, with Sang-ho's participation, all the monsters were easily dispatched. Once he was certain that his guild members were safe, he seized Ndoyen by the jacket to reprimand him. He demanded to know what Ndoyen was thinking when he chose to risk his own life and the lives of his subordinates by engaging the overwhelming force alone. Ndoyen claimed he was only trying to safeguard the guild's reputation, but Sang-ho knew the truth was that Ndoyen sought only to protect his personal pride. The two engaged in a brief, intense stare-down until one of the guild members reminded Sang-ho that he needed to dismiss the clerics who had assisted. The guild master composed himself and went over to address the healers, thanking them personally. He gave special attention to Jin Hyuk, identifying him as the main reason so many people had survived the encounter. As a token of gratitude, Sang-ho offered Jin Hyuk immediate entry into the guild, allowing him to bypass the standard registration process. This was an offer Ndoyen could not accept. He quickly interjected, attempting to disparage Jin Hyuk as a mere D-rank hunter who had only gotten lucky. Sang-ho, in response, did not hesitate to remind his deputy that this mere former D-rank had saved numerous lives, which would have been lost as a direct result of Ndoyen's stubbornness. He then forced Ndoyen to apologize to Jin Hyuk, an action that served as a significant blow to the deputy guildmaster's pride. Even after this, Jin Hyuk respectfully declined the invitation. He expressed that he had no interest in joining any guild that permitted individuals like Ndoyen to hold any type of authority. This was the final straw. Ndoyen rushed at Jin Hyuk with an enhanced punch, but a defensive bat strike directly to his stomach was enough to stop him completely in his tracks. The impact is sufficient to render Ndoyen unconscious instantly. The incident gains so much notoriety that it is featured in a news report by the following day. The leadership within the Titan Guild finds the outcome concerning Ndoyen intolerable. Not only had he been publicly humiliated by a mere C-rank hunter, but he had also been stripped of his authority as deputy guildmaster. They insist that the C-rank individual present himself to them to provide an explanation for his actions. Sang-ho, however, disputes their position. Ndoyen had not only endangered the lives of several guild members due to his pride, but he had also assaulted someone who had fought on the guild's behalf. This constituted more than sufficient grounds for his demotion. This argument effectively silences the assembled individuals. Having no further business with them, he dismisses the men. The guildmaster's thoughts return to the remarkable C-rank hunter he had witnessed recently. He resolves that he must recruit Kang Jin Hyuk into his guild at any cost before the man becomes even more powerful. The man in question, Jin Hyuk, is relaxing in his apartment, enjoying a beverage while reviewing his financial expenditures. As he had earned a significant sum from hunting, his spending had surpassed its usual levels, resulting in absurdly high expenses. Had he anticipated this financial situation, he would have taken the supplementary payment the Titan Guild had offered. Ultimately, however, it is of no consequence, as he possesses a far superior method for generating income. Following a period of necessary rest, he returns to the dungeon to acquire more monster remains. Engaging with the same familiar monsters no longer satisfies him. Having grown more powerful, he now requires more formidable adversaries. He ventures further into the second level than he had previously, and soon finds himself confronting a small legion of orcs. One attempts to ambush him from the rear, but he skillfully evades the strike before launching his own counterattack. The blow vanquishes the orc instantly, just as several others converge on his position in the hallway. Only a few days prior, such an encounter would have meant certain death, but owing to his new gear, he is able to dispatch all of them with ease. By the fight's conclusion, he tallies a total of 20 orc carcasses, which should yield enough profit to keep him financially secure for an entire year. Possessing ample stamina, he opts to proceed slightly deeper into the dungeon, soon finding himself at the entrance to the third floor, titled the Temple Guardian's Labyrinth. On initial inspection, the area appears devoid of monsters, but this sense of tranquility is almost immediately shattered by a powerful tremor shaking the earth. A massive hand erupts from the ground beneath him, and Jinyuk just narrowly manages to get clear of its path. The hand is part of a stone golem, an artificial creature constructed from mana. The golem's attacks are too swift for him to evade, and they carry such force that even a successful block sends him reeling backward a significant distance. This situation leaves him with few alternatives except to try his best to retaliate. The golem appears to be exceptionally strong, yet it lacks the intellect to utilize that strength effectively. Jinyuk exploits this weakness and succeeds in striking its head, breaking it into fragments and causing the creature to collapse. However, it does not take long for the golem to begin regenerating itself. Jin-yuk had overlooked a critical detail regarding golems. The creature could only be vanquished by shattering its core completely. Upon understanding this, Jin-yuk attempts to retreat and establish some space to reconsider his strategy. However, the monster regenerates its hand quickly enough to seize him before he can get away. His options for escaping the predicament were limited, but just then, an arrow suddenly flies past and embeds itself in the golem's chest. Jin-yuk seizes the opening and follows with a precise thrust from his bat, destroying the golem's core and eliminating it permanently. He survived the dangerous situation due to the intervention of the unknown individual who fired the arrow. He pivots to express his gratitude to his rescuer, but is stunned. He does not see the dwarf he was anticipating, but rather a striking woman with unusual-looking ears. These features identify her as an elf. Jin-yuk inclines his head to thank her for her help, but fails to perceive the elf advancing on him while his head is lowered. He has only a moment to register her presence before she snatches him by the collar, pulling him close to question him. She has never encountered him within this dungeon previously, and is inquisitive about his identity and origin. The elf is obviously not an inhabitant of Jin-yuk's world. She is unaware of his home, and his attire seems strange to her. She subjects him to a rapid series of inquiries as he attempts to break free from her hold. She finally releases him when he states that he accessed the dungeon that same day. This information implies that he is aware of the dungeon's entrance location. She shoves him to the ground and lets go of her bow, realizing she has at last discovered a path out of this place. Jin-yuk gets to his feet and asks for an explanation for her unnecessarily hostile behavior. The elf disregards his question and instead insists that he guide her to the exit. He is not pleased with her abruptly issuing commands. However, he notes her attractive appearance and decides to overlook her demeanor for the time being. She states that if he successfully leads her from the dungeon, she will provide him with suitable compensation. She identifies herself as a platinum-ranked mercenary, implying she is trustworthy. Her name is Lucia, a half-elf who considers herself to be quite well known. She seems to expect that he would have heard of her. Jin-yuk, however, has no comprehension of her claims or her identity. Lucia reiterates her status as a platinum-ranked mercenary and presents her insignia, but Jin-yuk has no prior knowledge of any of these things. She wonders if he originates from an isolated rural region, questioning how he could be ignorant of the badge and her reputation. He informs her that he is from Seoul in Korea. This response now causes her to be confused by the unfamiliar names, leading her to suspect that a certain eccentric mage's dimensional travel spell might have actually worked. She communicates these suspicions to him. In simple terms, a magic user from her dimension had placed an enchantment on the dungeon, which resulted in it being transported into his dimension. Such a phenomenon did not seem plausible, yet it appeared to be precisely what had occurred. However, given that it was a dimensional displacement, reversing the magic would theoretically allow her to return to her own world. Jin-yuk had sensed that things were not normal, but this confirmed the dungeon was not native to his reality. If this location reverted to its original plane, it would create a significant problem for him. He inquired if she intended to send the dungeon back immediately, but she was unable to. It would be excessively difficult to reverse the enchantment from their current position, although a specific, helpful location did exist. This place was a hidden room on the current floor, which she had located a long time prior while attempting to find an exit. She requested his help in reaching that room and guaranteed she would compensate him for his assistance. The terms seemed reasonable, so he consented to help her get to the concealed chamber. They set off, defeating a few orcs as they traveled. Jin-yuk observed that she was considerably more powerful than he had initially believed. The arrow she had fired earlier was clearly very potent. He realized that starting a fight with her in this environment would put him at a severe disadvantage. His most prudent option was to maintain cooperation and continue assessing the situation. After walking for a while longer, they chose to rest in a secure area. Jin-yuk had some chocolates in his pockets for emergencies, and he offered one to her. She immediately developed a taste for it and demanded more. After she had consumed his entire supply, she requested even more. He explained that was unfortunately the last piece, which she accepted, appearing satisfied enough to resume the journey. Eventually, they arrived at a large chamber that housed the dungeon's boss. Lucia speculated that the mage's spell might be located within that room. To investigate, they would first need to eliminate the boss and clear the area. She advised him that his involvement would be minimal. He only needed to help her deliver the final blow after she had incapacitated the creature. They opened the door, and the monster immediately released an enraged roar before charging. Lucia readied an arrow, aiming directly at the boss's chest. She instructed Jinyuk to watch her closely, then utilized a technique she called aura to enhance the impact of her attack. She fired the arrow, striking the boss head-on and knocking the enormous armored creature onto its back instantly. Her single attack was sufficient to bring it down. This was the technique she planned to teach him, but first, he needed to finish the monster before it could get back up. As with the golems, he had to strike the core to defeat it. He jumped onto the chest of the fallen creature and repeatedly struck the area where he believed the core was located. One hit, however, did not seem sufficient to destroy it, and a large fist swung at him from the side. He narrowly intercepted the blow using one of his cleric abilities, the Holy Shield, and then used the resulting force to propel himself back onto the boss's chest. Recognizing that a single strike is insufficient, Jinyuk continues to hammer the spot relentlessly until the creature ceases all movement. He eventually succeeds in shattering the core, permanently defeating the beast. This victory causes him to level up again, bringing him close to level 200. With the monster vanquished, he approaches Lucia to request instruction on using aura. She informs him, however, that he has already utilized it. His Holy Shield ability had converted his divine cleric energy into aura. While he perceived it as a simple class skill, Lucia is unfamiliar with such a concept. Furthermore, his capacity to use such abilities suggests he can master aura implementation much quicker than she had anticipated. Because he possesses a strong potential for wielding it, he might be capable of imbuing his attacks with aura immediately. This, however, is contingent on one condition. She requires him to return and acquire more chocolates for her. Elsewhere in the city, Sang-ho is walking with his secretary, Lee Hyena, discussing a newly emerged anomaly near Gangnam Station. Its detection the previous day means they have approximately 5 days to prepare before a formidable monster manifests at that location. Regardless of how Sang-ho analyzes the situation, he concludes that his guild cannot handle the threat alone. Unfortunately, all other major guilds are currently deployed internationally, leaving the Titan Guild as the only available force in Korea to combat it. Hyena is tasked with continuing the search for competent local freelancers, but none of the candidates appear dependable. Sang-ho, in contrast, has a specific individual in mind. In a stroke of coincidence, that very person happens to be crossing the street opposite them. Sang-ho promptly excuses himself from the discussion with his secretary and hurries after Jin-hyuk. Jin-hyuk is transporting a large container of snacks, requested by the elf, when the guild master's voice intercepts him. Sang-ho extends his offer for Jin-hyuk to join the Titan Guild again, but Jin-hyuk has no intention of altering his previous decision. Faced with this refusal, Sang-ho proposes an alternative, a mercenary contract for Jin-hyuk. This arrangement would allow him to work for the guild without being an official member. The compensation offered is also significant. This proposition sounds more appealing, but Jin-hyuk only commits to considering it. He goes back to the dungeon and delivers the snacks to the elf. She consumes them all gleefully, and it becomes evident that such food items are not available in her world. Following her satisfying meal, Jin-hyuk inquires why she remains in the boss room when the monster has already been defeated. She indicates a magic circle on the ceiling, explaining that it serves as the connection point between the dungeon and his world. Due to this, she intends to stay in that location for the time being to analyze it. She implies that if he wishes to learn more about aura, he must supply her with more chocolates. Having finished eating, she takes his hand to begin the lesson on aura. As a first step, she must infuse her own aura into his body to demonstrate the sensation. Jin-hyuk instantly perceives the energy flowing into him. Lucia also observes a significant surge of power within Jin-hyuk's body after she transfers her aura. It appears he possesses a greater natural talent for it than she had initially anticipated. The circulation of holy power moving through Jin-hyuk's body is so impressive that Lucia is confident he will be able to understand the basics within the day. She praises his aptitude and asks if he can retain the memory of the aura's flow within him. He confirms that he can, and she acknowledges this before preparing to leave the chamber. She had initially planned to investigate the magic circle, but it now seems more efficient to fully instruct him on aura usage. She determines the best way to accomplish this is through direct, practical experience. Lucia leads him to a separate area of the dungeon and effectively pushes him into a large gathering of monsters. He immediately engages an army of goblins and kobolds simultaneously, managing to defend himself effectively while also collecting their carcasses. He turns to Lucia, demanding to know why he is suddenly fighting a horde of creatures when she said he would be learning to use aura. She explains that this combat is the method by which he will learn. While she infused a small amount of mana into his body to provide a baseline feeling, he is required to sense the rest on his own. To do this, he just needs to master the process of activating aura through his holy power. Lucia asserts that there is no better way to develop that instinct than in the midst of genuine combat. Jinyuk is more annoyed that she failed to mention any of this and instead thrust him into the conflict without warning. While they are fighting, the ground begins to tremble, and a stone golem emerges from beneath the floor. It releases a loud roar and shoves Jinhyuk away, as Lucia continues to explain that he must face a true crisis to unlock his potential. She instructs him to concentrate and attempt to feel the holy power originating from the shield he generates with his skill. The shield, she reveals, is constructed from aura, so once he gets accustomed to it, he should be able to grasp the concept quickly. This is easier said than done, as Jinyuk does not consciously activate the holy shield. He wonders how he is supposed to feel aura from a skill that engages automatically. The monster brings a huge fist down toward Jinhyuk, and he blocks it with the holy shield again. This time, however, he senses something. It is a type of energy gathering around his left hand, which is the hand that activates the skill. He concludes this must be what holy power feels like. The monster pulls back and attacks once more. Jinhyuk summons his holy shield again, only this time, it presents a different shape than he remembers. The sensation of summoning the shield is also different. He identifies this feeling as mana. The golem affords him no time to process this development and smashes down on the shield, sending Jinyuk flying backward. Lucia mocks him from her position, noting that she told him to get the hang of his skill, not to make foolish errors. He was, however, just doing what she had instructed. As he prepares for another attack, a status window appears before him, announcing that he has acquired a new skill called Holy Power Application. This new ability grants him the use of Holy Power, allowing him to augment his offensive and defensive maneuvers based on the quantity of energy utilized. This revelation indicates that it is possible to acquire skills through methods other than a formal class change. Lucia observes his momentary lack of focus and decides to intervene. It seems that battling a golem while simultaneously learning aura manipulation was too difficult for him, so she offers to manage the creature herself. Jinhyuk, however, quickly regains his composure and signals for her to stand back. Now that he has a better handle on his new abilities, he feels he should be able to deal with the situation. He charges the golem and leaps, narrowly evading another stone fist aimed directly at him. While in midair, he channels his mana into the bat, using a front flip to increase his momentum before bringing the mana-infused weapon down on the golem's head. The creature topples, but he is not yet finished. He lands on its chest and concentrates once more, trying to channel even more mana into his bat before striking it down hard onto the golem's torso, a move that simultaneously unlocks a new skill designated Holy Aura. With his empowered weapon, he thrusts the bat into the golem, successfully shattering its core. Unlocking his Holy Aura also facilitated the acquisition of new skills, such as Precision Strike and Unyielding. As a result of Lucia's training, he had gained 2 passive skills and 1 active skill. She, however, is more focused on the fact that he learned to apply aura in combat so rapidly. She had planned only to impart the basic principles and conclude the lesson, but this development forces her to see the training through. She takes one of her arrows and uses it to destroy a nearby wall, exposing the area to an even larger horde of monsters. Jinhyuk is not thrilled by this, but he readies his bat and prepares for another round of combat. The battle with the dungeon monsters takes a significant toll on him, and by the time he goes to sell the monster remains, he is completely drained. He is so fatigued that the black market boss, Junchul, comments on his condition when they meet. Jinhyuk looks as though he has just been through a war. Junchul chooses not to probe for details and moves directly to business, accepting the monster corpses. He also raises the topic of the alcohol Jinyuk had sold him previously. Junchul had marketed the drink as a traditional artisan soju, and since its release, orders have been flooding in. The beverage had become so popular in such a short period that Jinyuk could likely focus exclusively on selling liquor and never face financial concerns again. With enough money to last him indefinitely and a small side business already established, Jinyuk returns home to rest. His training session with Lucia has left him immensely tired, and only seconds after lying down, he passes out. Not long after falling asleep, he is awakened by the sound of a disaster alert. A loud, automated voice urges everyone on the street to evacuate and seek safety. The day of the monster invasion is already underway. It seems to have arrived early this month. Monster invasions generally happen unpredictably, but one specific invasion occurs on a fixed one-month cycle. This type of invasion was a fairly regular event, and Jinyuk typically used these situations to hunt some low-level creatures for extra money. On this occasion, however, he was too exhausted to be concerned. He reasoned that the large guilds would manage the threat, so his involvement would not be necessary. That remained his intention until an alert arrived on his phone. It announced that due to the invasion's severity, the bounties for monsters would be increased threefold. With such lucrative rewards available, Jinyuk could no longer dismiss the event. He went out into the street to determine if he could defeat some monsters and profit from the situation. Concurrently, security personnel were directing civilians and attempting to secure the streets as the Titan Guild fought against swarms of monsters rampaging through the city. The defensive line was already failing under the pressure from the sheer number of creatures, and Sang-ho was beginning to lose the stamina needed to continue the fight. Regardless of how many monsters he defeated, more creatures persistently appeared. The guild's members were reaching their breaking point. Although they appeared to have the advantage, the overall situation was not favorable. The guild's secretary, Hyena, observed the battle with concern from a safe distance. While the situation seemed stable due to the guild master's efforts, she could perceive that their forces were being spread thin. She felt that just one additional strong hunter could change the battle's outcome. Her thoughts turned to a man whom the guildmaster had recently identified as promising. She retrieved her phone and placed a call to Jinyuk. He was currently engaged in combat with some goblins when he answered. She proposed an opportunity for him to fight alongside the Titan Guild, for which he would receive substantial payment. He countered by requesting 5 times the standard compensation rate. She then suggested they convene at a pre-arranged location for further discussion. Upon meeting, she offered him 4 times the compensation, an offer he hesitantly accepted. Following the agreement, she provided him with a device to log his monster kills, allowing the guild to track his contribution. If his performance in the battle was deemed above average, he would receive the full amount he had requested. Having secured an opportunity to display his capabilities and receive proper remuneration, Jinyuk departed for the battle to lend his assistance. Hyena observed his departure with some reservation, uncertain if he would meet the high expectations Sang-ho had for him. Jinyuk had previously defeated Endoyen, an event she attributed to sheer luck, and his true skill level remained unverified. Upon reaching the battlefield, he immediately targeted a rampaging ogre, an action that astonished the onlookers. He succeeded in killing the beast with a single, swift attack, leading the crowd to assume he must be an A-rank hunter at minimum. While A-rank was close, Jinyuk felt that his current abilities placed him above that classification. He paused briefly to consume a mana potion and restore his energy. As a result of Lucia's rigorous training, he had successfully attained level 200. Under normal circumstances, facing an ogre would be impossible, but he now believed that as long as his mana reserves held, he could potentially match the performance of an S-rank hunter. Jinyuk currently has a stockpile of over 1,500 mana potions, a resource that transforms all the surrounding monsters into simple opportunities for profit. Elsewhere, Endoyen is fighting monsters alongside his guild members. He observes that the number of creatures is decreasing dramatically and turns to see a crowd observing someone defeating monsters with ease. He moves to check the situation himself and spots the one person he detests the most. He yells orders at the stunned hunters, telling them to stop daydreaming and resume fighting. He wonders why Jinyuk is present and who invited him. The mere sight of Jinyuk reminds Endoyen of their previous encounter and the embarrassing moment that was broadcast across the news. He concludes that the last time must have been a fluke. He reasons that this time, since Jinyuk is alone, there will be no issue in taking him out and putting him in his place. With that decision made, he rushes toward Jinyuk, intending to fix the man's nasty habit of being in the worst place at the wrong time. Unluckily for Endoyen, the C-rank hunter notices him far too early and successfully counters the attack, sending Endoyen flying and knocking him unconscious yet again. Jinyuk is too occupied to entertain the random crazy guy. Meanwhile, Sang-ho faces down a rampaging minotaur. His mana is almost gone, and he is out of stamina. The minotaur raises its club to attack just as Sang-ho considers the idea of retreating to regain his strength. Before the weapon can hit him, a voice calls out from behind, and Jinyuk jumps in from above. Jinyuk grabs the minotaur by the horn and slams it forcefully into the ground. For a C-rank hunter to defeat a minotaur with a single hit, it seems Sang-ho's judgment about Jinyuk was perfectly accurate. As the monster is taken down, Sang-ho approaches Jinyuk to show his appreciation for the help. Jinyuk informs him that the guild master's secretary had called and promised a significant payment in return for his assistance, so there is no need for thanks. Sang-ho then uses this chance to once again ask Jinyuk to join their guild. He suggests that if Jinyuk joins forces with them, opportunities like this will continue to appear. Jinyuk takes a moment to consider the offer, then tells Sang-ho that he will think about it after they finish clearing out the remaining monsters. As they are talking, Sang-ho receives a call from Hyena. She tells him to look at the sky. The clouds have turned black, and the weather has become fiery, filled with lightning. Something huge and menacing is lurking within the clouds, and it does not appear friendly. The entity shoots lightning down at everything, striking monsters and hunters alike, and damages buildings as it flies around. It is positioned so high in the sky that there is no way their skills can reach it. This means that there might be no way to attack it. Sang-ho suggests returning to his guild headquarters to assess the situation and invites Jinyuk to join him. Jinyuk reluctantly agrees, and together they meet back at Sang-ho's office. From there, they run different tests and simulations, concluding that nothing they have done so far can affect the creature or defend against its attacks. Every strategy they had employed thus far to stop the entity had been either nullified or destroyed. They needed to find an alternative with an enormous amount of firepower, one that could also engage targets from a significant distance. Lucia immediately came to Jinyuk's mind, and he realized a viable method to defeat the creature might exist after all. As Jinyuk departed to retrieve Lucia, the executives of the Titan Guild convened, discussing the amount of favoritism Sang-ho was displaying toward a C-rank hunter. The other guild members attempted to brainstorm different ways to bring the monster down, without relying on Jinyuk, but there was simply no other choice available. All other known methods were guaranteed to be ineffective, leaving them with the sole option of trusting the only hunter who had a potential plan. They considered requesting aid from another guild named Gadia, a large organization populated by A-rank mages and higher. Unfortunately, that particular guild was known for its indifference to casualties, and summoning them would almost certainly result in many deaths. The other members present in the room fell silent as they accepted that they truly had no alternative but to wait. Back at the apartment, Jinyuk emerged from the portal accompanied by Lucia. He thanked her for agreeing to help, and promised her a reward of as many sweet confections from his world as she could possibly want. Together, they ascended to the top of the Titan Guild headquarters. Jinyuk showed her the monster that was currently terrorizing their city. He asked if she possessed the ability to defeat it, and she confirmed with certainty that she could. The creature was so massive, she remarked, that she could hit it with her eyes closed. The monster was designated as level 300, which represented the highest level monster ever recorded. She assured him she could eliminate it, but first she required some assistance. The building's roof was too fragile to withstand the force of her power, and she needed him to prepare a shield to absorb most of the impact if he wished to prevent the destruction of multiple buildings. With the preparations understood, Jinyuk contacted the guild leader to inquire about the potential collateral damage. Once they engaged the monster, damage to the surrounding buildings would be unavoidable. Sang-ho instructed him not to worry about that and to focus exclusively on bringing down the monster. With that matter settled, Jinyuk prepared a shield while Lucia charged 2 arrows to attack the beast. She aimed meticulously, then released the shots. The discharge produced a massive shockwave that forced Jinyuk backward even with his shield deployed. The 2 projectiles raced through the sky toward the monster, and in a mere second, landed a direct hit on the beast, eliminating it in a single strike. The damage inflicted was so immense that half of the monster's body was disintegrated from the impact. The Titan Guild watched from the ground, astounded that he had managed to resolve the situation so easily. Hunter Kang Jinyuk just continued to astound people. The backlash from Lucia's attack was powerful enough to leave smoking trail marks burned into the building's helipad. While it may not have been an appropriate time for restraint, the power displayed was far beyond expectations. Lucia, on the other hand, was more disappointed that the monster had proven to be so weak. This was not an accurate assessment. It was more that Lucia possessed a level of strength far exceeding that of any monster appearing in this world. Regardless, the objective was achieved, and it was time for her to return. She passed Jinyuk the tracking device that logged his points, which showed a remarkable reading of 240. With that, she turned to depart, but first offered him a warning about placing too much trust in others. She noted that when the stakes are high, people's judgment often becomes clouded by the prospect of wealth. She advised him to avoid being deceived, as she had been during her own adventures. Jinyuk gave her his assurance that he would be fine and would handle any issues that might arise. They parted ways, and Jinyuk proceeded down to the street, where he was met by Sang-ho and his secretary. They caught up to him, asking how he had successfully taken down such an enormous monster by himself. He politely declined to answer, stating that his method was a secret. One of the executives accompanying them took offense at this, declaring his disbelief that a C-rank hunter could defeat such a beast. Jinyuk responded by displaying the monster tracker, which registered a massive number of points, confirming he was responsible for the monster's defeat. Sang-ho quickly interjected, apologizing to Jinyuk for the executive's sharp remarks. The executive watched them with fury, feeling that Sang-ho was showing preference to a C-rank hunter over his own guild members. He concluded that a change was necessary, as Sang-ho was impeding the guild's future. The executive took out his phone and made a call to an unknown number. By the next day, the rumor had propagated throughout the city that the giant monster had been eliminated by an ordinary C-rank hunter. While members of the Titan Guild were skeptical, the fact was not difficult to confirm. Word also circulated that the guild master had personally offered this hunter direct admission into the Titan Guild, an offer that was refused. It was surmised that the hunter must be extremely confident in his skills to decline such a significant offer from Sang-ho. The rumors eventually reached members of the Ultron Guild. They had also received reports that Do-yoon had been hospitalized after the monster invasion. Do-yoon was known for his formidable skills, but the information suggested he had been taken down by this same rumored C-rank hunter. If that were true, it would lend credibility to the other stories. The scouts from the Ultron Guild decided they needed to meet with Jinyuk in person to verify this information. The Ultron Guild representatives hypothesized that he might have activated a hidden class, a development that was extraordinarily rare among hunters. If that hypothesis was correct, they concluded they had to either secure him for their guild before any rivals did, or, failing that, eliminate him. Jinyuk, in contrast, slept deeply following the intense battle. He had completely exhausted his stamina during the fight and had fallen unconscious at the first available moment. He awoke after 2 full days of profound sleep, realizing this was the backlash from his severe overexertion. He walked into his living room and discovered Lucia had created a substantial mess with all the snacks he had acquired for her. She had managed to consume the entire stash within those 2 days. She explained she had no other option, as there was no food remaining in the refrigerator, and the snacks were the only edible items available. She also remarked that she had been unable to return to the dungeon because he had not activated the portal for her. This statement confused Jinyuk, as he had never needed to consciously open it in the past. As far as he knew, it was perpetually active. He proceeded to his attic to show her that the portal was indeed open even at that moment. This contradicted her experience, as she insisted nothing had been there just moments before. She instructed him to move away from the doorway. When he did, the portal vanished. It was confirmed that there was nothing there once he had stepped back. Jinyuk had no explanation for this, as his entire experience had been of the portal being constantly accessible. Lucia offered a theory that the dungeon was responding exclusively to him, meaning the dungeon followed him wherever he went. It seemed the dungeon was somehow imprinted directly onto him. This implied a frightening possibility that the dungeon could have materialized directly onto his location, but luckily it was the result of a failed spell. He opted not to dwell on that disturbing idea, and instead ordered food for both of them. Lucia then expressed curiosity about how he had even managed to find his way back to the apartment after the monster battle. She revealed that she had cast a recognition suppression spell on the building, which should have made it impossible for anyone to locate. Jinyuk questioned why she would place such a spell on his home. She clarified that while he was unconscious, several strange individuals had repeatedly come by. They were from guilds called Ultron and Guardian, and their persistence became so annoying that she cast the spell to ensure they could not come back at all. Jinyuk was confused about why such large guilds would be searching for him, so he took out his phone to learn what had occurred while he was asleep. The very first headline he read immediately grabbed his attention. News reporting that he had defeated the new giant monster had spread widely online. There was even a video circulating that clearly showed him fighting alongside the Titan Guild. It seemed he had become famous virtually overnight. He recognized this was going to be a problem. It appeared that Jinyuk had become too avaricious, and his exploitation of Lucia's power had consequently put him in the spotlight. The hunter industry is notably territorial, and whenever a formidable competitor is identified, efforts are made to eliminate them as swiftly as possible. He chose not to dwell on past decisions. With Lucia finished eating, they traveled back into the dungeon to deliver their spoils to the dwarf. As a result of Lucia's overwhelmingly powerful shot, the monster's body was too compromised to be usable, and they were only successful in recovering its head. The old man was visibly frustrated with the elf for overdoing it and destroying valuable material. It seemed that he and Lucia possessed a mutual, natural animosity toward one another. Jinyuk interjected during their argument, asking the dwarf if he could craft anything from the remains. The dwarf took a moment and retrieved something from deep within the head, the organ that had allowed the beast to generate lightning. With that component, he could enchant the baseball bat to produce lightning as well. Jinyuk asked the dwarf how he wished to be compensated, but all the dwarf wanted was for the elf to get out of his workshop. Lucia began to shake with anger, and Jinyuk was forced to placate her by promising more sweets. After just managing to stop her from firing a hole straight through the dwarf's head, he headed back into the city to acquire the promised treats. On his route back home, he sensed something in an alley. It became apparent that someone was tracking him. He dropped his groceries behind a wall and called out to the individual who was following him. A voice replied, sounding surprised that Jinyuk had noticed him. Suddenly, a figure appeared from thin air and rushed at Jinyuk, swinging a sword. Jinyuk only just managed to block the attack with his bat. The newcomer was astonished that Jinyuk could perceive him at all. This interaction confirmed that the rumors were true. Jinyuk really was more than a conventional C-rank hunter. Jinyuk shoved the attacker back, then leaped at him with another strike from his bat. Since the assailant clearly did not want to reveal his identity, Jinyuk decided he would just have to beat him until he felt like talking. Realizing he could not win a head-on fight, the attacker used a skill to become invisible again, deciding to alter his tactics. Jinyuk could just faintly sense the attacker's presence, but was unable to see him. This slight sense, however, was just enough to anticipate when he was about to strike. Jinyuk succeeded in dodging and blocking most of the attacks that were launched at him, but he knew that at this rate, things would not go well for him much longer. If he had his usual enhanced bat, he could track the enemy more easily, but the old dwarf was currently modifying it, which meant Jinyuk had to revert to using a regular aluminum bat. He could not remain in this situation. With no other means of effectively fighting, Jinyuk made a run for it, but not before the hooded attacker successfully attached a tracking device to his shirt. Jinyuk made his way toward a crowded area to hide, but the attacker's device allowed him to continue monitoring Jinyuk's movements. The tracking signal guided the assassin to a restroom inside a department store, which he entered after activating his camouflage. He stopped before the stall indicated by the device and kicked the door open, braced for combat. He found nothing inside, however, except for the tracking device affixed to the partition. It was a trap. The assassin realized this far too late, as Jinyuk emerged from behind, swinging his bat. Within the enclosed area, invisibility would not provide a sufficient escape. The assassin just managed to evade the strike and countered with a knife thrust aimed at Jinyuk's face. This was easily dodged, and Jinyuk seized his assailant's arm before slamming him onto the floor. With no escape route available and the wind knocked out of him, the assassin was subdued. Jinyuk raised his bat, preparing to strike the man's head unless he revealed who had dispatched him. Concurrently, a young boy outside urgently needed to use the facilities. Although a sign restricted entry, the child could not wait. His father reluctantly let him go just as the assassin seemed about to provide an answer. This interruption was the exact opportunity the assassin required. He conjured a fireball and directed it at both Jinyuk and the child, compelling Jinyuk to deploy a shield to protect them. The assassin used the ensuing smoke as cover to attempt an escape. His superiors had only tasked him with gathering information. He had not anticipated such a difficult confrontation. As he tried to flee, an object pierced his chest, killing him instantly. Jinyuk stood behind him, catching his breath. It seemed he had applied too much force and unintentionally killed the man. As Jinyuk was processing this outcome, a system window appeared. It acknowledged the kill, but officially classified the act as self-defense. Due to this designation, the villain trait would not be applied. Instead, a hidden job change had become available. Following the hostile scuffle in the restroom with the mysterious criminal, Kang Jin-hyuk waited outside the crime scene, still reeling from the event. According to his knowledge, when a hunter takes a human life, they are supposed to be branded with the infamous villain title. Furthermore, clerics like him typically suffered a penalty where their skills were sealed. He genuinely believed his career was over, as his combat strength would be significantly diminished without his cleric abilities. However, killing the assailant had, surprisingly, triggered a class change. Two detectives approached the shaken young man to get his statement about the incident. The lead detective, Jo Kyung-yeon from the Hunter Affairs Division, displayed his badge, and politely requested Jin Hyuk's cooperation on the sensitive matter. They had identified the magic casting hunter who attacked him. Jin Hyuk provided the detectives with a truthful account. He explained that when the magician found himself cornered, he used magic with lethal intent. He had unleashed fire magic, fully aware that a child would be caught in the blast. Jin Hyuk was worried that the child might have been harmed, but the detectives assured him that the boy had only received minor burns and nothing serious. The child and his father both expressed their profound gratitude to Jin Hyuk for his timely intervention. Jin Hyuk was primarily relieved that the child had avoided any serious harm. The investigators confirmed that the child was safe due to Jin Hyuk's swift and appropriate reaction. Because of his commendable actions in neutralizing a criminal, they anticipated no complications in having the case officially classified as self-defense. He was informed he could return home as soon as the investigation concluded. Jin Hyuk had honestly anticipated more difficulties, but fortunately, the officials were being sensible. Detective Joe suggested that the young man's previous reputation likely influenced the situation, noting that the laws governing hunters often differed from standard regulations. However, there was an additional factor contributing to their lenient approach toward him. This factor was his failure to receive the villain title, despite having taken a life. That specific title is only designated when an individual intentionally commits murder. It does not manifest when the killing is deemed an act of self-defense. This distinction was a widely known, unspoken secret among hunters. If Jin Hyuk agreed to remain silent about what he had learned, he could avoid the inconvenience of a formal legal trial. Conversely, if he chose to disclose any information about the incident, it would create significant complications for the entire Hunter Affairs division. Jin Hyuk understood the implication and knew to stay quiet. Nonetheless, from the division's standpoint, trust was limited and involved certain risks. To be cautious, Detective Joe provided Jin Hyuk with a recording device as a safety precaution. He was instructed that, moving forward, he must carry the device with him constantly. To be direct, the monitoring tool was designed to activate if it detected 3 specific forbidden words. Upon registering the words murder, villain, or self-defense, the device would immediately transmit a signal to the authorities. As long as Jin Hyuk refrained from discussing the incident and avoided using those specific terms, no issues were expected. Detective Joe encouraged Jin Hyuk to return home and recover from the shock, assuring him that the professionals would handle the cleanup. Jin Hyuk expressed his thanks to the detectives and departed for home, his expression somber. Immediately after his departure, the detectives began discussing him, noting the rumors that he was the one who had defeated the new monster type. They agreed that even an untrained observer could easily see Jin Hyuk was not a mere C-rank hunter. He had successfully blocked a maximum-strength fire attack, taking no damage himself while simultaneously shielding a child. The high-level magic-using criminal he faced was not an adversary that just anyone could overcome. At this stage, Jin Hyuk's mysterious abilities were clearly more substantial than mere exaggerated rumors. The division was certain that Kang Jin Hyuk possessed power, far exceeding that of a standard C rank. The detectives hoped he would avoid any further trouble, which would allow them to cultivate mutual trust. At last, finding himself alone, Jin Hyuk examined his new class, the Inquisitor. This was a hidden classification for which no public records existed. He had wished to obtain such a class one day, but had not anticipated it would happen this quickly. Instead of simply reviewing the skill descriptions, he preferred to evaluate his new class through practical combat. He permitted a goblin to get near enough to attempt an attack. He was testing the ability that had replaced his healing skills, now called Hard Skin. This specialized skin significantly reduced the damage received from enemy strikes. He had also acquired a new status resistance skill, which made him less vulnerable to poison, sleep, stun, and various other adverse effects. Satisfied with these new acquisitions, Jin Hyuk lifted his fist toward the goblin before him. He now comprehended why the term transformation was used. Although his previous skill effects were still present, their nature had shifted from supportive to self-focused. He was no longer able to use Holy Aura. However, he had obtained the Fighting Spirit skill, which adapted his aura for combat. Confronting goblins with only his bare hands had become much simpler. His Holy Shield skill had been superseded by the Defense Charge skill, enabling him to rush forward with unstoppable force and a near impenetrable defense. Eliminating swarms of goblins using only his body was now remarkably easy. He had essentially received a protective ability, a charging maneuver, and resistance to all status effects. His transition into an Inquisitor had effectively turned him into a complete combat tank. Once he concluded the testing of his new combat abilities, he directed his focus to his other new skills. He had acquired a discernment ability that measured karma, assigning a numeric value to an individual's morality. Jin-hyuk took out his smartphone and activated the front-facing camera, observing the number 64 hovering above his head. The practical value of this skill remained uncertain. He lacked any point of reference to determine what qualified as high karma, leaving him unsure if his score of 64 was positive or negative. Furthermore, he received another skill tied to karma, the judgment skill. This new ability would enhance his stats and provide additional effects when he confronted an enemy with a high karma value. Specifically, his stats would increase by 20% against foes with 200 or more karma, 50% against those with 300 karma, and 100% against those with 500 or more karma. In essence, he would become more powerful when combating malevolent individuals. This feature by itself was enough to make the Inquisitor class worthy of its hidden status. Even so, a class that so overtly encouraged its wielder to hunt down villains was unprecedented. Following his experimentation, Jin-hyuk proceeded directly to the forge. Upon his arrival, the old dwarf was just completing the process of imbuing his bat with lightning power. The weapon could now store a maximum of 3 lightning charges, with each charge requiring 30 minutes to replenish. Jin-hyuk was, naturally, very satisfied with this upgrade. He inquired how to utilize the impressive new feature, and the method proved to be quite simple. The old dwarf had apprehended a kobold that was attempting to steal from his workshop and had secured the creature in the backyard. It would serve as the ideal test subject. The creature snarled and struggled aggressively, but it was unable to break free from its restraints. To deploy the lightning, Jin-hyuk did not require any incantations or gestures. He could simply utilize it during combat by visualizing the attack in his mind. The young man concentrated, keeping his gaze fixed on the target. He adopted a posture resembling a baseball batter preparing to hit a fastball, all while imagining the electrical power flowing through the bat. Jin-hyuk took a deep breath and focused his intent. With one complete swing, he unleashed a ball of lightning. It crackled as it tore through the air without resistance. The instant it struck the kobold, the creature yelped in agony as an immense voltage of electricity ravaged its body. A single charge was sufficient to incinerate the monster. The chains fell loose as the kobold's physical form disintegrated into dust. Even its skeleton was charred black, demonstrating the formidable power of the thunder charge. The old dwarf was visibly pleased with his outstanding craftsmanship. Gaining access to a ranged attack would significantly simplify Jin-hyuk's future fights. Now that the test was complete, Lucia approached Jin-hyuk and requested a private conversation. The elf led him to a corner and grabbed the unfamiliar pendant hanging around his neck. She confronted him regarding his recent activities in the outside world. Lucia had perceived that Jin-hyuk's body no longer held any divine power, and she was also suspicious of the item he was wearing. She was simply concerned that Jin-hyuk was involved in something strange. The young man defended himself, assuring her it was all a misunderstanding. He provided Lucia and the old dwarf with an overview of what had transpired externally. He explained his involvement in an incident that had completely transformed his divine power into something else. Furthermore, he was unable to provide specific details because of the peculiar trinket given to him by the detectives. In the old dwarf's assessment, the solution was simple. He could first neutralize the device, which would allow them to hear the complete story. The blacksmith was willing to tamper with the trinket, but Jin-hyuk would be required to complete an errand for him first. The old dwarf insisted that the task was minor, just a simple favor in exchange for his services. After rummaging through his bag, he tossed a compass into Jin-hyuk's hand. Merely by observing the compass, Lucia seemed to understand exactly where the old dwarf was sending Jin-hyuk, and she appeared worried. Clueless about what he was getting into, the young man wondered if he was being dispatched to a dangerous location. This small errand led Kang Jin-hyuk to a treacherous, mountainous path that seemed to defy the laws of physics. Using basic hiking gear, he rappelled down an apparently bottomless chasm. He lamented that the old dwarf had sent him to such a hazardous place just to mine ores. While the young man struggled with the descent, Lucia was completely at ease. She even teased him for his difficulty. She asserted that he must follow her lead precisely and never stray on his own if he wanted to avoid trouble. Lucia then showed off her acrobatic skills and leaped gracefully from the cliff. Forsaking the security of a rope, Lucia utilized her hands to descend the cliff face. Jin-hyuk could only sigh, recognizing he could not possibly replicate what she did so effortlessly. Lucia criticized him for his excessive fear. In her view, he was needlessly restricting himself based on unfounded apprehension. Not wasting any more time, the elf plunged into the seemingly bottomless chasm, untroubled as gravity handled the descent. Jin Hyuk reflected that she might have a point. Perhaps he was being overly cautious and ought to place more faith in his enhanced physical capabilities. Consequently, the young man let go of his nervous hold on the rope and followed Lucia in a free fall. He figured he should at least attempt to test his body's new limits this one time. Upon nearing the end of the drop, he used his hands and legs to arrest his momentum, landing without any injury next to Lucia. Jin Hyuk at last understood that he was no longer a normal human. The elf had already been aware that he possessed a superhuman constitution. He was merely being held back by old fears. Pausing in the middle of their task, they rested on a steep ledge and discussed what had actually occurred. Lucia expressed concern that tampering with the monitoring device might cause trouble for Jin Hyuk. However, the old dwarf had assured them it would be fine, which implied there must be a viable method. That blacksmith could be grumpy, but he was undeniably talented and dependable. Even Lucia, who thoroughly disliked the old dwarf, conceded that he was reliable in matters like this. She was quite curious about the karma values associated with Jinyuk's new class. She inquired about her own karma level, and Jinyuk informed her it was 82, the highest of the three. Jinyuk's score was 64, while the old dwarf's was 72. Considering the difficult life Lucia had experienced, her having the highest karma did not shock her. She had been forced to do whatever was necessary for survival. Still, the disparity between her and Jinyuk was only 20 points, and he had only taken one life so far. Lucia, by contrast, had lost count of her own tally long ago. It occurred to her that in the world she came from, there were individuals known as saints who could perceive good and evil with a single look. Jinyuk asserted that he was nowhere near being a saint, and she concurred. She was just pointing out that the capacity to measure evil also existed in other dimensions. In any case, Lucia was not particularly invested in locating a mine for the dwarf. She was far more interested in thoroughly examining the young man's new skills. When pressed about her significant interest in Jinyuk's abilities, she playfully replied that she simply found him amusing. Since remaining in an empty dungeon would not provide them with a functional understanding of karma values, Lucia suggested they return to the outside world to conduct some experiments. Jinyuk felt guilty about pausing the errand for the old dwarf, but his primary desire was to better comprehend his new abilities. As Lucia had pointed out, staying in a dungeon with just the two of them would not further his understanding. Acknowledging this, he retrieved something from his pockets. Although he felt a degree of remorse toward the old man, Jinyuk produced a return stone designed to transport him instantly to a preset location in the outside world. After he crushed the stone in his hand, a dimensional rift materialized where they stood. Lucia was momentarily startled before the portal pulled her in. Curiously, taking this action raised Jinyuk's karma. A short time later, the duo found themselves standing on a crowded city street. Lucia acquired a drink, while Jinyuk fretted that her magical disguise was failing to prevent them from drawing attention. She had previously informed him that she used magic to obscure her true appearance and assimilate into the populace. However, the illusion, which depicted her in human clothing, seemed to make them even more noticeable. Nearly every person in the vicinity could not stop looking at the beautiful woman accompanying Jinyuk. Lucia cheekily maintained that her beauty was simply impossible to hide, which made the camouflage largely useless. As much as Jinyuk wished to refute this, he was unable. He conceded that Lucia might be the most attractive woman he had ever met. Moving past the light conversation, Lucia wanted to consolidate their knowledge regarding karma values. In simple terms, performing malevolent acts causes karma to accumulate. For instance, Jinyuk's karma score had risen by 1 point because he failed to honor his promise to the old dwarf. Beyond causing direct harm, karma can be accrued through other negative deeds. Conversely, in situations of consensual harm or self-defense, karma levels do not increase. They still lacked a clear baseline for what defined high or low karma, but they knew that exceeding 200 points classified an individual as a villain. Eliminating someone past the 200 karma threshold would not result in a penalty. It would be categorized as self-defense rather than murder, as the system no longer recognized such beings as human. Considering that neither Lucia nor the dwarf had even reached 100 points, one would have to be exceptionally evil to surpass 200. Jinyuk had been observing passersby all day and had yet to see any average person with a score exceeding 50. They were likely squandering their efforts in a relatively tranquil public area. To find people with genuinely high karma, they needed to relocate to a seedier part of the city. Fortunately, a known gathering place for malevolent individuals was easily found within the city's red light district. Lucia found herself fascinated by the intense, colorful lights illuminating the streets at night. She questioned if the inhabitants were not concerned about being detected by monsters. Jinyuk patiently clarified that, unlike the situation in her world, monsters do not typically wander freely on Earth. As an elf, she found the atmosphere in the red light district to be repulsive, but she conceded that the lights were aesthetically pleasing. Every world, she supposed, had its positive aspects. As they walked along the seedy streets, a disreputable barman intercepted the pair and commented on Lucia's attractiveness. The man claimed their bar was running a special event, allowing beautiful women to receive up to 5 cocktails at no charge. Lucia merely shoved the man out of her path and continued on her way. Before Lucia could proceed much further, Jin Hyuk caught her by the shoulder, urging her to wait. He insisted that they should remain for a while to partake in the complimentary beverages. The barman's expression brightened, and he escorted them into the establishment, vowing to give Lucia the finest service available. Following an entire day of walking and observing only average individuals with unremarkable karmic scores, Jin Hyuk had located what he was seeking. He identified the barman as a villain, noting a karma value of 300 visible above the man's head. The pair took seats at the bar and began consuming the liquor placed before them. The beverage possessed a sweet taste, which Lucia found very agreeable. Concurrently, the barman was quietly snickering, having just served the two a drink spiked with a poison potent enough to paralyze a target with a single drop. Believing the fast-acting toxin had successfully incapacitated them, the barman signaled to a group of thugs positioned nearby. The thugs intended to incapacitate Jin Hyuk first. As they drew near, the young man verbally challenged their decision. Because his status effect resistance skill had engaged, the poison in his drink had no effect. Jinyuk quickly pivoted and delivered a staggering strike to the jaw of one of the assailants. The young man smirked, relishing the opportunity to finally utilize his strength against these minor foes. He drew back his arm and launched another punch that connected with 2 goons simultaneously, a 2-for-1 strike. Judging by the distance the men were thrown, it was evident that the force behind his punches was exceptionally powerful. Without allowing the assailants time to recover, he executed a sharp pivot and used his other leg to strike another man in the face. A single kick was sufficient to render the man unconscious. Concurrently, Lucia slowly regained her senses as the paralytic agent's effects gradually faded from her system. She turned her head and observed a number of thugs incapacitated on the floor, all defeated by Jinyuk. Lucia was bewildered and asked what was occurring. The young man was, in effect, simply dealing with the troublemakers. The barman, having observed the entire confrontation, finally signaled for his main enforcer to intervene. A man referred to as Buzzcut removed his jacket, his muscles bulging beneath his shirt. He understood that he needed to regard the young man as a serious threat. Buzzcut then charged forward with impressive speed and power, yet the duo merely observed him with apathy. Jin Hyuk fixed his gaze on the man's hulking form as it sped toward him. Lucia consumed another sip of the spiked cocktail and inquired if Jinyuk required assistance. He declined her offer, confident in his ability to handle another opponent by himself. Buzzcut became infuriated that the pair was conversing as if he were completely irrelevant. He threw his most powerful punch, only to be stopped by a perfectly timed grab from Jinyuk. Regardless of how forcefully he pushed or tried to maneuver, Buzzcut could not make Jinyuk, who held his fist, move at all. This realization meant that the strange young man had to be a hunter. Buzzcut himself possessed the appearance and fighting style of a veteran hunter. He mused that if Jinyuk was a hunter, he should be fighting monsters, not engaging with criminals in a disreputable bar. Buzzcut had clearly not anticipated encountering someone with Jinyuk's capabilities during their illicit operation. Recognizing he was completely outmatched by the young man, Buzzcut was already calculating an escape from the perilous predicament. At that moment, Jinyuk adjusted his hold slightly and mercilessly shattered the man's fist. Buzzcut cried out in pain as he registered the sensation of multiple bones cracking simultaneously. Jinyuk was not finished. To silence Buzzcut, he delivered a punch directly to the man's mouth. Buzzcut was propelled backward, his body flying uncontrollably until his momentum was stopped by the row of bar chairs behind him. With all the enforcers dealt with, the only criminal left standing was the terrified barman. Jin-yuk moved aggressively, securing the villain in a chokehold and applying intense pressure that nearly crushed his windpipe. He hoisted the barman off the ground, restricting his oxygen supply while beginning the questioning. Naturally, Jin-yuk believed the interrogation would be ineffective without a preceding physical assault. He proceeded to splatter the bar walls with the villain's blood. By the time he felt he had delivered enough punches, Jin-yuk's fists were stained red. He had inflicted severe damage on the villain's face, rendering it almost unrecognizable. Jin-yuk commenced his questioning. It was clear this was not the first occasion the barman had orchestrated such a scheme. To manage this kind of operation, he required support from a benefactor. The barman fiercely denied having any backing. However, Jin-yuk reasoned that a low-level criminal could not possibly succeed at repeatedly drugging drinks and kidnapping women without being apprehended. The hired thugs must also be connected to a larger power structure. Hiring them would be impossible without organizational resources. Jin-yuk stared into the villain's eyes, offering a final opportunity to speak. Despite the beating and the threats, the barman persisted in his denial of any external involvement. This level of refusal to inform suggested either extreme loyalty or that the person behind the operation was more frightening than the current assault. To determine which was the case, Jin-yuk resolved to escalate his methods. Jin-yuk seized one of the barman's feet and began to pull. The villain, now both frightened and bewildered, started to squirm and scream. Jin-yuk maintained that he was merely assisting the man in finding the necessary motivation to confess. The barman attempted to maintain a tough facade, insisting that violence would not make him cooperate, but the young man disagreed. Before Jin-yuk could proceed with a more gruesome act, Lucia intervened, telling him to step aside and cease his barbaric, convoluted tactics. She conjured a mysterious energy in her hand and slowly moved it toward the barman's face. The villain's expression transitioned from fear and confusion to one of relaxation and slackness, though his appearance remained unsightly. As soon as Lucia's strange power permeated the barman's system, a few moments of quiet elapsed. Suddenly, the man's face contorted into a look of demonic madness, and he began to ask the pair if they were representatives of an organization called Altron. He then frantically insisted that regardless of what Altron tried to do, it was already too late. Whatever Lucia had done to the man reduced him to a mumbling state. Her action had simply made it easier for the barman to confess. She had not, however, anticipated that he would become completely insane and start revealing information uncontrollably. The barman continued, stating that Altron was insignificant because his tyrant guild would massacre every one of their foes. Just like that, the pair identified the power supporting this illicit operation, the Tyrant Guild. It became apparent that this situation was far bigger than Jin-hyuk had initially thought. He questioned the deranged barman about the source of his confidence regarding the Tyrant Guild's ability to massacre their enemies. The man simply replied that they possessed Elon's elixir. This answer only served to confuse the young man further, as he had no idea what the barman was referring to. A few minutes later, police authorities arrived to investigate the incident, prompting Jin-hyuk and Lucia to make a swift exit. The two of them had unexpectedly stumbled upon a massive conspiracy, one that extended to the highest levels, with a major guild secretly directing it. Lucia explained that Elon's elixir is a substance that doubles a user's stats. Its creation, she noted, necessitates the sacrifice of countless young women. She had never imagined that a guild on Earth would be capable of producing something so sinister. She found it unbelievable that a group of people was actually attempting to manufacture the drug. A substance equivalent to Elon's elixir also existed in her home world, where it was known as the Queen's Tear. One of Lucia's close friends had been sacrificed as fertilizer for this elixir during their youth. Many years later, immediately after Lucia attained platinum rank, she went on a campaign to personally eradicate the organization responsible for the drug's production. This history clarified why she had maintained such a grim expression since they departed the bar. The immediate question became what their next course of action would be. Given that the barman had revealed the elixir's near completion, their only option was to eliminate the Tyrant Guild before the process was finished. Back at the same bar, just after the police had departed the scene, a man dressed entirely in black was reporting the events to his superiors. This individual wore a mask and glasses that obscured half his face. According to his own investigation, the incident at the bar was not the result of an internal conflict. The strange part was that the perpetrators had killed only the barman before leaving. This peculiar method did not align with the tactics of a rival guild or any friendly faction. The masked man's new assignment was to identify those who had disrupted their operation as quickly as possible. He expressed confidence that he could apprehend the perpetrators swiftly. Shifting the focus to the Titan Guild, their senior leadership was currently on an overseas business trip. According to the capable secretary, Lee Hyena, the results of their trip to Hong Kong were excellent. If their performance in the first half of the year continued on this positive trend, they might consider the possibility of recruiting 15% more guild members. The guild was flourishing, yet the Titan Guild's leader, Seo Sang-ho, was not feeling well. He was experiencing stress regarding the news about Alain's elixir. Just as he had anticipated, Lee Hyena had no prior knowledge of such a thing. The association had been making significant efforts to hide its existence from the public. It was difficult for Lee Hyena to return to Korea at that moment, as she still had guild-related business overseas requiring her attention. Because that was the situation, Sang-ho would need to proceed on his own for the time being. He instructed Secretary Lee Hyena to immediately circulate an urgent directive to the entire guild. Effective immediately, the Titan Guild was to declare a completely hostile relationship with the Tyrant Guild. A war was facing everyone. Surprised by such an extreme move, Lee Hyena requested more details before they plunged the whole guild into a major conflict. Sang-ho's only reply was that a failure to prepare at this stage would only result in greater chaos down the line. He stated that if the information he had acquired proved to be accurate, it would be too late to act once the pandemonium began. Lee Hyena demanded to know what kind of information the leader had received that would cause him to act in such an uncharacteristic way. Sang-ho was fully aware that this order was equivalent to a declaration of war against an organization as large as their own. He also assured his secretary that the Ultron Guild and even the government would be on their side when the appropriate time came. Even with that assurance, war presented enormous risks for everyone involved. Lee Hyena proposed that they at least consult their guild executives to formulate a more cautious and rational decision. Sang-ho, however, had already made his choice. His thoughts had never been so clear, and he had no time for pointless meetings. Just by observing his eyes, Lee Hyena knew that the leader's mind was firmly set on this matter. Sang-ho was typically the cautious type, yet he was now making this incredibly decisive move. He acknowledged that she was feeling apprehensive about acting blindly without much information available. For the present, Sang-ho needed Lee Hyena to trust his judgment and to issue the order confidentially within the guild while they initiated quiet investigations. The formal announcement of war could be made later. As for the internal probes, Sang-ho had already identified a few people he required more information on. The catalyst for this sudden shift in Sang-ho was, clearly, a single text message from Jin Hyuk concerning the Tyrant Guild's plan to create the sinister drug via human sacrifice. Meanwhile, Lucia was relaxing at Jin Hyuk's residence, eating her sweets and pestering the young man about his plans. She was relieved to know that there were some trustworthy and level-headed individuals in this world, such as Seo Sang-ho. She remarked that if no one had agreed to join forces to destroy the Tyrant Guild, she would have taken care of the matter herself. It strengthened their case that the method for producing Alain's elixir was unquestionably inhumane. Jin Hyuk asked when the elf planned to return to the dungeon, instead of depleting his food supplies all day. She refused to go back to the tedious dungeon, and missed the opportunity to participate in a raid against a villainous guild. She speculated that the Tyrant Guild must consist of more than ordinary hunters, if they were deranged enough to concoct something so vile. Even Jin Hyuk had to concede that he could not take on such a large organization by himself, at least not at his current level. Lucia officially extended her help to wipe out those scoundrels together. Jin Hyuk thanked her for offering, even though she was under no obligation to do so. Suddenly, someone began knocking on the door and calling for Kang Jin Hyuk. He was not anticipating a visitor, so this came as an unexpected surprise. It was possible the visitor was just a delivery person, or perhaps it was something more. It might have been the masked operative who had been sent to look into the incident at the bar. This man possessed a magical compass that could track individuals using blood. He was utilizing the barman's blood to follow the traces remaining on Jin Hyuk's body. Leaving the bar, the operative navigated the extensive cityscape flawlessly without needing a car. The masked man began his hunt, moving across the rooftops of the buildings along his path. After pinpointing the direction of the blood signal, he finally landed in front of an apartment building. He gazed at the modest home and couldn't help but feel that something was strange. For a brief second, he thought the building looked hazy or indistinct, but he quickly dismissed this as his imagination. He also recognized the location as the residence of the hunter who had handled the Leviathan days earlier, which suggested the two incidents might be connected. This, however, was of no consequence to the masked man. He had been assigned a job, and he intended to complete it. Suddenly, he materialized a thick needle from thin air, which emanated a sinister aura. His plan was to capture his target and ask some questions. Jin-yuk walked to his door and called out, asking who was on the other side. As expected, the masked man replied that he had a late delivery that had been delayed by an accident. The young man was not foolish. It was highly improbable for a delivery to show up at such a late hour. Furthermore, the recognition suppression spell still active on the house made it virtually impossible to find. He reasoned that any person who could overcome such a powerful spell only to pretend to be a delivery person must have malicious intentions. Nevertheless, Jin-yuk opened his door, remaining highly vigilant. The masked man immediately tried to force his way inside, the sinister needle in his hand. Jin-yuk had anticipated such a tactic, so it was not difficult for him to intercept the assailant's hand as it lunged at him. He cheekily inquired if deliveries now included poison darts as a complimentary item. The masked man, who was supposed to be conducting the ambush, was the one caught completely off guard. Lucia then chimed in, hurriedly telling Jin-yuk to move aside as she fired an arrow from her bow. The arrow's speed and velocity were immense. It was practically impossible to dodge at such a close distance as it pierced the villain's body. The force of the shot sent the masked man flying backward out of the second-story apartment. He landed hard, bleeding profusely as the arrow remained lodged deep in his flesh and organs. Lucia knocked another arrow and told Jin-yuk to step away, as she intended to finish the man off. Jin-yuk waved her off, insisting on handling the problem himself, as he was sure the man was looking for him due to the events at the bar. Lucia warned him that the assailant was by no means ordinary, evidenced by the fact that he had survived one of her arrows. As the masked man attempted to dislodge the projectile, he shivered, wondering who the woman was that had managed to put him in such a critical state with a single attack. He finally succeeded in pulling the arrow out, bleeding all over the pavement. The masked man's every instinct was screaming for him to withdraw for the time being. By the time Jin-yuk attempted to follow, the assailant was already moving across the adjacent rooftops in an injured-looking manner. Lucia inquired if the young man intended to give chase, but Jin-yuk decided it was too troublesome. He reasoned the man would inevitably come after him again, allowing them to settle matters at a later date. What was more significant was the masked man's karma value. A score of over 900 hovered above his head. This indicated he was someone who killed without compunction. Jin-yuk was eager for a confrontation with a genuine villain, so this development was ideal. He was even considering how he might be able to use the masked man for his own purposes. The next day arrived, and a guild car escorted Jin-yuk and Lucia into the mountains. The driver stopped the vehicle and gestured toward the remote investigation site. They had been summoned there under guild leader Sang-ho's personal directive, but it was an open secret that many people in the Titan Guild were still not fond of Jin-yuk. Observing the troops assembled at the base, the young man surmised that half of them were A-rank hunters, or perhaps higher. It was a thoroughly elite group. The individual in charge was the same man who had tried to instigate a fight with Jin-yuk previously. It appeared Executive Han Yong-sik would be leading this operation. Right from the start, Jin-yuk had a bad feeling that this mission was going to become annoying very quickly. The executive formally introduced himself as the head of the operation. Much to Jin-yuk's surprise, the man brought up the fact that they had encountered each other during the recent aerial attack. Jin-yuk commented on the executive's shift in personality, as he seemed much more amicable and kinder today than he had been before. Yong-sik cleared his throat and awkwardly apologized for his behavior from that time. He claimed he had just become a little overzealous in his dedication to the guild, and wanted to take this opportunity to express his regret about their first meeting, hoping it would not adversely affect the current operation. Yong-sik also asked about the woman Jin-yuk had brought along. The young man introduced Lucia as a skilled colleague who would not be a liability to the mission. The executive was slightly perturbed, as there had been no mention of any additional personnel. Before he could protest, however, the recon team they had sent out earlier returned. Yong-sik excused himself for a moment to receive his scout's report. While the executive might have apologized, it was clear he was still looking down on Jin-yuk and Lucia, assuming they were merely C-rank novices. In any case, their true strength did not matter, as this executive had his own separate agenda for the mission. Lucia immediately sensed the executive's duplicitous nature and asked Jin-yuk if they were truly going to let the man lead. Jin-yuk assured her that they would be fine. More importantly, he noted, someone had been tailing them since earlier. Both Lucia and Jin-yuk had detected their poorly hidden pursuer long ago. The young man chose to let the pursuer be for now, as they could potentially make use of him later. Prior to the operation commencing, Jinyuk provided Lucia with a luminous magical crystal. This small gem functioned as a communication device, enabling contact with anyone inside a 10-kilometer radius. They would require it later, making it essential to keep it accessible. Young-sik returned, having confirmed the initial intelligence. The information they had collected clearly indicated the Tyrant Guild's participation in human trafficking. Regarding the assault strategy, the executive had a specific request for Jinyuk. The reconnaissance team had discovered a powerful barrier erected around the facility. They also concluded that only one individual possessed the capability to bypass the barrier undetected. Young-sik asserted that Jinyuk was the only one suitable for infiltrating the barrier. Jinyuk openly accused the executive of asking him to undertake what was essentially a suicide mission deep within enemy territory. The executive, however, maintained his facade as a neutral team leader. He sarcastically suggested that only the person who defeated the Leviathan could successfully execute such a stealth operation. He added that it would be more efficient for Jinyuk to work alone rather than with Titan Guild members he was unfamiliar with. Young-sik was transparently placing the entire burden on Jinyuk, offloading all the associated risks onto a single individual. While the executive might have believed he was manipulating Jinyuk, this was exactly the scenario Jinyuk had desired. Consequently, Jinyuk accompanied a small group of Titan Guild hunters to the location where they could breach the barrier. The strategy was straightforward. The magic users would generate a small opening in the barrier, and Jinyuk would have to quickly slip through. They arrived at the eastern face of the facility and hurried. The magic team was only capable of maintaining the small opening for a matter of seconds, necessitating that Jinyuk move rapidly and run at full speed. Without delay, they began their work on the barrier to create the tiny access point for him. Jinyuk was not bothered by the fact that he was being manipulated and intentionally sent alone toward the enemy. He was primarily intrigued about what the Tyrant Guild was concealing in that mountain location. The instant the opening was made, he sprinted through the barrier and eagerly surveyed the compound. Jinyuk stopped abruptly and materialized his reliable bat, only to be confronted by a strange view. The base's internal appearance was completely different from its external look. The barrier must have been imbued with a distortion illusion. His immediate priority was to locate the entrance to the massive camp. After several minutes of moving around unchallenged, he noted the surprising scarcity of guards. The first one he eventually saw was positioned near the barrier, apparently protecting an entrance. Jinyuk reasoned that the presence of a guard implied there was something important nearby that required protection. This was Jinyuk's most promising lead so far. He launched himself into the air and raised his bat, channeling his immense strength into the preparatory motion. Jinyuk swung the weapon, and to his great surprise, the guard standing by dissipated into smoke as the bat struck the ground. It was revealed to be an illusion, not a real person. He had intended to knock out a guard for capture and interrogation to gain access, but now he was left to figure out the entry method on his own. Much to his astonishment, this supposedly secure facility was equipped with automatic doors, similar to a supermarket. The security measures were laughably inadequate, and it did not even appear that they had CCTVs in operation. They must have been operating under the assumption that the women they had taken had no chance of escape. Just to ensure he would not be deceived, Jinyuk retrieved an insurance policy from his inventory. He pulled out an EMP generator, crafted from the materials of electric-type monsters, and casually placed it on the floor. This device would disable any communications or security equipment in the immediate vicinity. This precaution was the reason he had left the magic communication crystal with Lucia. As soon as the EMP activated, Jinyuk formulated his next steps. With the entire compound offline, it was time to commence his real mission. From a distance, the masked man maintained his close observation of Jinyuk. He was beginning to connect the young man's involvement with both the bar incident and the Titan Guild. Just like the others, the masked man appeared to have his own secret motivations, and Jinyuk was a critical component in ensuring their success. As a direct result of the EMP Jinyuk had activated, one of the idle guards at the facility watched his game abruptly stop as his phone lost power. The guard grumbled, blaming the remote, rural location for interfering with his gaming. By the time he finally sensed that something was wrong, a red bat was already smashing mercilessly into the side of his face. Jinyuk had not even swung the bat. He had actually thrown his weapon, impaling the man with the blunt end. After confirming the guard was incapacitated, he used auto-recovery to recall his weapon. Jinyuk had finally located someone of flesh and blood to fight. The guard's blood sprayed onto a nearby wall as his body hit the smooth concrete floor with a thud. The man he had just killed was not a hunter, just an ordinary person, yet he possessed an astoundingly high karma level of 800 hanging over his head. This place was, without a doubt, filled with vile, inhuman trash. Jinyuk now felt he could wipe out everyone involved in this operation without any hesitation. Upon proceeding through the locked gate, he was met with the sight of a long hallway lined with prison doors. This had to be the location where they were holding all the abducted women. The living conditions within each visible cell were abysmal. The women were shackled like animals, awaiting their turn to be sacrificed as material for the cursed elixir. Jinyuk's reflections were broken by a male voice inquiring about his identity. A particular cell in the row was an exception. It held a man instead of a woman. Jinyuk identified the man's attire as the uniform belonging to the Tyrant Guild. The captive man urged Jinyuk to flee before it was too late, claiming that everyone in the facility had lost their sanity. Externally, the disreputable team leader checked his watch, monitoring the duration of Jinyuk's infiltration. A significant amount of time had passed since Jinyuk entered, yet everything remained silent. He considered that it might be time for the main contingent to advance. Young-sik commanded his men to move forward and take positions near the facility, prepared to enter if any unusual activity occurred. Upon his signal, the Titan members surged ahead in their black jackets. Lucia, however, remained stationary, seemingly indifferent. Young-sik was unable to comprehend her behavior. The executive eventually joined his troops to wait, while Jinyuk handled the difficult tasks within. Lucia contemplated whether it was time for her to act. Prior to the operation, Jinyuk had insisted on managing the situation inside the building by himself. Her assigned role was to closely observe the Titan members on the outside. They were still uncertain of what Han Young-sik might attempt, requiring Lucia to remain alert. Jinyuk had advised her against becoming overly involved, but such passivity was not in her nature. Returning to the facility's interior, the imprisoned man identified himself as Young Dae-yoon. Jinyuk asked why a Tyrant Guild member was in such a pitiful condition. Dae-yoon admitted he was incarcerated for an attempt to kill a high-ranking member. They were currently keeping him alive only because of his valuable expertise in illusion skills. The distortion illusion on the barrier and the illusory guard must have been his creations. Jinyuk was intrigued as to why this man would try to sabotage his own guild's research. The reason was straightforward. Dae-yoon could no longer tolerate witnessing his colleagues use women as bait for monsters. He had reached his breaking point and attempted to eliminate the individual in charge, but he was captured and imprisoned. Jinyuk was pleased to find a Tyrant Guild member with such a moral compass. Even Dae-yoon's karma score was low, registering at only 62. Jinyuk extended a formal invitation to Dae-yoon to collaborate with him in dismantling the malevolent facility. Concurrently, the operative responsible for surveillance in the control room was fast asleep in his comfortable office chair. When he finally awoke, he understood that he must have fallen asleep while on duty yet again. He regularly became drowsy around this time, so this was not an unusual event. And since the facility was always uneventful, he deemed it acceptable. However, rather than seeing the expected live surveillance feeds of the facility, he awoke to find all the monitors were black. He looked around the room in an attempt to understand the situation, but he found no immediate explanation. In a state of panic, he attempted to restart the system, but the core issue was that the power source had been disabled by Jinyuk's EMP. Every single electronic item, including smartphones, was rendered inoperable. The entire computer system was offline, and he had slept through the failure. The control room operator was hardly a candidate for Employee of the Month. Just outside the command center, a few of the Tyrant Guild members were playing cards to alleviate their boredom. They were enjoying their game until the control room operator began shouting about an emergency. The Tyrant members were alarmed, and most of all, annoyed that their game had been interrupted. The operator informed everyone that the entire system was completely non-functional. Compounding the problem, all the women had vanished from their prison cells. An intruder was present and had thrown the entire facility into disarray. The leader of the members divided their forces into two teams. The first team was directed to the Elan production room, while the second team was tasked with finding the intruder and the missing women. As for the operator who had allowed the situation to occur, he was ordered to find any possible way to contact their headquarters. Every prison cell had been unlocked, liberating the abducted women. They were currently heading for the closest exit, their lives hanging in the balance. Dae-yoon, being familiar with the facility's layout, guided everyone along the most efficient escape route. They had come very close to the exit, yet remained far from safety as the Tyrant Guild members intercepted their path. Upon the discovery of the escaping women, the Tyrant members began to swarm the location. The first guard to arrive immediately identified Dae-yoon, who was directing the women toward the exit. Dae-yoon ensured the women passed him and then remained behind to create a diversion, buying them more time to get away. The first Tyrant member, overly eager, charged in alone, intent on killing Dae-yoon permanently. The moment the punch connected, Dae-yoon reminded his former colleague of his specialization, illusion. The Tyrant member struggled to control his rage at having been deceived by such a basic tactic. While the second team was preoccupied with chasing Dae-yoon and the women, the first team was experiencing a far more agonizing destiny. Each of the Tyrant members was inadequately armed, bringing only knives to confront an opponent with a baseball bat. Jin-yuk made short work of the team that had been assigned to guard the Elan production room. He utilized his superior technique and footwork to easily outmaneuver and ridicule the half-trained fighters. The young man struck each of their heads, needing just one swing for each person. Jin-yuk defeated the last Tyrant member without even exerting himself. Observing how desperately these men had been protecting the gate, it was clear that Elan was located behind the door. Jin-yuk gained entry to the room and proceeded inside cautiously. He scanned the area and saw all the equipment that the Tyrant organization had collected to produce the inhumane drug. They had gone so far as to build a massive laboratory underground for security. The lab was filled with human-sized test tubes, and each one contained a woman abducted by the Tyrant Guild. Witnessing the scale of their malevolent operation firsthand was even more revolting than Jin-yuk had imagined. In the center of the laboratory was a monster held within protective glass. This creature had to be Elan, the source of all this suffering and evil. Jin-yuk gripped his bat tightly. The monster showed no reaction to his presence. It was entirely possible that it was dormant. With a smile, the young man summoned the lightning contained within his weapon and adopted a batting stance. If all went well, he could potentially end this threat permanently, but that seemed too straightforward. Elan must have perceived the danger and awakened. The creature shattered its protective glass enclosure and launched its tentacles forward ferociously. Jin-yuk was forced to move and dodge rapidly as the fast-moving appendages aimed for his vital points. His intended lightning attack had to be cancelled. He observed the movement of the tentacles and his fear increased. Considering how heavy and fast those limbs attacked, he knew that if he were struck in a critical spot, it would be over for him. For now, his only course of action was to remain on the defensive, waiting and hoping for an opening to attack. Jin-yuk forced himself to concentrate. He had to remain calm if he wished to survive unharmed. Elan's appearance was grotesque, resembling a frenzied entity with tentacles. Finally, the creature completely broke free of its glass containment, scattering thousands of sharp shards in every direction. It was beginning to look as if Jin-yuk was totally outmatched this time. Jin-yuk activated his hard-skin skill, providing himself with extra protection. He quickly dodged an incoming attack and pushed forward, determined to finish the fight. However, a powerful blow nearly shattered his defense, making him realize just how strong his opponent was. After the impact, he steadied himself and prepared for his next move. Jin-yuk's adversary is not proving easy to defeat, so he knows he must fight with even greater intensity. With renewed concentration, Jin-yuk delivers a final, determined attack, resolved to destroy the monster known for devouring people. He just barely manages to take care of the creature. As he surveys the area, he spots a peculiar item, Al Raune's magic stone. Examining it, he finds that it cannot be appraised, but its size and form resemble a typical magic stone. Deciding to seek answers later, he plans to consult the dwarf about it. Jin-yuk then wonders if he should check on the events unfolding outside. He contacts Lucia via the communication crystal, asking if she can hear him clearly and how things are progressing on her end. He specifically wants to know if the women succeeded in escaping safely. Lucia responds, detailing that a man and the girls have made their way down the mountain. However, she notes that the individuals pursuing them are dressed identically, which she finds suspicious. Jin-yuk clarifies that the man leading the women was previously captured for betraying the Tyrant Guild, but now seems trustworthy. He explains that they decided to cooperate, and that the man is now their ally. Jin-yuk reassures her, and confirms that they are on the same side. Now that the situation is clearer, Lucia asks about a more critical matter, checking if Al Raune has been dealt with. Jin-yuk reassures her that Al Raune has been properly handled, and that he has also retrieved the magic stone. Kang Jin-hyuk, still focused on the external situation, inquires about the people chasing the women. Lucia explains that those groups have been engaged in combat for a while. As soon as individuals in white clothing appeared, the Titan group immediately rushed to fight them. However, she observes that something about the battle seems unusual. She notes that the ones in white consumed something, and subsequently their appearance changed. Now the Titans, who initially held the advantage, are beginning to struggle. Jin-Yuk wonders if this strange transformation is connected to what was mentioned earlier, Al-Rauni's drug. Recognizing the danger, Jin-Yuk knows it will be a significant problem if the Titan Guild collapses at this moment. Despite his personal annoyance with the Titan members, he understands that stopping the Tyrant Guild is the highest priority. He asks Lucia if she can provide assistance in the fight to prevent things from getting worse. Lucia understands the request and agrees to take care of the white-clad enemies. She assures Jin-Yuk that he can count on her, but in exchange, she demands a large supply of sweets as her reward. Meanwhile, Jin-Yuk senses that everything on Lucia's side is falling into place. Confident that the battle is approaching its conclusion, he calls out to someone hiding nearby, referring to them as Mr. Delivery Man. A mysterious figure steps forward, surprised that Kang Jin-Hyuk had noticed his presence. Jin-Yuk, in turn, wonders if this individual's target is him, or if the man is also after Al-Raun's magic stone. The masked man reveals, however, that while his objective was initially identical, it has since been altered. Kang Jin-Hyuk advises him that he is going to regret the decision he just made. When they begin to fight, the adversary is stunned by Jin-Hyuk's incredible reaction speed, a capability far exceeding that of a typical C-rank hunter. The assailant remembers the instance when Jin-Hyuk deflected the poison darts, questioning if that successful block was purely a matter of luck. Despite his misgivings, he convinces himself that ultimately, the person he is facing is only a C-rank hunter. He activates his special ability, making preparations to eliminate Jin-Hyuk. However, in the midst of his assault, he notices something he did not anticipate. Jin-Hyuk is protected by armor. Following this realization, the man attempts to withdraw, but before he can escape, he feels a powerful force halting his movement. Jin-Hyuk has no intention of letting him get away this time. The opponent just barely succeeds in blocking the subsequent attack. Doubt begins to surface as he recognizes that Jin-Hyuk is significantly more powerful than he had first assumed. Frustrated and unable to accept his defeat, the man shouts, vowing to get his revenge. Jin-Hyuk, however, counters that there will be no future opportunity, asserting that this location will be the man's grave. With the immediate threats neutralized, attention turns toward the injured, making their safety the new priority. In the meantime, a report of the situation is required. The revelation that the Tyrant Guild was manufacturing hidden drugs is received with shock. Without the unforeseen assistance from the unknown woman, survival would not have been possible. Her projectiles possessed a force almost equivalent to an S-rank hunter, yet no recorded female hunter has demonstrated such power. Now that the situation is stabilized, the wounded are transported to the hospital, and all recoverable evidence is secured. With the tyrant forces seemingly managed, the focus shifts to concluding the operation properly. Yet, before they can continue, an individual arrives, breathing hard, and delivers an urgent message. This person reveals that the leader of the Tyrant Guild, along with their most powerful members, is en route to their location. The specific mention of Cho-Wan Cheol, an S-rank hunter, makes it obvious that remaining there would be a disastrous error. The executive with glasses becomes frustrated, realizing they must withdraw just when they were on the verge of victory. Abruptly, they get an urgent communication. A small contingent of Tyrant Guild members is reportedly advancing rapidly, probably serving as the vanguard. The warning was accurate. Danger is approaching quickly. The enemy is closing in, leaving them no option but to terminate the mission. Consequently, the decision is swiftly made that everyone must evacuate at once, ensuring they escape without delay. One individual elects to remain, knowing that vanishing with the others might arouse suspicion. Staying behind will assist in creating an alibi and deflecting the blame onto another party. A fabricated report will be submitted to imply that someone else was responsible for the events. The primary objective is to prevent a direct confrontation between the Titan and Tyrant guilds. After deliberation, the group, the Titan members, decides to assign all responsibility to Hunter Kang Jin-Hyuk, who remains inside the facility. This narrative seems to be the optimal method for concealing their involvement and departing undetected. Concerns arise regarding the trustworthiness of the traitor, as misleading the Tyrant Guild will be a difficult task. The true goal, however, is not deception, but rather securing a sufficient amount of time. This acquired time will be used to prepare for the inevitable war. When the truth is eventually revealed, they will possess the justification for their actions. This moment presents the perfect opportunity to launch an attack and completely eliminate the enemy. Following this, Lucia asks if the individual standing there, the defeated pursuer, is the person Kang Jin-hyuk had referred to. There is no time to waste. Kang Jin-hyuk is waiting inside. Everything is progressing more smoothly than they had anticipated. Upon arriving at their destination, Jin-hyuk promptly provides his companions with the latest reports, confirming that he has neutralized the pursuer. When asked about the current situation, he clarifies that Al-Rauni is deceased. However, another issue needs to be addressed. He requests assistance in arranging the scene to make it appear as though the body before them had died during the fight against Al-Rauni. The real reason for this plan quickly becomes clear. A document is handed over, and they are urged to look at it closely. As they read the contents, shock spreads among them. The names listed belong to recent victims in a series of brutal murders. If this information is accurate, the implications are terrifying. The infamous Great Guild Killer has historically targeted large guilds. This situation provides an opportunity. If the blame for the events is shifted to this notorious killer, no one will suspect any other cause. Kang Jin-hyuk shares his plan and asks Jung Dae-yoon if he can make it happen. Jung Dae-yoon agrees, recognizing the brilliance of the idea. Lucia, still not fully understanding the implications, seeks reassurance that this plan will not lead to unintended consequences. Kang Jin-hyuk assures them that everything is under control. With the decision made, the next priority is to leave the area quickly. The Tyrant Guild's main forces are expected to arrive soon, but not everything is as it appears. While half of what was reported about their arrival was true, the forces are indeed on their way. They will not reach the location for at least 2 more hours. The group they had seen approaching earlier was nothing more than an illusion. Jung Dae-yoon praises Jin-hyuk and thanks him for the rescue efforts that saved so many lives. Jin-hyuk, however, states that thanks are not necessary. The real battle is only just beginning. Moreover, the Tyrant Guild has suffered a serious setback, and when word of this spreads, other guilds are not likely to stay silent. Jin-hyuk looks forward to witnessing how the Tyrant Guild crumbles. The organization's downfall seems closer than ever. Their hidden crimes are far worse than anyone expected, making it necessary to involve higher authorities. To prevent being directly drawn into a guild war, the information must be sent anonymously to the Hunter Association, the police, the government, and the media. Some express apprehension that disclosing everything will ultimately just benefit other guilds, but the consensus is that protecting innocent individuals is more important than achieving a short-term tactical advantage. Soon, the shocking truth disseminates widely. A powerful hunter guild has been covertly cultivating monsters and utilizing humans as a food source. The public is horrified by the revelation, and officials declare the acts a major crime, promising a comprehensive investigation. Major guilds come forward, pledging their complete cooperation to uncover the full extent of these offenses. The Tyrant Guild, however, refuses to cooperate with the investigation in any capacity. The scene then shifts to Young Si-ok, who is extremely agitated after witnessing the information go viral. As if on cue, the Titan Guildmaster, Seo Sang-ho, contacts him. The bleach-haired executive immediately begins to berate the Titan Guildmaster for leaking the information for public consumption. The frustration is apparent. Despite all their efforts, another guild, Titan, is now being celebrated as the hero for exposing the truth. Jung Si-ok argues that keeping the information private would have permitted the Tyrant Guild to retaliate before anyone could organize against them. Han Jung Si-ok insists that if they had successfully recruited an S-class hunter, it would have ensured their victory over the Tyrant Guild. On the other side, Seo Sang-ho remains skeptical, pointing out that even with such a powerful ally, defeating the Tyrant Guild's master was never a certainty. The debate regarding the guild war continues. Han Jung Si-ok believes they can simply take over the Tyrant Guild without worrying about collateral damage. Conversely, Seo Sang-ho argues that innocent people could suffer, which makes the proposition too dangerous. Afterward, Han Jung Si-ok is questioned about his genuine intentions. A guild's function is to protect citizens, not just to accumulate more power. He insists he only wanted what was best. Moreover, he realizes that the guild leader consistently dismisses his strategies. He comes to the conclusion that the Titan Guild has no future under its current leadership and is, in fact, heading toward ruin. This is the moment the executive contacts a specific individual and promises them a position within the guild, provided they assist in overthrowing the current Titan Guild master. The perspective then shifts to Jin-yuk, who is about to have a clandestine conversation. The meeting location seems strange for a secret discussion, but Jung Dae-yoon arrives as planned. Kang Jin-hyuk greets him, observing that Dae-yoon appears more confident. The plan seems to be proceeding well, and the lies fabricated earlier have eased the situation within the Tyrant Guild. Despite this, the situation is not yet completely safe. The Tyrant Guild is reportedly organizing a team to track down Kang Jin-hyuk. Considering the guild's current unstable state, it seems odd that they possess the resources for this. However, some of the higher-ranking members have started to question the recent events. The news about the discovery of the murderers, the pursuer's body, spread with unusual speed, causing them to suspect that there might be a different, real culprit. Although there is no proof yet, doubts are starting to form. Since the plan worked, there is no immediate risk of Jin-yuk's identity being revealed, but remaining cautious is still necessary. For the time being, it is best for him to maintain a low profile until the Tyrant Guild collapses completely. Following their discussion, Jung Dae-yoon provides details regarding the individuals heading the investigation and inquires if Kang Jin-hyuk wishes to review the information. This seems unnecessary, however, as Jin-yuk is aware they are all simply illusions, a fact he had discerned from the beginning. With no one else present, he desires to know the identities of his actual pursuers. He is informed they are an archer and a mage, both highly skilled in disguise and concealment magic. It is possible they might even try to get close to him by impersonating someone familiar. After validating these details, one additional piece of information is shared. The person mentions a device called the Monster Counter. Kang Jin-hyuk remembers this being utilized during his earlier assistance to the Titan Guild, but this particular version appears different. It is revealed to be an upgraded model, an improvement on the original device. In the wake of the Al Raune incident, the association has created a new system to supervise hunters. Every hunter, beginning with the guilds, will be mandated to wear one, placing them all under the association's direct observation. This could make even hunting within dungeons challenging. If Kang Jin-hyuk intends to use the elixir to increase his strength, he must do so before this monitoring system is fully operational. Any power increase after the system's implementation will be flagged by the association, and it might even cause the Tyrant Guild to become suspicious of him. To prevent unwanted scrutiny, he must finish this process swiftly. The introduction of such a surveillance system was unforeseen, but he is left with no alternative. His main priority is to enhance his strength, even if just by a small amount. Wasting no time, he resolves to go directly to the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the dwarf is irate at Jin-yuk for the extended absence. He had dispatched Jin-yuk to acquire ore, but the young man had disappeared completely. Now he has suddenly reappeared, bringing something unanticipated. Jin-yuk, in an apologetic manner, explains that unavoidable circumstances led to the delay. His return after weeks of no contact, seemingly as if nothing was amiss, clearly frustrates the dwarf. Jin-yuk offers a quick apology, attempting to convey that he had important matters to attend to, but this explanation does not alter the dwarf's disposition. The object Jin-yuk brought was not an ordinary material. It was a cursed item, saturated with the grudges of many souls. Dwarves, being sensitive to curses, would refuse to even approach it. Lucia had departed previously, stating she had an urgent task. It now appeared her departure was related to this item. Instead of delivering the requested ore, Jin-yuk had come back with something utterly useless. The dwarf immediately instructed him to dispose of it. Panicked, Jin-yuk insisted he was unaware of the item's nature, but this excuse was irrelevant. The error was already made. Still, discarding the item felt wasteful. He believed there had to be an alternative use for it, which left only one possible course of action. Furthermore, Lucia's earlier comment suddenly became clear. She had implied that the dwarf would be incapable of handling the item Jin-yuk was bringing. It was now obvious why she had made that statement. A specific location existed beneath the cliff Jin-yuk had previously visited, a place identified as the Temple of the Dragon. He was given a key along with instructions to unlock this temple and cleanse the curse from the ore. Success in this endeavor would result in a weapon even more potent than his current one being crafted as a reward. A question remained about whether the key would genuinely open the temple. The answer was affirmative, but it was accompanied by a grave warning that this location was not a typical temple. It was described as significantly more dangerous than any dungeon he had encountered previously. Entering without sufficient preparation would be excessively risky. A decision was made to depart for the time being. Regardless of how far they had already journeyed, safety was the higher priority. Kang Jin-hyuk observed Lucia accelerating ahead, acknowledging how fast she was. As he deliberated on preparations for the impending challenge, only potions and scrolls occurred to him, but he felt that these items might not be adequate. Before he had a chance to ask Lucia for advice, he noticed his food reserves dwindling and found her consuming provisions intended to last for a month. Before he could react to this, a phone call interrupted. Secretary Lee Haina from the Titan Guild was urgently requesting his help, specifically mentioning the guild master, Sang Ho. Her desperate tone made Jin-hyuk curious about what might have occurred. Afterward, Kang Jin-hyuk sped to the location, spurred by the urgency in Lee Haina's voice. Upon arriving, he found Sang Ho in a critical state, covered in blood and barely conscious. Lee Haina was desperately trying to reassure him. Jin-hyuk, knowing there was no time to lose, quickly moved to administer first aid. He poured a potion onto the wound, mitigating some of the damage. Although the immediate danger seemed to have passed, he needed information. Looking at the wounded man and the shaken secretary, he wondered what precisely had taken place to cause such a vicious attack. Sang Ho struggled to articulate. He explained that it was an ambush set by his own guild members. He had attended a guild event after returning home, expecting a standard gathering. However, he sensed something was wrong when he realized only Han Young-seok's faction was present. Before he could respond, it was too late. The drinks had been tainted with poison. His body weakened rapidly, but he forced himself to fight, using all his remaining strength to escape. Even so, he barely survived, collapsing from his injuries. Jin-hyuk listened closely. Even with poison in his system, regular guild members should not have been strong enough to overpower Sang Ho. He wondered what other factors had been at play. Before he could ask, Sang Ho trembled in pain. Moreover, Sang Ho's condition worsened as the wounds that the potion had started to heal began reopening. The poison from the event must have been far more potent than expected. Jin-hyuk quickly understood they needed to act fast. He asked if anyone knew the exact type of poison or if an antidote existed. Hyuna hesitated, explaining that standard hunter antidotes would be ineffective in this situation. Subsequently, Jin-hyuk suggested taking him to a hospital that specialized in hunters, but Sang Ho reminded them that going to a hospital would only compromise their location, allowing their enemies to find them immediately. Jin-hyuk considered their options and suddenly asked Hyuna if she had a car. She was confused about where they intended to go. He instructed her to prepare for immediate departure. They were going to his home. She was surprised and questioned if he had an antidote there. Jin-hyuk reassured her that he did not, but he might possess an alternative method for treating the poison. Hyuna quickly consented and rushed to get ready, determined to drive as fast as possible, while Jin-hyuk remained behind to keep watch over Sang Ho. As they approached their intended location, Jin-hyuk encourages Sang Ho to remain conscious and persevere for a short while longer. Hyuna abruptly observes something troubling. She asks if Jin-hyuk has noticed the vehicle tailing them. Subsequently, Jin-hyuk quickly looks back and recognizes it as the same car they had seen previously outside the house. Hyuna confirms his suspicion. They are being pursued. Jin-hyuk understands that he cannot lead their follower directly to his home. Left with no alternative, he opts to alter their course. He instructs Hyuna to follow his directions precisely and to take an alternate path. When they get to a particular location, Jin-hyuk readies himself to face Kang Jun-tae. He tells Hyuna to drive directly to his apartment while he remains behind to manage the pursuer. His colleague has already been notified and will grant Hyuna entry when she gets there. Kang Jun-tae, who is anticipating an encounter with Seo Sang-ho, is surprised to find an unknown individual blocking his path instead. He further questions whether Jin-hyuk genuinely plans to stop him single-handedly. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk observes him intently, questioning if this man is the only one tracking them or if there are others. Afterward, Jin-hyuk notices Hyuna is not proceeding to the house as instructed and wonders why. Before he can inquire, she suddenly yells for him to flee at all costs, and then she discloses the terrifying reality. The man pursuing them is an S-class hunter. Jin-hyuk is stunned when he hears the name Kang Jun-tae. His presence detection ability activates, verifying the man's immense power. The force of Kang Jun-tae's aura radiates across the vicinity, making it apparent that he is not a common adversary. Jin-hyuk struggles to maintain his footing under the pressure. Hyuna asks if he is all right, but he can barely answer, aware that he cannot withstand this for long. He implores her to get away immediately, assuring her he will find a method to rendezvous later. Hyuna is reluctant to abandon him, but he is insistent. Acknowledging the extreme danger, she finally complies and speeds away. However, Kang Juntae is not willing to let his target get away so easily. He moves to cut them off, determined to stop their escape. Jinyuk intercepts him once more, which visibly frustrates the S-class hunter. Juntae questions why this man continually obstructs his objectives. Jinyuk does everything in his power to stall for time. Hyuna is now at a secure distance, hoping Jinyuk will make it out alive. Jinyuk, moreover, understands the severity of the confrontation. Kang Juntae, clearly irritated, asks why someone like Jinyuk is getting involved and advises him to step aside if he wishes to live, stating he is too occupied to be bothered with distractions. Jinyuk refuses to retreat. He wonders if Juntae genuinely thought he would just flee in terror. Before Jinyuk can respond, Juntae moves with incredible speed. Each of his attacks is not only swift, but also dangerously potent. Every strike forces Jinyuk into a desperate dodge, as he knows that even one successful hit could be fatal. Subsequently, Juntae mocks Jinyuk, keen to discover the extent of his endurance. Juntae's assaults intensify, and Jinyuk understands that a direct blow would be fatal. Reacting swiftly, Jinyuk accesses his inventory and dons his mithril chainmail. The armor's special property activates instantly, mitigating both physical and magical damage by 50%. When the following strike lands, Jinyuk recognizes how near to death he was. He would not have withstood that last attack without the armor he had equipped. Juntae watches him, remarking internally that he had not anticipated Seo Sang-ho having such a capable subordinate. Then, a realization strikes Juntae. He speculates that Jinyuk might be the C-class hunter who was rumored to have captured a new monster type. The name seems familiar. Juntae recalls Han Young-seok previously mentioning a similar individual who was closely associated with Seo Sang-ho. Following this, Jinyuk quickly grasps that his identity is no longer a secret. He knows that even if he successfully flees, his enemies will eventually locate him. His home will not be a sanctuary for much longer. Before he can dwell on it, he doubts his ability to escape from an opponent as formidable as Juntae. Subsequently, Juntae presents an unforeseen proposal. He tells Jinyuk to abandon Seo Sang-ho and align with him instead, stating that the new Titan Guild requires someone with his abilities. Jinyuk refuses the proposition, remaining resolute in his decision. The scene shifts to Lucia, who is exerting all her effort to heal the guildmaster. She reaches her limit, understanding she cannot continue the treatment at that moment. She steps away, considering if it would be better to go outside to confer on the situation. The toxin in Seo Sang-ho's system is still dangerously potent. While Lucia has implemented temporary measures to allow him to rest, it is evident the treatment is incomplete. His pain is alleviated for the time being, but this relief will not be long-lasting. Lee Hai-na grows more worried, asking what their next move should be and if any other treatment method exists. Lucia reflects for a moment before remembering an individual who could possibly assist, the short man. She believes that if anyone can provide a solution, it is likely him. A different problem exists, however. Accessing the dungeon where the potential cure is located requires Jinyuk's presence. A potential path forward exists, but it will not be simple. Back in the battle, Jinyuk finds it difficult to maintain his defense. His adversary attacks relentlessly, giving him no opportunity to recover. Each blow impacts him heavily, and the energy he possessed at the beginning of the fight is rapidly diminishing. Furthermore, he is aware he has reached his physical limit and that consuming a potion would be beneficial. Yet, there is no opening to do so due to the unceasing attacks. Only one option remains. He must commit everything to a single final strike. Resolute, he refuses to surrender. If this is to be his end, he will ensure it is a meaningful one. Marshaling his last reserves of strength, he readies himself for one final desperate assault. Regardless of how hard he attempts to strike, his attacks consistently fail to connect. Jinyuk's frustration mounts, but Kang Juntae is not impressed, labeling the confrontation as boring. A lethal attack suddenly advanced toward Jinyuk. He knew he was required to dodge, but his body failed to comply, resulting in him taking the hit. Panic immediately set in as he desperately tried to force himself to react. His mind screamed for his body to move, yet he remained immobilized. At the very last second, his instincts took control, and he managed to shift just enough to avoid a fatal blow. Kang Juntae acknowledged the quick movement, impressed that Jinyuk had managed to survive. The offer to join forces and live was presented once more. Jin-yuk refused, and Kang Jun-tae concluded that no other option remained. The final attack was about to be delivered, and Jin-yuk wondered if this was truly his end. Just then, an arrow flew through the air, interrupting the confrontation. Lucia had arrived. To explain her appearance, Lucia was moving rapidly, following the path she had memorized. Despite this being her first time on this route, she pressed onward without hesitation. Every step brought her closer, and she hoped she was not too late. Furthermore, she silently prayed for Jin-yuk to hold on. He just needed to survive a little longer. Meanwhile, the battle was still in progress. Kang Jun-tae prepared to finish the fight, but before the concluding strike could land, an arrow cut through the air. The unexpected attack forced him to step back. He looked at the arrow in disbelief, noting the immense power it carried.
Jin-yuk, who was struggling to stay conscious, recognized the arrow immediately. Lucia had arrived just in time to save Jin-yuk, surprising their enemy with her strength. The S-class hunter initially underestimated her, believing she was not a genuine threat, but he quickly realized his misjudgment when she easily blocked his subsequent attack. Shocked by her power, Kang Jun-tae struggled to comprehend how she was able to match him.
Lucia, conversely, remained focused, knowing this was not the time for instruction. She needed to conclude the fight quickly. Lucia proceeded to break the enemy's spear with her bare hands, leaving him in shock. He struggled to understand how he was being pushed back so easily. The thought occurred to him that she might be an S-class hunter from another country, as he was certain he would have known if such a powerful hunter was operating in the area. Jin-yuk, still recovering, was equally stunned by her display of strength. Afterward, Lucia observed that Jin-yuk was able to move and gave him a choice, asking whether she should finish their opponent, or if they should leave it at this. Jin-yuk advised her that there was no need for her to get further involved. Kang Jun-tae, however, refused to acknowledge defeat. He realized nonetheless that continuing the fight would only bring unnecessary risk, so he agreed to stop for the moment, though he masked this decision with arrogance. Following this, Lucia teased him, but he remained firm, stating that he would remember this day. Before leaving, he issued a final warning, declaring that the next time they met, both she and Jin-yuk would face their demise. With that, he disappeared. Now that the confrontation had concluded, Lucia finally assisted Kang Jin-hyuk in his recovery. She assured him his condition was not as severe as anticipated, and much to his surprise, his injuries healed entirely. He expressed his gratitude, impressed by both her combat prowess and her healing capabilities. Lucia showed pride in her own strength, playfully teasing him for at last acknowledging her superiority. Subsequently, Jin-yuk joked that she was akin to an overpowered character, clarifying that he intended it as a compliment. He then inquired about guild leader Seo Sang-ho. Lucia responded that the guild leader was currently resting at Jin-yuk's home. However, lacking the necessary treatment, Sang-ho's condition remained critical. They discussed the possibility that the dwarf they knew might possess the antidote, which made it clear they could not afford any delays. Following this, they prepared to return at once. Furthermore, Lucia cautioned Jin-yuk against overexertion, reminding him that his own wounds might reopen if he was not careful. With his identity now compromised, Kang Jin-hyuk was aware that danger could present itself at any time. He insisted on the need for swift action, though their top priority remained saving Seo Sang-ho. Upon reaching their destination, the dwarf was frustrated. He pointed out that Jin-yuk had neglected to bring the ore required for the purification process. Jin-yuk had, instead, brought a poisoned individual, which complicated matters. Jin-yuk apologized, explaining that events had not unfolded as intended, but he vowed to make amends later. His immediate concern was securing help for Seo Sang-ho. The situation deteriorated, however, when they were informed that the substance afflicting Seo Sang-ho was basilisk venom. An antidote was required, but the essential materials were not on hand in that place. Jin-yuk asked if the dwarf might possess the antidote. Subsequently, the dwarf responded that he was not some magical repository that contained everything. Meanwhile, Seo Sang-ho looked at Jin-yuk with curiosity, silently questioning his surroundings. Jin-yuk acknowledged the unspoken question, but avoided a detailed explanation, merely suggesting that Sang-ho think of the location as one of Jin-yuk's abilities for the time being. Kang Jin-hyuk weighed the risks of disclosing this secret place, but ultimately chose to trust the guild leader, just as the guild leader had previously trusted him. The dwarf provided a medicine, explaining that it would only stall the poison temporarily. He estimated it would be effective for half a day at most. If they failed to secure the antidote within that time frame, Seo Sang-ho would not survive. Jin-yuk inquired about other potential treatments, but the reply was not optimistic. A hospital specializing in hunters might possess the antidote, but as Seo Sang-ho had already cautioned, their enemies would trace them the instant they arrived there. It was at this point, however, that Jin-yuk remembered something. Later, they returned to Earth, and Jin-yuk had a conversation with Lucia. They discussed the possibility of clandestine locations where an antidote might be found, although none were known for sure. Despite having gained some time, they still lacked a definitive solution. Subsequently, Jin-yuk mentioned one final remaining possibility. If this attempt failed, they would be completely out of options. Jin-yuk subsequently places a call. The individual on the other end is surprised to receive a call so late at night and inquires about its purpose. Jin-yuk gets straight to the point, asking if they have an antidote for basilisk venom. The person responds that he does not have the antidote, but knows an illicit doctor who might. When asked why he needs it, Jin-yuk simply states that the matter is urgent. The contact agrees to introduce him to the doctor and asks if they should arrange for the doctor to come discreetly. Since Jin-yuk is considered a VIP, they promise to handle the situation carefully. Jin-yuk then assures everyone that the antidote is on its way, bringing relief and tears of gratitude to Hyuna's eyes. Soon, the doctor arrives as planned. The doctor successfully removes the poison from Seo Sang-ho's body. However, he explains that it will take a minimum of 2 weeks for his body to fully recover and regain movement. Until then, complete rest is necessary. Afterwards, Kang Jin-hyuk realizes that Seo Sang-ho's 2-week recovery period creates a major problem. During this time, he will be unable to withstand the Titan Guild's pursuit, even with Lucia's assistance. More importantly, after his recent battle with Kang Juntae, he has come to identify his own weakness. He acknowledges that he underestimated the power of an S-rank hunter and overestimated his own abilities. Afterwards, Lucia points out that he seems burdened by unnecessary worries. Jin-hyuk admits that after facing an S-rank opponent, he understands just how weak he currently is. However, she assures him that although he is weak now, he has the potential to grow stronger. A risky method to gain strength is presented to him by Lucia, and Jin-hyuk declares that he is willing to do whatever it takes to become stronger. The next day, Jin-hyuk prepares to make the trip to the Dragon's Temple. He gathers 50 explosion scrolls, 300 mana potions, and 300 health potions, and ensures that his armor and weapon are ready. He also confirms that he has a return stone in case of emergencies, securing an escape route. Before leaving, he entrusts Seo Sang-ho and the other ally to Lucia, asking her to take care of them in his absence. Moreover, Lucia warns him about the extreme dangers of the Dragon's Temple, reminding him that if he gets greedy or pushes too far, he could die. Jin-hyuk acknowledges the warning and promises to use the return stone if the situation becomes too dangerous. As he prepares to go, Secretary Lee apologizes and blames herself for the risks he is taking. Afterwards, Kang Jin-hyuk reassures Secretary Lee that there is no need to apologize, as he also seeks revenge. Moreover, he tells Lucia that she is the only one he can rely on while he is away, and asks her to wait for his return. He is determined to return stronger, regardless of the circumstances. Upon arriving at the Dragon's Temple, he recollects Lucia's advice to avoid greed, and to depart once he feels he has gained sufficient strength. However, he dismisses the notion of playing it safe. His objective is clear. He refuses to leave the premises until he is powerful enough to defeat an S-rank opponent. Kang Jin-hyuk continues walking but encounters nothing for a significant duration, causing him to wonder if he is on the correct path. Suddenly, the area illuminates, revealing strange suits of armor. At first, they appear to be decorations, but something about them feels amiss. Subsequently, he quickly deduces that they are actually enemies. Instead of feeling afraid, he regards this as the exact kind of challenge he was seeking. As the fight commences, he notices that the armored figures, despite looking formidable, are not very powerful. He then ascertains their weak point. He must destroy their cores. Afterwards, Kang Jin-hyuk is not concerned about the armored monsters. He possesses the perfect weapon to handle them. He unleashes a powerful discharge of electricity, targeting their cores simultaneously. He wonders how the metal creatures are managing the shock and how the electricity tastes. At the Titan Guild's office, Han Young-suk's expression is filled with frustration, and his anger boils over because of Kang Juntae's failure to capture one impaired target, and for making matters so complicated when they were meant to be simple. Turning to his assistant, He demands an update on the status of the executives who supported Seo Sang-ho. The assistant informs him that they have been confined to their residences and are being monitored thoroughly. The Titan Guild members have also severed all their communication lines, such as the internet and phones. Hearing that, Han Young-suk gives a cold, calculating order to maintain observation on them to ensure Seo Sang-ho does not attempt an escape in that direction. But before the conversation could proceed, a loud crash is heard. The door flies open. It is Kang Jun-tae, who angrily barges into the office. He demands an explanation for why he was not warned about the unexpected obstacles. Han Young-suk does not understand this sudden, rude outburst, as he had provided Jun-tae with information regarding the low-level hunter. Jun-tae angrily advances, revealing he is not referring to the man, but to the female archer. Han Young-suk's assistant immediately moves to intervene, suggesting Jun-tae step back from the executive, but Jun-tae pays him no mind. With a sharp, brutal punch, he sends the assistant to the corner of the floor, not even sparing him a glance. At that moment, the bleach-haired executive realizes that this man is likely talking about the woman who has been traveling with Jin-yuk. He then hesitantly asks Jun-tae if he lost to her. The question hits Jun-tae like an insult, and he immediately shrugs it off, calling the notion nonsense. He insists that if his spear had not broken, he would have won. From Jun-tae's admission, Han Young-suk understood that the woman was a formidable adversary, even for someone of Jun-tae's caliber. It was clear this wasn't mere complaining. She had genuinely overpowered and humiliated him, a development Jun-tae had not anticipated. Unsure how to best respond, Han Young-suk assured Jun-tae that preparations would be made for her, in addition to Kang Jin-hyuk. He then reminded Jun-tae that his priority must be to eliminate Sang-ho as swiftly as possible. Only then could they fully seize control of the Titan Guild. They knew Sang-ho was already poisoned. He was likely on the verge of death, or, even if he survived, would be unable to fight at his former capacity. All they needed to do was find him, and the matter would be concluded. The only remaining variables were Kang Jin-hyuk and Lucia, but the guild intended to ensure their elimination this time. Han Young-suk expressed his confidence that Jun-tae could manage this task. Once those two were dead, no further obstacles would remain. Everything would be resolved, and the position of Titan Guild leader would then belong to Jun-tae. Simultaneously, within the Dragon Temple, Kang Jin-hyuk had successfully defeated all the armored entities and had now entered a second chamber. There, in the dim lighting, he observed a throne with a figure seated upon it. Something was clearly strange, as the figure's karma level registered at 0. The old man on the throne seemed excited to receive a new visitor after such a long time. Kang Jin-hyuk respectfully inquired about him, stating his awareness that the man was not an ordinary being. This intrigued the old man, who asked if Jin-yuk's assumption was based on the 0 karma reading. This, in turn, made Jin-yuk wonder how the man knew he could see karma. Instead of answering directly, the old man countered by questioning Jin-yuk's motives for visiting the temple, guessing that the cursed, grudge-filled item he possessed was the reason for his journey. Jin-yuk was stunned that this individual spoke as if he already knew everything. When the old man stepped down from the throne to stand face to face, Jin-yuk extended his hand, revealing the stone, and confirmed that he had come to have it purified. The old man identified it as an object grown by devouring humans, noting that it carried a substantial amount of resentment. He indicated, however, that purifying it was not a difficult task. With a simple wave of his hand, the old man cast a spell. Energy streams emerged from the stone, and within a minute it was purified. Even the stone's color changed, and its ominous aura seemed to vanish. Jin-yuk's expression clearly showed his surprise and impressiveness. He therefore thanked the man, but the old man advised him to reserve his gratitude until his true purpose in the temple was fulfilled. Jin-yuk appeared confused. When he looked into the old man's eyes, he felt as if he had been transported to a different location, just as the old man informed him that the trial had already commenced. The man warned Jin-yuk not to lower his guard and to use his full abilities, otherwise he would lose his life. Jin-yuk was subsequently transported to a dark, empty space, realizing this was the actual trial of the Dragon's Temple. He sensed someone nearing him as footsteps became audible. The same armored figure from the previous room appeared, but something about it was different. Jin-yuk's surroundings began to glow, making him wonder if he had been moved to a new location. Out of curiosity, he mentally questioned the armored figure. Was this his adversary? Would more follow? Was this simply a preliminary test before the true opponent appeared? The armored entity displayed no interest in Jin-yuk's speculations. To Jinyuk's surprise, the figure advised Kang Jinjuk to prepare, informing him that the trial had commenced. Jinyuk realized this armored being was unique, as it possessed the ability to speak. The armored man then moved swiftly in his direction, reminding him that this was his sole warning. The perspective shifts to Jinyuk's neighborhood. A group of individuals, clad in futuristic black masks and hoods, is moving from roof to roof with incredible speed. One of the hooded men expresses apologies to his companions for their inability to locate Kang Jinjuk's house, despite having thoroughly searched the correct address and finding nothing there. The other hooded figure is tense, aware that if they fail to find their target, they are all finished. Kang Juntai will not spare them, so they must find the man no matter what. The leader instructs them to destroy every single house visible in the vicinity. By doing this, he reasons, they will probably stumble upon Kang Jin-hyuk's house eventually. Before they could act on this plan, one of the hooded men collapsed, with blood spreading across the surface. The remaining two took a moment to process what had happened, but they had almost no time to flee or request support before they were also attacked by Lucia. With the immediate danger neutralized, Lucia returns to the apartment. Secretary Lee Hyena asks Lucia if everything is all right, noting her abrupt departure. Lucia calmly informs Lee Hyena that the Titan Guild's tracking team had visited. This news alarms Hyena, and tension becomes visible on her face, but Lucia reassures her not to worry, as she had dealt with them quietly. Having overheard the enemy's strategy to demolish the entire neighborhood just to locate them, Lucia is now certain their adversaries are convinced this is the only place the Titan Guild's master and his secretary could be hiding. Lucia apologizes to Hyena in advance, explaining that if the enemy attacks in full force, she will be unable to stop them by herself. She urges Hyena to hope that Kang Jin-hyuk grows stronger and returns quickly. At this point, he is the only person who can alter their situation. On the other hand, Kang Jin-hyuk is struggling as the armored man lunges at him. Jin-hyuk stands frozen, unable to react, as the armored man simulates slashing his throat. Panic is visible on Kang Jin-hyuk's face as he clutches his neck, believing it has been cut. He is then, however, transported back to the previous temple chamber, completely unharmed. He examines his neck in shock, but the sound of laughter draws his attention. It is the same old man who explains that the area where Jinyuk died is a form of virtual space. Therefore, even if he perishes there, he will not die in reality. That is why he does not need to be concerned. Kang Jin-hyuk tries to focus. He recognizes the voice, and as he turns, he sees the door closing but confirms his suspicion that it is the same old man from before. The old man then reveals that Jin-hyuk is still far too weak. The Dragon Temple is a location intended to make him stronger, but it also functions as a place of trial. The old man had previously cautioned Jinyuk to never lower his defenses. He had explained that strength was not merely about power, but also resilience, and that Jinyuk should concentrate on improving and attempting the trial again. Jinyuk, however, is in no mood for a lecture, as his current situation is too urgent for such casual advice. He knows that if their hideout is compromised, Seo Sang-ho and Lee Hae-na will be killed. Furthermore, if Juntai appears, Jinyuk cannot win in his present state, so he must acquire more strength immediately. A closed door, however, now physically separates Jinyuk from the old man. Jinyuk pleads with him to open the door, acknowledging his mistake and giving assurances that he will not let his guard down a second time. He insists that if he cannot get stronger right now, everything is meaningless. The old man knows that if Jinyuk rushes back in, he will only experience death again. Jinyuk, however, remains firm, asserting that he will only know the outcome if he tries, and he continues to pressure the old man. The old man observes that Jinyuk is quite desperate, especially having just experienced the sensation of death. Jinyuk is not giving up, stating that if he were afraid of dying, he would never have started this endeavor in the first place. The old man, finding Jinyuk's spirit amusing, decides to grant him an exception to re-challenge the trial. Pressing forward, Jinyuk is transported back to the virtual space. The armored figure praises him for returning even after experiencing death. Jinyuk states that he was careless before, but this attempt will not conclude as hollowly as the last. The armored figure laughs, then leaps high to strike him with its giant weapon. This time, Jinyuk successfully blocks the attack with his enchanted bat, but the entity possesses phenomenal skill, making it overwhelming just to maintain his defense. The armored adversary realizes that his opponent has composed himself this time. As Jinyuk struggles to hold his position, he knows he must focus aura into his legs. He needs to find a way to knock the enemy back and create distance. Summoning his aura, he concentrates it in his lower body. He believes that if he can create an opening, even for a moment, he might have a chance. Using every ounce of his strength, he pushes the armored warrior back. The force of the recoil nearly knocks Juk off balance, but he manages to stay upright. He concludes that a direct confrontation is unviable. He must strike and retreat, searching for the perfect opportunity. Jinyuk lunges forward, leaping high into the air to attack the figure. This impresses the adversary, who notes his handling of aura. However, Jinyuk only has aura in his lower body, leaving his upper body exposed, so the armored figure deflects the attack. It is as if the entity knows or can read his thoughts. The armored figure huffs, acknowledging Jinyuk's spirit, but stating that if this is all he has, there is no need to prolong the fight and Jinyuk should just die. The armored figure then attacks Jinyuk again, but to its surprise, Jinyuk blocks the strike, which the armored figure was not expecting. Jinyuk clarifies that he will not die so easily. He had been unsure earlier, so he tested his theory, and the result was as expected. The armored figure predicts where to attack by observing his aura. Hearing this, the armored figure laughs, calling Jinyuk talented but assuring him that this discovery will not change the outcome, no matter what happens. Although it is a painful realization, Jin Hyuk internally concedes that the armored adversary's assessment is correct. If he continues to employ his aura in the same manner, he will just be falling for the opponent's strategy again. Consequently, he must adopt a different combat approach. He accesses his inventory, consumes a mana potion, and resolves to envelop his entire body in aura to prevent the enemy from forecasting his movements. Before he can consume the entire potion, the adversary strikes again. However, due to his quick thinking, Jinyuk manages to evade the attack just in time. The armored figure observes Jinyuk cloaking his whole body in aura and questions if he is using the drug from before to enhance his power. The adversary then taunts him for relying on a borrowed substance, claiming such power can never be truly his. Jinyuk is indifferent to the source of the power, as long as it aids him in achieving victory. Brandishing the enchanted bat, Jinyuk moves with agility, evading strikes and retaliating forcefully. The armored adversary launches powerful assaults from multiple angles. Despite this, Jinyuk refuses to yield. The armored figure is beginning to regard him as a somewhat challenging opponent, though Jinyuk is confident he is more than that. The two combatants fight for superiority. Sparks and concussive blasts erupt as their weapons clash, and the battle taxes both participants to their maximum capacity. The armored figure commends Jinyuk for his endurance, but at that exact moment, Jinyuk leaps unexpectedly, cautioning the armored man that the next move might sting before attacking his foe. Concurrently, Hyung-il and Lee Jun-chol are driving by Jinyuk's neighborhood when they observe several Titan Guild members frantically looking for Seo Sang-ho. Hyung-il comments that attracting their notice would only create problems. Lee Jun-chol, however, cautions him against reckless actions that might provoke suspicion. He tells Hyung-il to wait and observe, as he has a plan. Jun-chol then retrieves his phone and places an unexpected call to Seo Sang-ho's secretary, Lee Hai-na. He asks if she has had any contact with Hunter Jin-hyuk regarding Sang-ho. She remembers that Jun-chol is the contact who arranged the doctor for Jin-hyuk. Jun-chol proceeds to ask about Sang-ho's condition, and Hai-na assures him that Sang-ho is safe and receiving proper medical care. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Jun-chol informs her that he is currently near Jin-hyuk's residence and can see that Titan Guild members are saturating the area, which implies they know the Guildmaster is present. He warns that if this persists, by the time Sang-ho recovers, they will be trapped by a Titan Guild blockade. To address this problem, Jun-chol proposes a face-to-face meeting to devise a solution. Returning to the Dragon's Temple, the armored figure is, astonishingly, completely unharmed, even after absorbing the powerful, staggering blow. The adversary taunts Jinyuk for standing there in disbelief and challenges him to reveal any other techniques he might have. Jinyuk is incredulous that even the lightning attack was ineffective. He concedes that he has no further hidden strategies, concluding that they must wager everything on a final, decisive battle. The adversary agrees to participate and promises to deliver a truly massive strike. The opponent then begins to exude an aura of power. Meanwhile, Jinyuk tightens his grip on the bat. He perceives divine energy radiating from his opponent and mockingly labels him a paladin. The armored figure proudly clarifies that he is not a paladin, but something analogous, and then asks Jinyuk if he is prepared. Jinyuk stands there unfazed, having been ready for this moment. As the figure lunges, Jinyuk recognizes that intricate maneuvers will be ineffective. What is required now is a strike of pure, concentrated force. Jinyuk summons every inch of aura within his body and blocks the divine energy's attack. He is acutely aware that if he retreats, it is all over. The armored man understands the change in tactics. This is different from Jinyuk's previous efforts. Jinyuk is focusing all his aura into a single point to amplify its power, truly wagering everything on this single impact. The opponent, however, pushes against him while attacking, causing Jinyuk to stumble and his aura to scatter. The armored figure informs him that he will not be defeated by that alone. The battle has finally reached its apex. The armored figure lunges, and their weapons clash violently. Jinyuk struggles against the overwhelming force pressing down on him. Despite his determination to not surrender, he is pushed back and knocked to the ground. He presses his bat onto the floor to steady himself, his body trembling with exhaustion. He succeeded in blocking the attack, but his aura is now completely used up, and he does not even have the energy left to move. The armored figure questions if this is truly the extent of Jinyuk's power. Holding up his weapon, he points out that, in the end, all Jinyuk managed to do was break the iron sword. He notes that a broken iron sword is easily replaceable with an aura blade, but Jinyuk appears completely drained. He asks how Jinyuk intends to face him now. The armored figure warns him that if he has no other strategies remaining, his challenge concludes here. Jinyuk pants heavily, telling the armored man he is too talkative and provoking him to finish it, stating he gave it his all and has no regrets. Jinyuk also assures him that even if he dies here, he will not actually die, and he will simply continue to challenge the trial repeatedly to become stronger. The armored figure reveals that the actual trial is over and informs Jinyuk about his misunderstanding. It was never stated that the objective of the trial was to defeat the armored figure. He explains that he is the examiner and the judge. The true test was whether Jinyuk could gain the armored figure's approval. Jinyuk's eyes shine with hope that he might be deemed successful. Fortunately, the figure does indeed pass him, though he adds that Jinyuk still has a great deal of improvement ahead. In an instant, the armored figure's form dissolves, reverting to that of the old man seated on the throne. It had been the old man himself who was fighting Jinyuk all this time. The old man commended Jinyuk's remarkable potential, but counseled him to adjust his personality, noting that recklessness and confidence were distinct qualities. Still, the man was impressed by Jinyuk's commitment to giving his full effort until the very end. When Jinyuk realized it was the same individual, he attempted to interrupt, but the old man gestured for him to remain quiet. Since Jinyuk desired to know how to grow stronger, the old man clarified that his aura was a power derived from divine energy, which simplified the method. He stated that Jinyuk must connect with the divine. The old man then placed a hand on Jinyuk's head, revealing he had grown fond of him, and that Jinyuk should use the gift he was about to grant him wisely. Before Jinyuk could fully comprehend the situation, he was relocated to an unfamiliar space. Panic became visible on his face when he observed a giant dragon. The dragon, however, assured him not to be afraid, explaining that he had been brought there to be granted power by the one who had acknowledged his worth. The dragon declared that as the challenger who had passed the trial, he would from that moment be imbued with the power of the divine. Abruptly, streams of energy began moving toward Jinyuk. The dragon insisted that he accept this power, revealing that this location was the grave of a god who looked upon Jinyuk favorably. Confusion and fear were evident on his face, but this did not change the fact that the divine power would henceforth be with him. Meanwhile, Lee Junchul had arrived at Jinyuk's apartment. Inside, Lucia sat nervously, awaiting Jinyuk's return. He was late. A worried expression covered her face as her mind raced, wondering if something had gone wrong. Just as negative thoughts began to take hold, she abruptly sensed a strange atmospheric disturbance. Turning quickly, she went to the attic. The gate to the dungeon was materializing. This signified that Jinyuk had been successful. She examined the portal and was shocked to perceive a powerful aura emanating from beyond it. Finally, footsteps became audible, and Jinyuk emerged. Lucia stood there, stunned. The realization struck her. The power was radiating from him. It seemed impossible, and she was in a state of utter disbelief. Unaware of her shock, Jinyuk asked her the reason for her expression. She hesitated, her mind screaming with questions about what had transpired in the temple, whether he had truly passed all the trials, and how he had survived. When Jinyuk failed to respond, Lucia, infuriated, drew her weapon and attacked him, deeming him a reckless fool. She was agitated that he did not seem to understand the implications of his actions or what could have happened if things had gone wrong. She had specifically warned him against greed and advised him to withdraw in time. Before her attack could connect, Jinyuk intercepted it using divine energy. He justified his actions by stating he had no alternative if he truly wished to become stronger, explaining that he would not have acquired this new power if he had not taken the risk. Lucia clenches her fists, acknowledging his persistent refusal to listen. While he has undeniably grown stronger, she continues to advise caution, reminding him that if something negative were to happen to him, her own ability to return home would also be compromised. Jin Hyuk reassures her that nothing of the sort will happen again. In that case, she decides to leave the situation at the apartment in his hands. Jinyuk, confused, asks if she is returning to the dungeon, but she informs him that she also requires rest. Furthermore, she notes that he now seems more than capable of handling matters in this location. As Lucia turns to depart, Jinyuk offers his gratitude. Lucia, however, tells him not to mention it, explaining that her actions were more for her own sake than for his. She did not want the dungeon to be negatively affected if he were to die. She also reminds him that nothing in life is without consequence. The boss room containing the magic circle still requires her attention, and she will be staying there for a while. Therefore, he is to bring her a large supply of sweets as payment. She has one final point to make. Once she returns to the dungeon, the magic that suppresses perception of the apartment will soon dissipate. When that happens, the Titan Guild will locate the hideout and inevitably come for them. He needs to develop a plan before they are discovered. She then vanishes into the shadows of the dungeon. He subsequently enters the lounge and greets the secretary. While Lee Jun-chul is visibly shocked to see Jinyuk there, the secretary's expression brightens with happiness at his return. Jin-hyuk then asks if everything was all right during his absence. Hyena updates him, confirming that Seo Sang-ho is recovering well and that they have successfully handled the pursuers. This news is a small relief, but there is something else Jinyuk wants to know. Why Lee Jun-chul is present. Jun-chul explains that he had been unable to reach Jinyuk by other means, so he took the liberty of visiting him in person. Jinyuk narrows his eyes, knowing that this man never appears without a significant reason, which means something is definitely happening. Without hesitation, Jun-chul makes an unexpected proposal. He would like to form a new guild with Jin-hyuk. Before Jinyuk can reply, Lee Hyena interrupts, frustrated that he was not, instead, proposing a way for them to escape their current predicament. Jun-chul advises them to calm down and hear his full proposal. He speaks realistically, pointing out that even if Seo Sang-ho recovers, a return to the Titan Guild is impossible. The fact that no one has attempted to rescue him is proof of this. He states that the organization is thoroughly rotted from within, and something so corrupt cannot be fixed. He argues that they need a new foundation, and that he intends to build this new structure with Lee Hyena, and with Kang Jin-hyuk as its central figure. He slides his phone forward, asking them to first look at the material he has prepared. It details the resources he can personally manage for the guild's creation, the physical resources they already have access to, the talented individuals he has scouted, and the facilities they can utilize. Lee Hyena is visibly impressed by his thorough preparations. However, she notes that even a guild of that magnitude cannot successfully contend with the Titan Guild. She questions if they can truly oppose the Titan Guild with those resources, and more critically, how they intend to manage Kang Jun-tae. Jun-chul reveals that he has also formulated a countermeasure for that specific problem, but its viability depends on a single guarantee: whether Jin Hyuk is capable of defeating Kang Jun-tae. Jin-hyuk inquires why the responsibility falls to him and not to Seo Sang-ho. Jun-chul is aware that Sang-ho requires significant time to recover sufficiently for combat, and by the time he is ready, their window of opportunity will have already closed. He heard Jin-hyuk previously confronted Kang Jun-tae and survived the encounter. If this information is accurate, his plan to resolve their current predicament can succeed. If the rumor is false, they will simply act as if this discussion never took place. The plan's viability hinges entirely on Jin-hyuk being strong enough to challenge Kang Jun-tae. If that condition is met, Jun-chul is prepared to risk everything on Jin-hyuk. This causes Jin-hyuk to smirk. He wants to hear the specifics of the plan first, as his decision will be based on it. Just as he is asked to share his strategy, the scene shifts. Elsewhere, the Tyrant Guild leader, Jo Wan-chul, is assaulting members of the Titan Guild, demanding to know why they are brazenly intruding on his territory. He notes that with recent public opinion turned against them following the Al Raun incident, he had expected them to maintain a low profile. Instead, during that period, the Titan Guild has been encroaching on Tyrant Guild territory. He concludes that if Titan wants a confrontation, Jo Wan Chol will rip every last one of them to shreds. Back at Jinyuk's apartment, Jun Chol's plan is to pull the Tyrant Guild into the conflict. It is a strategy of fighting fire with fire. The Tyrant Guild is a massive organization, comparable in scale to Titan, and is led by an S-class hunter, Jo Wan Chol. They possess the strength to contend with Titan. Lee Hee-na, however, reminds them that the Tyrant Guild is already in disarray following the Al Raun incident. She questions whether they would genuinely be willing to engage in a war in their current compromised state. Jun Chol confidently responds that provoking them into a fight is simpler than she imagines. He details that Titan has recently been expanding its territory, noting that most of that land had originally belonged to the Tyrant Guild. While other guilds also targeted it, Titan's actions have been excessively aggressive. Therefore, if they are provided with a sufficient motive, the Tyrant Guild will launch an immediate strike against Titan. Lee Hee-na and Jinyuk exchange a look, both considering the release of their crucial piece of information. Jun Chol, meanwhile, is confused, having no idea what they are implying. Jinyuk then brings up the Al Raune incident involving the Tyrant Guild, revealing that they were the individuals responsible for leaking the organization's dark secrets. The pieces of the puzzle finally connect in Jun Chol's mind, and he now understands why Titan moved as if they possessed prior knowledge of everything. This information, he concludes, is a powerful enough justification. Once the Tyrant Guild learns of this, they will immediately pursue Titan. Then, operating as a third party, Jun Chol, Jin Hyuk, and Lee Hee-na will exploit the resulting chaos between the two major guilds to eliminate Titan's corrupt leadership, Han Young-suk and Kang Jun-tae. This is the complete plan that Jun Chol has devised. A smirk spreads across Jinyuk's face. He is definitely handling his part for Jun Chol. This agreement also signifies that the plan to establish a new guild is confirmed. Taking inspiration from mythology, Jinyuk decided on the name Pantheon, referencing the temple of the gods who had overthrown the Titans. Both Jun Chol and Lee Hee-na expressed approval for the name, agreeing that its meaning was fitting. They concurred that they needed to act immediately, as there was no reason to delay. Jun Chol tasked Secretary Lee with leaking the information to the Tyrant Guild. While doing so, she was also to investigate whether anyone within the Titan Guild might be persuaded to defect to their new organization. Jun Chol himself opted to gather the necessary supplies, but there was a specific matter he needed Kang Jin Hyuk to address. Guild leader Seo Sang-ho was unable to make any moves for the foreseeable future. Although the pursuit would likely cease once the two guilds clashed, they required a method to completely divert attention from Sang-ho in the meantime. Jinyuk indicated that he might have an idea. At the same time, in Jinyuk's residential area, Titan Guild's men, following an illusion, reported that they had located Lee Hee-na and Jinyuk, claiming the targets were fleeing towards Sector D. Meanwhile, Young Dae-yoon stood on a rooftop observing the situation. Jinyuk acknowledged his efforts, thanking him for securing them additional time. Dae-yoon, pleased he could be of service, brought up something Jinyuk had mentioned earlier, the possibility of a rebellion within the Titan Guild. Curious, he requested more details. Jinyuk explained that Han Young-seok had attempted to oust Seo Sang-ho, which was the reason the guild leader was currently there. Sang-ho had asked for assistance, and Jinyuk had provided it, which in turn was why Titan's members were now frantically hunting them. He also informed Dae-yoon that he had nearly been killed by Kang Jun-tae, a revelation that alarmed Dae-yoon. Jinyuk, however, assured him that he was now capable of handling Jun-tae. The true reason Jinyuk had summoned Dae-yoon, however, was to ask if he would be willing to join the new guild they were forming. At the Tyrant Guild's third branch, Jo Wan-chul received the news that the Titan Guild had not only killed Al Raun, but had also leaked the incident to the media. Jo Wan-chul's assistant revealed that Seo Sang-ho's secretary had personally delivered the information. She had reportedly claimed she no longer cared about the outcome, was leaving the guild anyway, and was only interested in financial compensation. The report stated that Titan had infiltrated the facility that night to steal the artifact, the magic stone. But after Al Raun's death, they had covered up the event by leaking the story to the press. Upon hearing this, Jo Wan-chul's body trembled with anger, and he clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. He vowed he would not stand by and allow things to proceed as Titan planned. He ordered his assistant to gather every member who could be summoned immediately. Since the situation had escalated, the Tyrant Guild would be the one to strike first. From that moment, the Tyrant Guild officially declared war on the Titan Guild. At the Titan Guild's office, one of their members burst through the gate, breathing heavily. His chest rose and fell, and the tension was evident on his face. He informed Juntai and Han Yong-suk that the Tyrant Guild had just invaded their territory. Yong-suk wondered if they were attempting to take revenge for losing their own area. The subordinate adds that there is more to the report. The guild master, Jo Wan-chul, is personally leading the assault and, furthermore, has officially declared war against the Titans. Upon receiving this news, Yong-suk stands up in shock, his jaw dropping as his eyes widen in disbelief. He panics, demanding to know why he was not informed sooner. Without wasting a moment, he urgently asks for Wan-chul's location. The subordinate quickly informs him that their men have already been dispatched to intercept him. At the same time, Wan-chul is furious, inflicting harm on all the men who get near him. To everyone's surprise, he hoists a bus using only his bare hands and throws it, an act that terrifies the Titan members and causes them to pull back. They attempt to surround him, but before they can react, he vanishes. In the blink of an eye, he reappears a great distance away, his speed exceeding their belief. All the men sent against him are losing. The squads being dispatched are not returning. It turns out they are all being killed, making it incredibly difficult to track Jo Wan-chul's movements. In the office, Yong-suk is panicking, but Juntae smirks. Juntae knew something was amiss, as it had been far too quiet, and he was certain Jo Wan-chul would not just accept a defeat without retaliating. Seeing Juntae's behavior, Yong-suk angrily questions if he finds this amusing, frustrated because at this rate, both of them will end up dead. He suggests they report the situation to the association and have them stop the conflict. The subordinate hesitantly informs him that the association is already aware of the situation. However, their only response has been to broadcast a warning, making it seem like they have no intention of intervening further. Juntai already knows they would never bother to stop such a fight. He sees it as a perfect opportunity for the association to allow the unruly large guilds to weaken one another. Listening to all of this, Yong-suk orders his subordinate to change the approach and request intervention from the association on the grounds that civilians could get hurt. The subordinate's face tightens as he apologizes, revealing that this strategy will not work either. In the residential area of District 9, announcements are being broadcast regarding the battle between the Titan and Tyrant guilds. Residents in the surrounding areas are being advised to evacuate to a safe location. The guild members are showing no concern for any civilians. They just want to fight. Knowing the situation is extremely serious, Jin Hyuk arrives at the site. He witnesses a small child crying because her mother is injured and stuck in a car. The child is about to be attacked, but Jin Hyuk intervenes and saves her. Jin Hyuk instructs Lee Hee-na to evacuate these people to a safe place and to inform all guild members that protecting civilians is the absolute top priority. The news begins to broadcast reports about the Pantheon Guild's first mission, which is to protect civilians at all costs. When this news about the new guild is heard, Yong-suk wonders whose guild this is, as he has never heard of it before. Juntai assumes some unknown guild is trying to use this chance to make a name for themselves, noting that plenty of mid-tier guilds would jump at such an opportunity. He states that more importantly, they still need to deal with the tyrants. But suddenly, Yong-suk asks him to wait, claiming that the individuals protecting the civilians seem to be connected to Seo Sang-ho or Jin Hyuk. Juntai does not take the threat seriously, though the name Pantheon bothers Yong-suk. He is aware that in Greek mythology, the Pantheon was the temple of the deities who were victorious over the Titans, making it seem as if the name was chosen specifically to target them. This explanation makes sense to Juntai, as their appearance at this exact moment is also suspicious. The tyrants' declaration of war and their subsequent sudden attack, the timing of every event, are too perfect. Therefore, they deduce that either Seo Sang-ho or Jin Hyuk must be manipulating the Tyrant Guild from the shadows. Instantly, Yong-suk receives a call. One of his men informs him of Jo Wan-chul's movement path. Judging by his current trajectory, Wan-chul appears to be heading straight for their guild headquarters. Yong-suk's expression darkens. He conveys this news to Juntai. Since the situation has escalated, they decide to settle matters permanently. Yong-suk asks Juntai if he is capable of taking down Wan-chul. Juntai's eyes are filled with rage and an indefinable emotion, but he guarantees Yong-suk that Wan-chul is walking right into his own grave, and this location will serve as his tomb. As the battle between the Tyrant and Titan guilds continues, the Tyrant Guild members notice that the Titan members are rather weak, but their numbers are overwhelming. The Titan Guild members employ dirty tactics by casting fire spells, which incites panic among the civilians. Junchul, however, assures the civilians that his hunters will protect them and that they should use this opportunity to evacuate to their position. He states that once they arrive, they will be safe. He asks them to remember Pantheon, the guild that stands for the people, should they ever find themselves caught in a guild war. All the civilians look at him in confusion, as it is strange for this man to be promoting his guild in the midst of such a serious situation. At the same time, Hyung-il informs Junchul that an association officer has arrived. The officer confirms with Junchul that he is the one who helped evacuate the civilians and expresses his gratitude. He states that they avoided a major disaster, though he assures them the association will take command from here. The officer is shocked to witness a guild that actually prioritizes civilian safety and asks for the guild's name. Junchul feels honored by the association's sentiment and reveals that they are a newly formed guild called Pantheon. Junchul knows that the association arrived late and is now trying to smooth things over with empty words. Still, they have somewhat achieved their goal of giving the guild a positive public image among the civilians, and now even the association views them in a positive light. Junchul and Hyung-il have done their part. The rest is now up to Guild Master Kang Jin-hyuk. Afterward, Hyung-il, Junchul, and Lee Hyena meet with Jin-hyuk. He explains that since this is a war between two guilds, the scale of the conflict will be massive. Because they are fighting in the city, civilians will definitely get caught up in the battle. Therefore, the Pantheon Guild's immediate objective is to safeguard civilians and cultivate a favorable public reputation. Junchul affirms that they are exerting maximum effort to protect the populace, but he stresses that, fundamentally, they require a method to conclude the war itself. In response, Jin-hyuk reassures him not to be concerned with that aspect and contacts Dae-yoon for an update on Jo Won-chul's movements. As anticipated, Jo Won-chul is proceeding directly toward the Titan Guild, prompting Jin-hyuk to decide it is time for him to depart. Out of curiosity, Lee Hyena then inquires about the necessity of monitoring Won-chul's movements. Jin-hyuk elaborates, explaining that if Jo Won-chul and Kang Jun-tae were to fight within the city, the resulting damage would be catastrophic, and one of them would certainly perish. He intends to eliminate both of them simultaneously. Hyena is stunned, her mind filled with questions about whether he is serious. She is aware he has become stronger, but confronting two S-rank hunters alone is an extremely difficult undertaking. Jin-hyuk then departs, reminding his guild members to maintain their focus on safeguarding the civilians. Hyena understands that, for now, they must simply trust him, fulfill their own responsibilities, and hope for his safe return. At the Titan Guild base, Won-chul studies the building. Meanwhile, the guards spot him and immediately attempt to contact the control room. As they report that Jo Won-chul has appeared at the main gate and request urgent backup, Won-chul forcefully shoves them, sending them both crashing to the ground. He informs them he has no interest in dealing with minor opponents and offers them a chance to live if they summon their guildmaster immediately. One of the guards quickly relays the message to the control room to contact the guildmaster, but he also ends up being struck down by Won-chul. Receiving this information, Young-suk understands that Won-chul has indeed breached their headquarters. Jun-tae, however, remarks that he never expected Won-chul to walk right into his own demise and guarantees he will bring Young-suk, the head of the Tyrant Guildmaster, as a trophy. News reports are spreading nationwide about the war that has broken out between the major guilds in the city's center. To prevent harm to the public, the police and the Hunter Association have initiated a regional lockdown, restricting traffic and cordoning off the battle zones. Additionally, the Hunter Association is managing shelters for residents within the affected districts. Anyone in the designated areas is advised to evacuate immediately, following the association's guidance. At the same time, Won-chul continues to defeat the minor guards, declaring that Titan has already fallen, and mocking these weaklings who are supposed to be the elite forces protecting the main base. The guards determine they must retreat, as they cannot hold their ground against an S-rank hunter. However, one of the guards orders them to hold the line at all costs until the new guild master, Jun-tae, arrives. After a few minutes, all the guards were incapacitated and collapsed on the ground. Won-chul huffed, wondering if Seo Sang-ho had changed significantly. His subordinates were being defeated left and right, yet he had not made an appearance. Won-chul screamed for Seo Sang-ho, but was instead unexpectedly confronted by Jun-tae, who rushed toward him, demanding to know who gave him permission to rampage. Seeing Juntai, Wanchul was stunned and asked what he was doing there. Juntai then revealed that he was the new guild master, punctuating the statement by pushing Wanchul. This revelation was confusing for Wanchul, who subsequently asked about Sangho. Without providing a direct answer, Juntai smirked and suggested Wanchul could ask Sangho himself when they met in the afterlife. Wanchul retorted that Juntai was the one who would be heading to the afterlife that day. Provoked, Juntai laughed maniacally, mocking Wanchul for bluffing as they both charged forward to clash. When Yongsuk emerged from the building, he was shocked to see all his guild members lying lifeless on the ground. He proposed calling for clerics to heal them, but was informed that all healers had been deployed to other battles, making it difficult to get any. Every guild branch was engaged in the war, so there was no other choice. It wasn't just the clerics. Every last remaining soldier from the main base had also been deployed. Yongsuk tried to connect the dots. He realized that with the troops spread thin across the various branches, Zhou Wanchul had attacked the headquarters alone. The timing was too perfect. Wanchul had planned this from the start. The war was actually just a diversion. His true objective was to storm the main base by himself and end everything. Normally, such a reckless plan would not be feasible, but the power of an S-rank hunter makes the impossible a reality. In the end, the winner of this war would be decided by the battle between Juntai and Wanchul, a clash between two S-ranks. In the dungeon, inside the boss room, Lucia continued to analyze the information she had been studying for days. If she could just decipher the magic circle, she believed she could return to her original dimension. The realization then hit her that once she was no longer in this world, she would not get to eat snacks anymore. However, her thoughts quickly shifted to Jin Hyuk, who had been gone for quite some time. She wondered if he was okay, but reassured herself that he was probably fine. After all, that guy Jin Hyuk was now likely stronger than the so-called S-rank hunters. The battle between the guild masters was incredibly intense. An intense blue aura flared as Wanchul launched a devastating energy attack. Juntai unleashed his own force to block the powerful assault, which surged forward at an incredible speed. Both of them struggled for dominance. Juntai then soared through the air with his weapon, intending to slice Wanchul's head in half. A shimmering protective shield was already in place, created by a spell to protect Wanchul. To break the barrier, Juntai struck his weapon on the ground, causing a massive explosion and sending debris flying in all directions. Far away, Jin Hyuk was approaching the battlefield. Upon reaching the location, Jin Hyuk is disheartened to observe them fighting without any consideration for the city or its people. The urban area is being devastated, not by monsters or terrorists, but by the selfish conduct of hunters who have clearly forgotten their duty. It is often said that an S-rank's power is comparable to a natural disaster. Seeing the widespread destruction, Jin Hyuk finally grasps the true meaning of that statement. In the past, he would not have dared to intervene against such powerful warriors. Now, however, things are different. Possessing divine energy, he feels confident he can take both of them down. Meanwhile, Juntai and Wanchul's battle proceeds. As their weapons clash, they hear a voice instructing them to remain precisely where they are. Before either can react, Jin Hyuk strikes them both, forcing them to stumble backward. Wanchul, now at a distance, darts his gaze toward the newcomer, wondering about his identity. Jin Hyuk, in contrast, offers a mocking greeting to Juntai. Juntai recalls that this is the same individual who previously got beaten up and ran away. Wanchul, however, continues to study Jin Hyuk and the energy emanating from him. The power radiating from Jin Hyuk is different from anything he has previously encountered. It is difficult for him to determine if Jin Hyuk is an A-rank or S-rank hunter. He asks himself if hunters of this type actually exist in Korea. Conversely, when Jin Hyuk's gaze shifts to Wanchul, he recognizes him as the same degenerate who sacrificed countless women to Al Rayon. Instead of attacking, Jin Hyuk calmly addresses them, his voice stable despite the surrounding chaos. He asks them to confirm if they genuinely consider themselves hunters. He gestures toward the devastation, pointing out that the city is in ruins. He highlights that innocent people are caught in their conflict, suffering, and getting injured. After observing all that, he urges them to reflect on whether they feel even a small amount of guilt. Rather than showing any shame, Juntai smirks shamelessly. He questions the very idea of guilt, confessing he has no concern for those he deems pathetic insects. He states that when he walks, he doesn't watch out for bugs, so who cares if a few worthless civilians die? Juntai mocks Jin Hyuk for being another naive idealist, adding that he previously thought Seo Sang-ho was the only self-righteous hypocrite. After listening to this, Jin-yuk acknowledges that they are definitively worse than animals, as even animals possess some sympathy. He thanks them for simplifying the situation, as he can now kill them without any hesitation. Jin-yuk tightens his grip on his bat, causing energy streams to radiate from it, and points out that Jun-tae has made things very clear. Not taking him seriously, Jun-tae pretends he heard wrong, reiterating his intention to kill both Jin-yuk and Wan-chul. He tells Jo Wan-chul to wait for a moment, as he needs to deal with this arrogant individual first. Wan-chul behaves strategically, acting casual and admitting he finds the situation entertaining. Deep down, however, he knows that if these two fight and wear each other out, it will ultimately be a win-win situation for him. Jin-yuk then turns to Wan-chul, giving him the option to join the fight, stating that he does not mind taking both of them on simultaneously. Seeing Jin-yuk act so cocky, Jun-tae cannot hold back. With breakneck speed, he rushes toward Jin-yuk, his weapon pointed directly at him. Jin-yuk remained stationary, simply extending his bat to effortlessly shield his entire body. Beads of sweat formed on Jun-tae's head. He had not anticipated Jin-yuk blocking the assault, especially since Jin-yuk previously could not even defend against a single strike. Jin-yuk noted his adversary's stunned expression, inwardly observing that he had not even begun to fight seriously. With a rapid motion of his enchanted bat, now infused with divine energy, Jin-yuk forced Jun-tae backward. Wan-chul's eyes widened in surprise, as he had never expected to see Jun-tae repelled with such intensity. Seizing Jun-tae's moment of shock as an opportunity, Jin-yuk quickly advanced to strike. Jun-tae, however, deflected the attack with a slight tilt of his head. Jun-tae's anger intensified, as Jin-yuk had managed to scratch his face. He gathered his strength for a counterattack. Jun-tae was unsure what Jin-yuk had done, but it was obvious he had grown significantly stronger. Jun-tae internally conceded that it was regrettable he had spared Jin-yuk during their last encounter. Jin-yuk laughed, noting the look of regret on Jun-tae's face upon seeing his newfound power. Rather than admitting this, Jun-tae arrogantly huffed, insisting that Jin-yuk would die by his hand regardless. Jin-yuk assured him that things would not unfold as Jun-tae wished. He recalled the promise he made the day he barely escaped, that he would get stronger and kill the one who had humiliated him and felt so superior. Jun-tae stood his ground, recognizing this situation was extremely troublesome. He had never anticipated Jin-yuk becoming this powerful. Questions filled his mind regarding how Jin-yuk had achieved this strength and whether he had used some external method. An idea then occurred to him. Perhaps Jin-yuk had consumed Al-Raun's elixir. He confronted Jin-yuk with this accusation. Before Jin-yuk could respond, Wan-chul interjected, demanding to know why Al-Raun's elixir was being mentioned. Jun-tae then informed Wan-chul that Jin-yuk was the individual who had killed Al-Raun and taken the elixir. Wan-chul's jaw dropped. He questioned Jin-yuk, asking if he was truly the one responsible for killing Al-Raun and stealing the elixir. Jin-yuk smirked. Without speaking, he retrieved a bottle containing the elixir and held it up, as if asking if this was the substance they were discussing. The instant Wan-chul saw the elixir, his face turned crimson with rage. The sight triggered a reaction, and he immediately lunged at Jin-yuk in an attack. When Jin-yuk evaded the assault, Wan-chul's anger intensified. He attempted to strike again with a powerful punch, but he only hit the ground, as Jin-yuk had vanished from his position in the blink of an eye. Wan-chul tried to trap him, but Jin-yuk again dodged the attack by leaping away. Jin-yuk was fully aware that if the last strike had connected, it could have been extremely dangerous, so he felt a sense of relief. His attention, however, shifted upward when he noticed a drone flying overhead. An announcement was being projected from the drone, indicating that it was initiating a live stream to broadcast the battle between the S-rank hunters. The combat area has transformed into a complete war zone, with every building in the vicinity destroyed. The live broadcast reveals that as the battle progresses, a new hunter has entered the scene, referring to Jin-hyuk. Although the media has not yet identified the newcomer's whereabouts or information, he is successfully holding his ground against the two S-rank combatants. In another location, Secretary Lee Hee-na takes a sigh of relief as everything unfolds according to their plan. It appears the media has arrived safely at the scene. With this development, the stage is set exactly as they had intended. Jun-tae cannot believe his eyes as he watches Jin-yuk effortlessly dodge the attacks of the Tyrant Guild's master. Not only that, Jin-yuk's counterattacks are even more powerful, and he is successfully landing every single one of them. Jun-tae starts to wonder what Jin-yuk did to get this strong. Meanwhile, Wan Cheol is being thoroughly defeated by Jinyuk. After being thrown to the ground, he gets up and accuses Jinyuk of holding back. This thought makes him even more furious, as he believes Jinyuk is looking down on him. He screams, telling Juntai to stay out of the fight, asserting that he will be the one to take Jinyuk down. With all his strength, Wan Cheol charges forward, mentioning that things are going to be different from this point. However, this appears to be simple denial as he continues to be overpowered, still unable to land a single hit. Jin Hyuk pushes him back with his bare fists, remarking that things look the same to him. Without giving him any break, Jin Hyuk steps forward and hits him with his bat, and Wan Cheol barely manages to block the strike. At the same time, Juntai appears from behind, trying to catch Jin Hyuk with a sneak attack. Unfortunately for him, Jin Hyuk is several levels ahead, so he simply blocks the attack using his bat without even looking at Juntai. The impact is so strong that it literally shatters Juntai's spear into pieces. Juntai starts to panic as he watches Jinyuk coming at him and falls down from just the shockwave of the bat's swings. Not seeing any other way out of this, Wan Chul suggests they team up, even though they were just fighting each other minutes earlier. He suggests making an alliance until they defeat Jin Hyuk. Juntai still does not seem to trust him, so he threatens to kill Wan Chul if he backstabs him during their alliance. Wan Chul shouts at him to fall into position, asserting that they both might have a chance against Jinyuk if they combine their strengths. Meanwhile, the news reporter mentions that the identities of the two S-rank hunters fighting in the war have been revealed. However, they still do not know anything about the hunter who just joined their fight. Moreover, they have not heard anything from the guild master of the Titan Guild. Just as the reporter mentions this, the scene cuts to Seo Sang-ho, who is seen slowly opening his eyes in his room. Immediately upon waking, the first action Seo Sang-ho takes is to get dressed, his concern for his guild's reputation seemingly overriding his own health. Once ready, he looks for Hyena, wondering where she is. Concurrently, Hyena receives a call while she is en route to the battle zone. She is shocked to hear he is finally awake, and quickly brings him up to speed on everything that is happening. Seo Sang-ho asks for her location, and she informs him that she is headed to the war zone, explaining that Jin Hyuk has formed a new guild, and she is now part of it. This barrage of information is too much for the guild master to process, so he decides he must contact Jin Hyuk directly to ask about it. However, Hyena tells him that this is not possible, as Jinyuk is literally fighting two S-rank hunters as they speak. Hearing this, Seo Sang-ho gets up from his seat, convinced that Jinyuk cannot fight two S-ranks, regardless of his strength. He asks her for the location, and states that he is going there himself. Hyena is hesitant, worried about his health, but he insists that this all happened because of him. As the guild master, he asserts that he cannot just sit back and relax while they continue to fight. She finally agrees and sends him the location of the fight. Even though she is worried about his health, she knows she must trust his decision, as he is the only one who might be able to stop the conflict. Hyena reflects that this is not the time to hesitate, and that she must do what is required of her. Meanwhile, Juntai is trying his best to land a single hit on Jinyuk, but he is being brutally outclassed. Jinyuk is reading him like a book and blocking all of his attacks without any effort. As the fight intensifies, the shockwaves from their attacks start traveling even further. While Jinyuk seems distracted by Juntai, the other S-rank, Wan Cheol, charges at him from behind, attempting to finish the job. Jinyuk, however, is just too smart for them. He quickly jumps up, causing the two S-ranks to almost hit each other. Seeing that his partner is exhausted, Wan Cheol tells him to drink a mana potion while he holds Jinyuk off. Juntai is annoyed that he has to work with Wan Cheol, but knows that he is right, so he takes out a mana potion and begins to drink it. He thinks that they might be able to take Jinyuk out if they pour all of their mana into a single combined attack. As Juntai recovers, the other S-rank hunter seems to be struggling a bit while handling Jinyuk alone. While grabbing Wan Cheol's fist, Jin Hyuk looks at him coldly and asks why he is not trying to kill him to get the elixir for himself. He even mocks him, asking him to put in a bit more effort. Before the S-rank can do anything, Jinyuk twists his wrist, breaking it instantly, and then hits him with his bat. Juntai watches with his eyes wide open as the mighty Wan Cheol gets tossed around like a doll. Seeing him on the ground, Jinyuk slowly walks over to him and asks if he is still breathing. He tells Wan Cheol that he cannot let him live due to the crimes he has committed. He lured and kidnapped innocent women to be used as sacrifices for Al Raon. Individuals who refused to follow Wan Cheol were incarcerated, and the guild members who obeyed him were inundated with drugs. His current predicament was the direct consequence of his past deeds. While taking his last breaths on the ground, Wan Cheol found it difficult to accept that his life was ending in such a pathetic fashion. Jin-yuk raised his bat above Wan Cheol's chest and asked if he had any final words. The S-rank hunter looked up at him with despair, questioning if he was truly going to be killed for such a trivial reason. He started to beg for his life, offering to make Jin-yuk the guild master if he was spared. However, Jin-hyuk made it clear that negotiation was not an option. His only intention had been to ask for a last wish. Jin-yuk had already resolved to kill him upon seeing the trapped people that day, who were just waiting to die. Wan Cheol still failed to understand why Jin-yuk wanted him dead simply because he had kidnapped some people. Whatever the case, Jin-yuk knew he had sufficient reason. He proceeded to stab Wan Cheol with the bat, finishing him off. The man screamed as the bat pierced his chest, his mind reeling with the thought that he could not die like this. None of that mattered, and he slowly lost consciousness. After he died, Jin-yuk made sure to remind him to apologize to all the people he had killed in the afterlife. Meanwhile, Juntae watched these events in horror, wondering if he should seize this opportunity to strike Jin-hyuk while he was distracted. Nevertheless, the fear visible in his eyes revealed that he no longer believed he could win. The only thing he could think about was running, but it was too late for that. Jin-hyuk noticed him attempting to escape and threw his bat directly at him, asking where he thought he was going. The bat flew at him with the speed of a bullet, and the S-rank hunter barely managed to deflect it. Juntae tried to act nonchalant, stating that he was not running, but was instead just letting Jin-hyuk off the hook this time. The man believed he was faster than Jin-hyuk and could, therefore, easily outrun him. Unfortunately for him, this was not the case, as Jin-hyuk immediately caught up to him and told him that there was no need to hold back. At the same time, Seo Sang-ho and Hyena reached the destroyed buildings. She took him to the location and mentioned that he would reach the battle zone once he passed it. Before he left, she asked him to reconsider one last time, but the man had already made up his mind. He told her that he could not leave everything to Jin-hyuk, so he had to help him. Hyena suggested that he recover a bit more, but he replied that he was determined to end what he had started. She finally gave in and asked him not to push himself beyond what was necessary. As Seo Sang-ho prepared to go, he looked up at the sky and mentally asked Jin-hyuk to wait for him. Meanwhile, Young-sok was watching the entire fight from a rooftop. He thought to himself that the situation had grown complicated and should have concluded as a simple duel between the two S-rank hunters. Young-sok had never anticipated that an individual more powerful than the S-ranks would enter the conflict. As the battle proceeded, he understood that he had to abandon Juntae, as there was no method to rescue him. Young-sok had desired to forge the ultimate guild and had viewed Seo Sang-ho as an impediment to his ambition. Consequently, he had poisoned Sang-ho, believing that afterward no one would be left to prevent him from constructing the guild he envisioned. He looked toward Jin-hyuk and decided he would spare him for the moment. His immediate priority was to escape and begin manipulating public perception to his advantage. Prior to Seo Sang-ho's departure to assist Jin-hyuk, Hyena had relayed a critical piece of information. She disclosed that while observing the combat area via drones, she had spotted Young-sok positioned on the rooftop of the Titan building. Back in the present, the guild master, Seo Sang-ho, materialized behind the traitor, Young-sok, causing him to tremble in terror and disbelief. Before Young-sok could react, Sang-ho shouted his name and seized him by the collar. Sang-ho demanded to know why Young-sok would commit such an act against his own guild. Young-sok looked at Sang-ho and questioned if he genuinely failed to understand the motive. He asserted that his actions were necessary because the guild no longer required Sang-ho. This statement visibly affected the guild master, who asked him to clarify. Young-sok explained that Sang-ho was obstructing the guild's growth and that they had no use for such a leader. Seo Sang-ho recognized this false reasoning and accused him of merely trying to justify his actions, stating that Young-sok had done it all out of personal greed. Young-sok, conversely, contended that he had saved the guild from Sang-ho's destructive influence. The guildmaster disagreed, retorting that the guild was currently being destroyed precisely because of Young-sok's actions and the incident he had engineered. The traitor, having no further response, materialized his knife and attempted to stab the guildmaster. Although not fully recovered, Seo Sang-ho effortlessly evaded the strike, remarking that Young-sok continued to disappoint him, even at the very end. This maneuver provided Young-sok an opening to flee. He began to run, reflecting internally that his only crime was the desire to create the greatest guild. He mentally blamed Jin-hyuk for obstructing his plan and then leaped off the building. The guildmaster had no intention of letting him escape accountability for his crimes, so he pursued him, summoning his own weapon. While Youngsok was still airborne, Sang-ho swung his axe and struck the man directly in the head, telling him to accept responsibility for the catastrophe he had instigated. With a loud scream, Youngsok's head was split open and he plummeted to the ground. Seo Sang-ho stood over the body, stating that he had at last fulfilled his duty. However, Sang-ho abruptly remembered Jin-yuk and realized he had expended too much time pursuing the traitor. He immediately rushed toward the battle site to assist Jin-yuk. Meanwhile, Jin-yuk was dominating the S-rank hunter, Jun-tae, without issue. After receiving a heavy blow to the chest, Jun-tae found it difficult to breathe. Jin-yuk pointed his bat at him, questioning if this was the end. Jun-tae knew he had reached his limit and that there was no way for him to escape the situation. Desperate for survival, Jun-tae began begging Jin-yuk to spare his life, offering to provide him with everything he desired, including his own position at the guild. Upon hearing this, Jin-yuk reminded the S-rank of their previous fight. Jin-yuk noted that even when he himself was stabbed by the spear, he had never pleaded for his life and had struggled until the very end. This observation did not stop the S-rank from continuing to beg. Before finishing him, Jeon-yuk stated that if one wants to live, they must be prepared to struggle until the end. Before the man could say anything more, Jin-yuk smashed his head completely off his body. With the S-rank now dead, Jin-yuk stood there silently, reflecting that he had finally succeeded in stopping the S-rank hunters using his own power. Abruptly, he heard Seo Sang-ho's voice calling out to him, inquiring if he was injured. Jin-yuk was shocked to see the guildmaster alive and well and asked when he had awakened. Sang-ho told him not to worry, as he had woken up a while ago, and then asked what had transpired. Jin-hyuk replied that it was a long story, revealing he had been fortunate enough to gain an opportunity to become stronger. Because of that, he was able to defeat the S-rank hunters. The guildmaster, however, still found it hard to believe he had acquired so much strength in such a brief period. Noticing Sang-ho's confusion, Jin-yuk assured him he would explain everything later, but for the moment, they needed to address the damage done to the city. Sang-ho told him not to be concerned, as he and Hyena would manage everything. The more important matter was a message Sang-ho had received from Hyena, stating that the association wished to meet with Jin-yuk. The setting shifts to a training room within the Hunter Association headquarters, where Jin Hyuk stands in confusion. Although he had agreed to their invitation to visit the headquarters, he still fails to understand why they are subjecting him to this. An unidentified voice informs him that this is an evaluation, and that he must destroy the drones in front of him while evading their attacks. Before he can fully process the situation, the drones initiate their assault, compelling him to instinctively deal with them first. The drones attack him from every direction, making evasion difficult. However, when compared to his recent battle against the S-rank hunters, this engagement does not even register as a warm-up. With a confident smile, he immediately begins to destroy all the drones with his bat. He clears through them in a short amount of time, and the voice notes that he has set a new record. Jin-yuk stares at the screen before him, stating that he is becoming annoyed, as he was not previously informed about this test. The girl on the other side explains that this is a component of the official procedure required to determine his hunter rank. Following his recent fight where he defeated 2 S-rank hunters single-handedly, the association can no longer classify him as C rank. Even after receiving this explanation, he still considers the test to be pointless. Jin-yuk's temper begins to fray, and he demands that they open the door so he can depart. The girl attempts to placate him, but it is futile, as he no longer wants to participate in the evaluation. As he walks toward the exit, she frantically tries to stop him, asserting that he cannot leave the room until the test is finished. In response, he shatters the door by striking it with his bat and walks out, stating that the process was just a waste of his time. It becomes apparent that the association is not finished with him, as he is stopped by a group of hunters after walking a short distance. He warns them to get out of his way if they do not want to be killed. All the hunters have already seen his power, so they are aware this is not an empty threat. They look toward their team leader, awaiting their next command. Based on his expression, the team leader is hesitant to engage, so Jin-yuk decides that they are going to die. Before he can strike them, he hears a voice from behind telling him to stop. Before he can even turn around, he notices the hunters bowing respectfully to the person, addressing him as the chairman. He soon understands that the man behind him is No Taiksu, the chairman of the Hunter Association. Jin-yuk greets the chairman and asks him why he summoned a C-rank hunter like him. The chairman perceives that Jin-yuk is upset and apologizes, explaining that the reason he was called there was that someone wished to meet him. The person he is referring to is none other than the strongest hunter in South Korea, Chaeyoung Sang-ho. Even Jin-yuk is shocked upon seeing the #1 hunter in front of him. As the man walks toward him with an immaculate appearance, Jin-yuk wonders why someone of his stature would want to meet him. Chaeyoung steps forward to shake his hand, a moment that feels surreal. Jadvanced asks him the reason for the meeting, and the man mentions that he saw the footage of Jin-yuk's recent fight with the 2 S-rank hunters. Chaeyoung compliments him on his performance and states that he just wanted to meet him in person. Jin-yuk thanks him, but suspects there is more to this meeting. It does not take long for the top-ranked hunter to reveal that he wants to ask him for a favor. Meanwhile, Seo Sang-ho and Hyena are having a discussion over tea at his apartment. She informs him that, according to their latest findings, the remnants of the Tyrant Guild and the Titan Guild have now merged into the Pantheon Guild, an action approved by the association. She apologizes, asserting that she tried her best to save the guild. Hearing this, he tells her that disbanding the guild was the correct decision. He appears to regret his past actions, reflecting that he could have avoided this entire mess if he had listened more to the other guild members. With this, Seo Sang-ho announces his retirement from the hunting business. Hyena hands him a contract, stating that it would be a significant waste for him to retire now. After examining the contract, he realizes it is a registration form for the Pantheon Guild. She informs him that their guild needs someone like him, a sentiment their guild master also shares. Hearing this, he asks if she is already a member of the guild. She winks at him and confirms that she is now employed by the Pantheon Guild. Meanwhile, Jin-yuk and Chaeyoung are standing face to face, prepared for a sparring match. Jin-yuk finds the entire situation bizarre, as he was initially forced into a test room, and now the strongest hunter in the country wishes to fight him. The chairman and the female staff member are observing the fight live on their screen. She cannot believe that Chaeyoung actually came to the headquarters of his own volition, given that he is rarely seen in public. The chairman reveals that he met the hunter earlier. After Chaeyoung saw the footage of Jin-hyuk's fight with the 2 S-rank hunters, he remarked that he had finally found someone he could fight alongside, or perhaps someone who could rival him. When Jin-hyuk asks why they are fighting, the top hunter mentions that he is not entirely sure himself. In any case, Jin-hyuk is not going to back down from a challenge, so he is ready to fight. The girl starts to get worried and asks the chairman if they are really going to let them fight. He laughs and assures her that it is fine, as they are just engaging in a normal spar. Back in the actual fight, Chaeyoung summons his sword, and both hunters encourage each other to try their best. Jin-hyuk smiles, thinking to himself that he does not care about his opponent's ranking. All he wants is payback for the hell he endured because of him. Concurrently, Hyena is shocked to receive a call from the association, informing her that the top-ranked hunter is about to spar with Jin-hyuk. Seeing her expression, Sang-ho knows that something is wrong and asks her what is happening. She puts the phone down and mentions that Chaeyoung Sang-ho is about to fight Jin-hyuk. This makes Sang-ho a bit worried, and he asks why they are fighting, but she also has no idea. Believing that Jin-hyuk might be in danger, the two decide to head to the Hunters Association. The scene changes back to the fight, where both hunters are patiently waiting for the other to lower their guard. The girl asks the chairman what he thinks about this fight. Just then, the two hunters charge at each other, and their weapons collide. The chairman expresses his belief that the top-ranked hunter will win this. In the actual confrontation, both hunters seem to be on par in terms of their power. As they are both pushed back, Jin-hyuk realizes that Chaeyoung is on a different level than the other S-rank hunters he has faced. He decides it is pointless to try to gauge his strength first. Instead, he decides to go all in from the very start and releases a powerful aura shockwave toward the top-ranked hunter. Chaeyoung stands in front of the attack, wondering if Jin-hyuk is ready to use his full power. This provides Chaeyoung with enough reason to also become serious. He slashes directly through the aura and charges at Jin-hyuk to launch a counterattack. He wishes to see Jin-hyuk's true strength and attempts to push him to his limits. The girl observing the match starts to grow a bit concerned as the fight becomes more intense. Even Jin-hyuk can sense the immense power originating from the top-ranked hunter. He swings his bat, trying to push Chaeyoung back, and feels a surge of excitement at the thought of fighting someone this strong. This situation might give him a chance to test his own limits. However, to his surprise, Chaeyoung informs him that they cannot proceed any further. As Jin-hyuk wonders what the man means, the top-ranked hunter announces his own defeat. This leaves Jin-hyuk even more confused, and he asks what Chaeyoung is talking about. Even the chairman is shocked, as this is the first time he has seen Chaeyoung admit defeat. He asks why the spar is ending so suddenly. Chae-young raises his sword and reveals that if the fight were to continue, the weapon might not hold together any longer. Just as he says this, his sword suddenly shatters into pieces. Following this, the chairman announces the end of the duel and officially designates Jin-hyuk as an S-rank hunter. It does not take long for this news to spread, and the footage of his previous fight with the two S-rank hunters is shown across all media channels. The reports also reveal that he defeated the country's top-ranked hunter in a duel, and Chae-young is called in for an interview. When questioned about the defeat, Chae-young admits that it is true and states that Jin-hyuk will undoubtedly become the face of the Korean hunter world. Meanwhile, Jin-hyuk is a bit disappointed that the duel concluded so quickly, as he wanted to fight a bit longer. As he is walking away from the association, Chae-young calls out to him and congratulates him on officially becoming an S-class hunter. Jin-hyuk thanks him and mentions that he is grateful for the interview Chae-young did, but he wants to know why he did it. The top-ranked player explains that he simply wanted comrades to fight alongside him, and this was a way to make the association aware of Jin-hyuk's strength. As Chae-young begins to leave, Jin-hyuk stops him and tells him not to hold back when they fight the next time. He reveals that he knows the sword Chae-young used during the duel was a fake. As the two walk away, Jin-hyuk thinks to himself that Chae-young was definitely going easy on him and had even used a cheap sword. This makes him wonder if Chae-young was intentionally helping him, so the association would recognize his strength. In any case, it is thanks to Chae-young that Jin-hyuk has realized he is still not strong enough. Later, he heads to the parking lot, where Hyena's car screeches to a stop. She jumps out, clearly worried, and rushes to check on him. Sang-ho gets out too, just as concerned. She says she could not believe what she heard about the spar. The previous guildmaster is also angry that the association labeled it just a sparring match when they had thrown him against the strongest hunter in the country. He even suggests filing a complaint, but Jin-hyuk stays calm and says he is not upset. In fact, he learned a lot. He notes that fighting Chae-young reminded him of the intense pressure he once felt at the Dragon Temple. Jin-hyuk suggests they go back to the guild to discuss the situation. That evening, he finally experiences a feeling of relaxation for the first time in a long period. He reflects on how uncommon it is to feel at peace. The constant state of conflict has kept him on edge, but he can now finally breathe. Just then, he receives a call from Junshil, the guild manager. The manager asks if Jin-hyuk is alright after the fight with Chae-young and reminds him not to overdo it. Junshil notes that while strength is important, staying alive is also crucial, especially since Jin-hyuk is the guild master. Jin-hyuk appreciates the concern and promises to take care of himself. He switches the topic and asks about the guild's status. Junshil delivers positive news, informing him that they have officially absorbed the assets of the Titan and Tyrant guilds, which were once their greatest competitors. He adds that they have also opened new hunting zones that are buzzing with activity. These new areas are assisting the guild in growing stronger and protecting its territory from other guilds. He invites Jin-hyuk to visit soon, and Jin-hyuk agrees. After the call, Jin-hyuk sits quietly, feeling exhausted. He wishes to rest, but is aware of his responsibilities. Instead of relaxing, he decides to enter the dungeon to improve his strength and catch up to Chae-young. He stops by the dwarf craftsman's workshop to request assistance. The dwarf is not pleased to see him, complaining that Jin-hyuk only appears when he needs something. Jin-hyuk apologizes and states that he requires a weapon upgrade. The dwarf continues to grumble, pointing out that Jin-hyuk always disappears when sent on errands, making him unreliable. Jin-hyuk explains that he had his reasons and promises to make it up to the craftsman. When Jin-hyuk mentions the spar with Chae-young, the dwarf becomes furious and grabs the weapon. He demands to know if Jin-hyuk lost while using the bat he had crafted. The dwarf is clearly offended by the possibility. However, instead of refusing, the dwarf remarks that Jin-hyuk is lucky, as he has been wanting to try out a new technique. Jin-hyuk tries to thank him, but the dwarf cuts him off, asserting that he is not doing it out of kindness. He just wants to prove his own skills as a craftsman. As Jin-hyuk leaves, he begins to think about Lucia, whom he has not seen in a while. He realizes she might possess the answer to something that has been bothering him. Feeling hopeful, he heads deeper into the dungeon to find her. But as he walks, he feels as if he is forgetting something important, though he cannot recall what it is. When he finally locates Lucia, she is furious. She almost punches him, demanding to know why he came without bringing anything. Instead of answering, Jin-hyuk states that he was looking for her and asks if she has truly been in the dungeon all this time. Lucia confirms this, explaining that she has been working on a magic circle, which is her only hope of returning to her world. She mentions that she has made some progress, which catches his attention. He asks if she will be able to go back soon. Lucia sighs and explains that the situation is not that straightforward. She has attempted her dimensional magic on several occasions. Every part of the process seems to execute perfectly. She follows all the required steps, and the spell feels like it is working correctly, yet absolutely nothing happens. Even though the magic feels right, the result is invariably the same. She remains confident that it should work, but cannot understand why it is failing. While she is explaining this, an unusual portal begins to open inside Jinyuk's refrigerator. The following morning, Jinyuk makes his way to the local supermarket and purchases some snacks for Lucia, ensuring she will not complain during his next visit. As he is leaving, the cashier stops him and asks if he is Guildmaster Kang Jinhyuk. With a confused expression, he confirms this, which makes the girl visibly excited. She tells him that she is a huge fan and requests a photo. Suddenly, he notices other people in the store are also taking pictures of him. Not wanting to worsen the situation, he quickly apologizes and runs out of the store. While making his way back to the dungeon, he realizes that he is much more well-known than he had previously thought. The dwarf finally shows him his new weapon, claiming that it is on a completely different level than the previous one. As Jinyuk grabs the bat, he starts to feel it absorbing his mana. This causes him to wonder if there is a fault with the bat, but the dwarf takes this as an insult and smacks him on the face. He reminds Jinyuk of the Alraun ore that was purified last time and explains that he used it for the enhancement. Normally, ore originating from monsters carries the traits of that specific monster. In Alraun's case, the trait should have been the absorption of life. However, thanks to the purification process, it changed to the absorption of mana. The fact that it is draining his mana means that the weapon is working perfectly. Still, Jinhyuk is a bit worried about the bat draining all of his mana, but the dwarf assures him that it will stop after absorbing a certain amount. Suddenly, the bat ceases absorbing his mana, which means that it is now at its maximum capacity. The dwarf tells him that he can use the mana stored inside whenever he wishes. To test it out, Jinyuk aims the bat directly at a statue in front of him and swings it through the air, causing the weapon to release a powerful shockwave of mana. The dwarf is somewhat impressed that he was able to use the function so well on his first attempt. Jinyuk thanks him for the enhancement, but the old craftsman does not want his thanks. He only wants some alcohol. As the two of them talk, the dwarf asks him where he is going today. Jinyuk mentions that he is going to see Lucia for a bit. Upon hearing her name, it becomes apparent that the dwarf dislikes her. This piques Jinyuk's curiosity, prompting him to ask the dwarf why he and Lucia seem unable to get along. The old man adopts a serious expression, explaining that it is a lengthy history. Their current tolerance for one another stems only from a lack of alternatives. He reveals that dwarves and elves have been engaged in conflict for as long as he can recall. The dwarf claims the elves betrayed his people to the dragons, a revelation that shocks Jinyuk. He finally grasps the profound nature of the animosity between the two races. Sometime later, when he finds Lucia, she yells at him in her usual manner, demanding to know where he has been. He asks why she summoned him to this temple, given that she normally remains in the boss's room. Instead of replying, she instructs him to observe his surroundings and informs him that the entrance temple has abruptly disappeared. Jinyuk looks around, bewildered, and verifies that the entrance is actually missing. She believes it vanished sometime before he completed the dragon's trial. During one of her recent investigations, she located a dimensional teleportation magic circle. This particular circle is even more advanced than the one the mage was utilizing in the boss room. Lucia looks at him, asking if he grasps the significance of this discovery. Jinyuk catches on quickly, concluding that if they study the magic circle, he might be able to return to his original dimension. However, a problem remains, as Lucia cannot activate the circle alone, even if they successfully complete it. In essence, he must learn magic from her to assist with the activation. Jinhyuk asks her for confirmation, clarifying if she is suggesting that he learn magic from her. She affirms this, explaining that the magic circle requires a vast amount of mana, far more than she can supply on her own. Even with his assistance, she is not certain they will be able to activate it. Jinyuk begins to consider methods for providing the magic circle with a massive quantity of mana, and suddenly recalls that his bat, which stores mana, might work perfectly for this purpose. He suggests that she try using it. She is hesitant at first, but reconsiders when he shows her the mana leaking from the weapon. He explains that the old craftsman upgraded his bat, and it is now capable of storing mana. Although he has no idea how much mana is contained within the weapon, he reasons it might still be useful for activating the circle. However, when Lucia attempts to touch the bat, she experiences a powerful shock. Jin-yuk is also momentarily confused until he remembers that the dwarf engraved a binding effect on the weapon, preventing anyone else from using it. This outcome means they cannot actually use the bat for the activation, and the only option remaining for them is for her to teach him magic. Lucia informs Jin-yuk that starting immediately, he is her student. His instruction begins at his apartment, where she even provides him with homework while consuming his snacks. The process proves to be more difficult than he anticipated, as he is required to memorize a vast amount of magical knowledge. Furthermore, he must learn to regulate the flow of mana and apply all that knowledge to activate the magic circle. After several days of study, he finally succeeds in grasping the theory of magic. Just as he starts to feel confident, she brings him back to reality, informing him that he has merely learned the basics. His real lessons are about to start. She begins to review the study material with him and shows him her research notes on the magic circle that was located in the boss's room. According to her analysis, the reason the original magic circle failed was that the mage had modified it to handle the massive mana requirement all by himself. As a consequence, the teleportation itself worked, but the dungeon materialized in Jin-yuk's room instead. Hearing this, Jin-yuk asks her why they are even discussing a magic circle that was a failure. She explains that even if it was a failure, they can compare it to the magic circle in the Dragon Temple to determine why it malfunctioned. This analysis will help them construct a better one that actually functions. From that day forward, the two of them continued their research on how to create the perfect magic circle. Jin-yuk became progressively more proficient in magic as time passed, and before long, he was finally able to use it to channel mana into the magic circle. He fills his bat with the maximum amount of mana and begins to transfer it all into the circle. Lucia is also assisting in the process and tells him that she will provide a signal when he has supplied enough mana. As the two start pouring mana into the magic circle, it suddenly illuminates and starts to glow. This is a sign that the circle is reacting to the energy. Jin-yuk just needs to keep channeling mana until it finally activates. However, something goes awry, and his bat unexpectedly begins to leak aura. He tries his best to stop it, but the flow is not under his control. Even Lucia is confused and asks him why he is injecting aura into the circle. Jin-yuk tells her that he is also unsure what is happening, and the two of them try their best to keep the circle active. Moments later, the ground beneath them starts shaking, and the floor below the magic circle completely collapses. Fortunately, they both manage to move back before the ground gives way, so they do not get caught up in the collapse. However, this also means that their only option for her return is now gone. Lucia screams at him, blaming him for causing the circle to disappear. Meanwhile, the portal inside his fridge starts to glow even more intensely. Later, the two of them are sitting in his apartment while she eats some snacks. He apologizes to her, explaining that he never thought his bat would start injecting aura into the circle. Lucia remained unconvinced and verbally assailed him, pointing out his ignorance regarding the distinction between mana and aura. Jin-yuk was taken aback by her words and explained that because he constantly uses the bat for fighting, he might have inadvertently converted the mana into aura. By this time, Lucia had calmed down slightly. She conceded her own culpability for not checking the weapon before they initiated the activation. Nonetheless, this meant their opportunity to go back was lost, a realization that weighed heavily on Jin-yuk. He assured her he would discover a way to remedy the situation and inquired if she needed anything. In response, she shouted at him to bring her the tastiest and sweetest items he possessed. Jin-yuk rushed to the refrigerator, asking if she would like some cake. The instant he opened the door, however, an intense wave of frigid air washed over him. This was not a normal occurrence for a refrigerator, so he called her over to investigate. When she finally walked over, they both witnessed a completely new world existing beyond the appliance door. Lucia smiled, realizing that the magic circle had not failed after all. The snowy landscape they were currently observing was the result of that very circle. Moreover, based on the mana she was sensing, Lucia believed this was the dimension she originally inhabited. Even though she had no idea how the portal had materialized inside the refrigerator, she suggested they go inside to investigate. Jin-hyuk agreed, but stated that he needed to deal with some matters first. He immediately contacted Junsho, the co-founder of his guild, and asked if he could come to his apartment. He also invited Hyena to join them. When they finally arrived, Jin-hyuk explained that he was going away temporarily for training. After his confrontation with Chaeyeon, he understood that he was still not sufficiently skilled. Hearing this, the co-founder asked if Jin-hyuk had figured out a method to become even stronger. Jinhook replied that he was not certain, but that it was a possibility. Hyena presented him with a report, mentioning that the guild was performing well at the moment, but if he were gone for too long, the situation might become difficult to handle. Before Jinhook can even answer, Junsho stood up and assured him that there was nothing to worry about. He stated that he would handle all guild matters so Jinhook would not have to be concerned. Junsho noted that since their guild's influence was strong, Jinhyuk was free to go and return even stronger. Later, Junsho called another guild member and informed him that the guild master was going away for a period, and as a result, Junsho would be handling more of the guild's responsibilities. The man was a bit worried upon hearing this, and asked if it was really acceptable for Jinhyuk to leave at such a time. The co-founder assured him that it was fine, positing that when the guild master returned stronger, their influence would grow even more, and they would become the #1 guild in the country. Meanwhile, Lucia was waiting for Jinhyuk to change. He came out wearing a heavy winter coat and apologized, explaining that he had more items to pack than he had anticipated. Afterwards, he presents her with a special bow and some arrows, revealing that the dwarf had instructed him to give the items to her. She quietly analyzes the weapon for a moment and remarks that receiving a few arrows is not a significant matter. However, her expression abruptly shifts when she realizes that the arrowheads are of top quality. Jinhook expresses his own surprise, noting that he had assumed they were normal arrows since the dwarf had tossed them so casually. He mentions that the old craftsman must really look out for her. Lucia remains unwilling to admit this, but concedes that she might have to repay the dwarf for the gift eventually. The two of them finally decide to step through the portal. Immediately upon entering, Jinhyuk can tell that this is a different dimension. They wonder where they should begin their investigation, and soon come across a mysterious dungeon. Jinhyuk seems excited by this, stating that something is definitely hiding inside. Lucia agrees, and the two decide to head into the dungeon. The dungeon is deeper and larger than they had actually assumed. As soon as they step inside, Lucia immediately senses monsters running toward them. She cautiously stops Jinhyuk and tells him to get ready, as a fight is about to begin. It does not take long for the monsters to appear, and they turn out to be Yetis. The creatures fiercely jump toward them, and Lucia asks Jinhyuk if he can handle them. With a confident smile, he assures her that he has the situation under control. He summons his bat, and claims that he can take them out with his eyes closed. She finds this amusing, and tells him that he is being overly boastful. The two of them start clearing the monsters without much trouble, with Jinhyuk attacking them head-on and Lucia supporting him from the back. As the battle continues, she starts to realize just how effective the arrows are. Jinhyuk is also feeling confident, so he decides to end the fight in one final blow. At the same time, the dragon god receives a message that the apostle has crossed dimensions. The god listens to the dragon messenger while sitting on his chair and announces that he will meet the apostle soon. The dragon still does not understand why the rank of apostle was given to a human like Jinhyuk instead of to a noble dragon kin. Hearing this, the dragon god reveals that he did it because of the man's destiny. He explains that Jinhyuk was born to bring ruin to the world. The fierce battle continues between Jinhyuk and the monstrous creatures. Jinhyuk launches himself into the air and prepares to end the fight swiftly. Without hesitation, he strikes down with his bat like a bolt of lightning. The weapon crashes into the creature's skull, killing it instantly. Breathing heavily, he opens his inventory and reads the name of the monster, Yeti. This name surprises him, as he does not recall ever seeing such a creature before. Lucia soon draws near and has a strong reaction upon hearing the name Yeti. She clarifies that Yetis are known for dwelling in groups within the mountains. If the beast he just dispatched was, in fact, a Yeti, their immediate departure from the cave was necessary. Jinhyuk, puzzled by her haste, asks about the abrupt need to flee. She cautions him that slaying one Yeti typically incites the whole group to mount a retaliatory assault, and when this happens, their force is overpowering and ruthless. Before they can continue their discussion, an icy storm suddenly surges through the passageway, and monstrous roars reverberate from the darkness. Grasping the peril, he asks why she failed to provide this information sooner, but she confesses she had only just recalled it. With no time left for debate, she insists they run. While they are escaping, the frozen ground starts to fracture under their weight. Despite the threat, he looks back at the pursuing beasts and wonders if fleeing is truly required. From his viewpoint, the Yetis do not appear especially formidable. Lucia, however, clarifies that the danger is not solely from the creatures. The cave's structure itself is unstable, and any combat in that location could result in the ice giving way, which would kill everyone within. He abruptly ceases moving. Lucia, alarmed, asks why he is stopping in such a hazardous spot. He answers calmly, stating he possesses an item that could be useful. He retrieves a flash grenade, intending to use it to immobilize the monsters. Just as he readies the device, an unforeseen event occurs. The Yetis stop their pursuit and begin to withdraw deeper into the cave. Both Jinyuk and Lucia are stunned. The creatures, which had been aggressively charging them just moments before, now seem fearful. Lucia gazes into the cave's recesses and posits that the Yetis might be detecting a greater danger up ahead. She theorizes their instincts are cautioning them against proceeding. Jinyuk is shocked by the notion that something so dreadful could be lurking further in, an entity capable of frightening an entire group of Yetis. Lucia confirms she is detecting a strange, potent magical energy that is completely new to her. She describes it as dark, corrupt, and profoundly disturbing. She suggests that the only method to learn more is to press onward. They advance until the tunnel emerges into a wide, concealed chamber. A large, snow-blanketed edifice stands in the center of the mist. Lucia identifies this as the origin point of the dark magical energy they have been detecting. Jinyuk resolves that they must investigate it up close. Although Lucia stays on edge, she cautions that the aura around the location is unsettlingly abnormal. Even she, who had never experienced fear in combat, feels a profound sense of disquiet, as though an occupant within the structure is observing them. In a separate location, enveloped in darkness, the dragon god sits in solitude. He murmurs that he has finally located what he was seeking. The last messenger had arrived, and now it was time to wait for what would happen next. Meanwhile, the two of them started moving toward the temple. It was exceptionally cold, and the place felt tense as if something dangerous was imminent. As they moved further inside, they saw a man standing silently in the distance. Jinyuk felt that something was amiss about him, and Lucia warned that the man was exuding dark energy. He wondered if the man was still human, and suggested they try talking to him, but she quickly refused, mentioning that she had never sensed this kind of mana before. Just then, the man began to speak. His voice was rough, and he stated he had not expected anyone to come there. He asked if he had sent them. Jinyuk replied that they had just come to investigate because they sensed an ominous mana, and he asked the man who he was. The man suddenly became angry and yelled that intruders could not be allowed to leave after seeing this place. The atmosphere became heavy. Lucia told Jinyuk to step back quickly. She suddenly remembered who this man was and explained that he was, in fact, a dragon. The area around them shifted, and the man transformed into a huge red dragon right in front of them. The dragon said they had entered a sacred place and must pay the price. Lucia got ready to fight, stating that she had dealt with dragons before. Jinyuk was shocked and tried to process what had just happened, but he prepared to fight anyway. Then, everything suddenly froze. The wind stopped, the fire went out, and even the dragon and Lucia became immobile. Jinyuk was confused. He noticed that Lucia also was not moving. A deep voice spoke out, stating that time had been stopped. Someone appeared in the air wearing a black cloak. He did not walk on the ground, but seemed to float or tear through space. Jinyuk asked who he was. The man replied that his name was Ordo, and that he was the one who had created the dragon, Tiamut. He also claimed to be the god of the world. Jinyuk was surprised, but did not know whether to believe it. Ordo said it did not matter if he believed him or not, since it was still the truth. He explained that he had been watching humans for a long time. At first, he liked how people lived, but then they started fighting each other, causing destruction. He did not want humans to destroy themselves, so he became a god to protect them. He created monsters to give humans a common enemy and gave people the power to fight back by turning them into hunters. At first, things worked out, and people worked together, but then humans started using their powers against each other again. Ordo stated that Jinyuk had also used his power in the same way. He added that Jinyuk was never meant to be this strong, and to become his apostle, he was supposed to endure many more trials. But his plan had failed because an anomaly from another dimension had ruined everything. A powerful magician had relocated the dungeon into Jinyuk's room, a situation that enabled him to gain power sooner than anticipated. Ordo had attempted to destroy the dungeon when Jinyuk first entered, but the dragon god residing within had obstructed him, compelling Ordo to give up. Because of the dungeon's interference, he was unable to find Jinyuk until recently, when the dragon god's presence faded. Now, Ordo could finally meet him face to face. He then informed Jinyuk that he had marked him as his apostle long ago. His plan involved Jinyuk becoming a powerful protector of humanity, someone who could establish peace and stand as the world's leader. Ordo offered him this position, describing it as his rightful destiny. He also, however, included a threat. If Jinyuk refused, he would have to die merely for having seen this sacred place. Jinyuk contemplated the offer, then calmly declined. He admitted that he had once desired that kind of power and destiny, but he refused to follow Ordo. He accused Ordo of knowing the extent of the pain Jinyuk had endured and yet doing nothing to help. He felt that being asked to serve as his apostle now was a form of manipulation. Jinyuk stated that he would prefer to die fighting rather than become someone's puppet. Ordo laughed at this response, calling Jinyuk foolish for not understanding his deeper intentions. He then changed his approach. He floated into the air, stating that if Jinyuk would not join him willingly, he would employ another method. He introduced a creature called Tiamut, which he had engineered after capturing an ancient dragon from another world. He described it as his most powerful creation, asserting that nothing could stop it, not even hunters or monsters. He revealed his plan to use this creature to destroy everything and construct a new world populated only by people who loved peace. Jinyuk was designated as the first sacrifice for this new creature. Even when facing this terrifying threat, Jinyuk did not back down. He gritted his teeth and challenged Ordo to proceed. He then charged straight at the dragon-like creature, even though the act seemed suicidal. Ordo was impressed by Jinyuk's bravery, but remarked that it was pointless, as Jinyuk would be left behind. Meanwhile, somewhere underground, the dwarf was finishing a shiny new set of armor. He muttered to himself, noting that it took longer than expected to make this armor because the old one was too worn out. He thought of Jinyuk, and joked that the man had better bring him some good alcohol as thanks. He recalled how weak Jinyuk had been when they first met, yet he had gradually become one of the strongest people on the continent, probably aided by that loud elf. He wondered what they would bring back this time and laughed, speculating that it might even be a dragon. Back at the battle, Ordo snapped his fingers, and the giant creature suddenly came to life. Its eyes glowed, and it began to move, its huge muscles flexing. Lucia regained consciousness from the time freeze and realized what was happening. She shouted at Jinyuk to be careful. The dragon discharged a massive torrent of fire toward him. Jinyuk tried to evade it, but the attack was too fast, and he ended up being swallowed by the dragon. Lucia was shocked and screamed in despair. Ordo smiled coldly, mocking him for making a dramatic speech only to be taken out so quickly. However, a voice then growled from inside the dragon's mouth. He was still alive. He began forcing the dragon's jaws open from the inside, using pure strength. The dragon roared in pain. Lucia felt overwhelmed with relief and asked if he was okay. Jinyuk confirmed he was, stating that he could not let someone like Ordo destroy the world and would stop him, no matter the cost. Ordo just laughed, finding the situation amusing, and said that he wanted to see how long Jinyuk could hold on. He maintained, however, that the only thing Jinyuk would feel at the end was overwhelming despair. Meanwhile, Hyena received a call from the co-founder of the guild, who informed her that the association had issued a mandatory summons. She asked in confusion why this was happening, but he mentioned that he did not know the exact reason. Dungeons were appearing all across the city, including in their own jurisdiction. For this reason, the association was asking for their cooperation. Hearing this, she told him that she would notify the other guild members immediately. After she put down the phone, Sango asked her what was going on. She revealed that a huge number of gates had appeared in Region 9, which she noted was close to Jinyuk's house. While all this was happening, Jinyuk remained trapped in the mouth of Tiamut the dragon. Lucia was worried, as he might burn to death if he did not come out quickly. Jinyuk struggled to get out, but the dragon was too strong, and he could not push its mouth open. Suddenly, the elf shot an arrow that hit it directly in the head. The dragon screamed in pain and opened its mouth, which gave Jinyuk enough time to escape. Despite taking a direct hit from the arrow, it seemed like the dragon was still fine. As Jinyuk fell to the ground, the creature furiously flew toward him to finish him off. He immediately got up, thinking that it was not even giving him any time to breathe. The dragon slammed down to the ground and used all of its strength in an attempt to crush Jinyuk. At the same time, Lucia tried shooting another arrow at it, but the dragon noticed her before she could shoot. It used its tail to smack her, and the impact sent her flying away. Jinyuk finally realized just how strong this dragon was, seeing as it had made her fall with just a single hit. With Lucia down, the dragon shifted its focus back toward Jinyuk. With the pressure increasing, Jinyuk knew that he had no other choice but to go all out. Ordo seemed a bit disappointed in Jinyuk and believed that it was all over. He ordered the dragon to finish him, but something seemed off. Despite the dragon using all of its strength, it could not crush Jinyuk. This made the dragon shocked, as it could not believe that a mere human was able to withstand its power. Jinyuk started pushing back with everything he had and used the power he had gained from the dragon's temple. He unleashed all that power while screaming at the top of his lungs, causing the dragon to pull back. It was hard to believe that someone like him could handle so much power. Even Ordo is stunned, refusing to accept that he is witnessing the power of the dragon god. Concurrently, the dragon god sits on his throne, declaring that it is time for him to depart, as his apostle has finally grasped his true potential. He rises from his seat, stating his intention to resolve a long-standing grievance that day. Back in the other dimension, Ordo can already perceive the energy shifting, and recognizes this as a sign of the dragon god's impending arrival. Even Jinyuk feels a strange sensation, not having anticipated the dragon god's power to be so immense. Furthermore, he can see the mark of the dragon on his wrist. Ordo also observes the symbol from his position and questions if the dragon god has genuinely appointed Jinyuk as his apostle. He knows he must conclude the fight before the dragon god appears, so he commands the dragon to kill Jinyuk immediately. Tiamut complies and directs a massive blast of fire toward Jinyuk. Surprisingly, the flame, which had seemed perilous just moments before, does not frighten Jinyuk at all. He feels he is now at a level where he can easily defeat the dragon. Abruptly, Jinyuk hears a voice instructing him to stop. For an instant, time itself seems to halt. Jinyuk assumes Ordo is responsible for this, so he yells at Ordo, asking if he has something more to say. Ordo is also perplexed, stating that he did not stop time. Concurrently, Jinyuk hears the dragon god's voice asking why he was so difficult to locate. Jinyuk's eyes widen as he finally understands that the dragon god has arrived. Ordo had not anticipated his arrival so soon. Jinyuk also looks up, sees the elder flying above, and asks what he is doing there. The dragon god turns his attention to Ordo, demanding to know how he dared to abduct a dragon that was comparable to his own child. It is revealed that Ordo had kidnapped the dragon and transformed it into the monster known as Tiamut. The dragon god demands to know why Ordo committed this act, despite knowing it was wrong. Ordo begins to offer excuses, claiming his actions were a necessity for his world and that the dragon god, also being a deity, should comprehend this. The dragon god sees through this deception, retorting that transforming a stolen child into a monster to destroy a world was not a necessity. He accuses Ordo of acting purely for his own satisfaction. He points out that even in the present moment, Ordo is attempting to kill the dragon god's apostle simply due to personal dislike. This enrages Ordo, who lashes out, insisting he did everything only to bring peace to his world, and that the atrocities were a small sacrifice for that peace. Hearing this, the dragon god turns to Jinyuk, asking if any of Ordo's reasoning makes sense. Jinyuk launches himself toward Ordo, declaring it all to be nonsense. Ordo questions Jinyuk's awareness, noting he is interrupting a discussion between gods. Ordo attempts to stop time by snapping his fingers, but the ability fails to activate. With a shocked expression, he wonders why his powers have no effect on Jinyuk. The dragon god explains that Ordo is facing his proxy, one who can wield the power of the dragon. In other words, Jinyuk possesses power equivalent to a god. The dragon god states that the time has come for Ordo to be defeated by the very human he had dismissed. Without wasting a moment, Jinyuk starts swinging his bat at Ordo. Ordo manages to block the strike, but Jinyuk's insane power quickly overwhelms him. Jinyuk shouts, stating that they do not need a god who wishes to destroy their world, and hurls Ordo to the ground. Ordo crashes down, resulting in a massive explosion and smoke that blankets the entire area. Jinyuk opens his eyes to find himself in a different plane of existence. He sees Ordo standing in front of him, telling him not to be worried. Seeking some answers, Jinyuk asks Ordo what he is trying to do. Ordo explains that he just altered the dimensions as he wished to talk. He admits that he lost the fight, and mentions that being hit by Jinyuk changed his entire perception. It made him realize that being a god does not mean he knows everything perfectly. Therefore, he has decided to stop what he was planning before and instead make Jinyuk in charge of the entire world. As his body starts to disappear, he tells Jinyuk that he will be overseeing everything from now on and mentions that Jinyuk has to prove Ordo's previous beliefs wrong. Jinyuk isn't so sure that he can handle all that responsibility, but Ordo's decision has been made. He makes Jinyuk the new manager of the world, and Jinyuk is sent back to the other dimension. The dragon god asks Jinyuk if he had a productive talk and explains that Ordo gave up on his plans and decided to trust humans again. Ordo even gave him back the dragon, stating that he would watch over the new world. Before leaving, the dragon god tells Jinyuk that it is his duty to bring peace to his world. He assures Jinyuk that he will be cheering him on and says that he should become a manager that even the two gods would acknowledge. Jinyuk stands there, thinking about whether he has actually become the manager of this world. Just then, he hears Lucia's voice calling out to him. He rushes back to her and asks if she is okay. She reveals that she almost died, but the dragon god healed her body, allowing her to recover. Since it is all over now, Jinyuk invites her to go back home. However, she mentions that this is her original world, so she cannot leave. This makes him a bit sad, and he asks her if this means that they won't see each other anymore. The two say their goodbyes and part ways. Looking down at his world from above, Jinyuk remembers how a dungeon appeared in his room out of nowhere. He never thought a bottom-tier hunter like him could become the manager of the world. He still doesn't know what Ordo saw in him to give him this power, but he knows for sure that he needs to guide humanity down the right path so they don't go astray. He plans to do all that while communicating with others to build a better world, as a fellow human and the manager of a new world.